Hello， 大家好，我是 Q 瑞，欢迎大家来看 PMPL 美洲冠军赛，支持我的战队 HP。
Hola, buenas, soy Sebastián, jugador de Jaguar. Si quieren ver a los mejores equipos en acción, no se pierdan PMPL Americas.
Olá, rapaziada, quem fala é o Revo. Tô aqui convidando vocês para assistir a PMPL Américas, que vai ocorrer do dia 25 ao dia 28, então torce pela gente, hashtag OA7, é isso, bora.
Soy Erangel del equipo del Glory y hoy los invitamos a la transmisión de PMPL Américas para que nos acompañen en el día de hoy.
Salve, galera, passando aqui para convidar vocês a assistir a PMPL Américas de primavera. Quero que vocês torçam muito pela gente, pela INF, Nação Roxa e pelos brasileiros, que a gente vai representar mais uma vez o Brasil no topo.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championship Spring 2023. We have the best teams in our region from 3 different regions, 16 teams in total, competing for not only the chance to win that lion's share of a $150,000, but also to get a cheeky spot into PMWI coming up in July. But you know what? I can't do this myself, though I have tried in the past, and it has not been pretty whatsoever. I got 2 handsome gentlemen to my left-hand side. You're right on the screen to join. We got Seven Worlds Game. We got Cameron Davis. Cameron over on the end, looking fly, looking good. How you feeling today?
Feeling good, feeling great, excited. We've had couple of weeks, couple of months of the sub-regional play, but to see them all come together and really see if Brazil is as good as they say they are, which they are.
They are.
We're gonna reconfirm that here.
They are. I mean, I'm gonna tell you what I told you last time. I'm gonna be shocked if Brazil doesn't end up winning this.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think they are definitely coming in as the strongest region. But you know what, you guys at home, we would love to hear what you guys have to say about all of these teams participating. All of our social media channels here down below, where Seven's feet don't touch the ground. You can check us over on Instagram,
right now.
It's the first desk.
Well, let's be honest. There's a massive pillow behind him to make sure his feet can touch. But also, you guys over in the YouTube chat, you can vote for your favorite teams and teams you expect to win and see how it stacks up as we continue this big event here to see which team will reign supreme. And honestly, we've been a little bit divided in our picks. I think Cameron actually, I mean, not to harsh on you too much when it came to predictions, but I think you had kind of the wildest one. But to be fair, you had a good reason for it, and we'll dive into it a little bit of time, but I'm just going to tease you guys if you didn't see it over on Instagram. Hyper, he predicts to win.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. I mean, do you want me to go into it?
No, not yet, not yet. We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
He's ready.
But it was surprising to see that pop up. But let's actually take a look here at the format if you guys are unfamiliar of how things are going to be going these next days. 16 teams to play, 24 matches, and of course 6 matches per day. And of course, there's no league stage. All the points go straight into the overalls, and that determines who our winner's going to be.
Yep. There's like with 4 days of play, there is a little bit of wiggle room to sort of make a few mistakes and sort of have a couple of stinkers here, but you know, again, there's no league play here. You really do want to come out with your best foot forward.
And the important part is, Seven, is the point system here too. Because when we did this for PMPL, this made things extremely close and really made those elimination points stick.
Yeah, you're really seeing some teams take advantage of that 1 point for elimination. And also, I love that 9th through 16th, like they get 0 points. Yeah. We have seen teams actually being able to exit on like 14th place, but they're able to get a lot of elims at the beginning. So hopefully teams are going to be able to counter that somehow.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but you know what? With only 4 days of play, Cameron, like you said, it's going to be extremely difficult for those teams who are maybe better at those longer format events, because it's technically like 2 different events in my mind. When you have like the 4-week-long event, it's about your consistency. When it's this 4-day event, it's about how well can you play in a short stint. It's a sprint.
Yeah, a little bit. And I mean, there have been some shorter events that a bunch of these teams, Battle Royales all across the globe, have played in. So 4 days is a little on it's not as short as it could be, but that still means that, especially with the different map rotations that we come into play, because we're dealing with 4 maps here in the finals, not to leak anything, but 4 maps as well. You want to have good consistency across the variety of things you're going to be dealing with. And while a couple of 0 points here and there aren't really going to destroy your chances of winning, you really want to keep that to like a bare minimum.
Well, you did mention short, so to me that makes me think of Seven. So Seven, let's take a look here at the prize pool and get an idea of how everything does break down for us in your placings. Oh yeah, your day rate. Okay, actually there's 1,000. I was trying to look for a 0, but there's no 0. Unfortunately, I thought you were doing this for exposure. But 25,000 bucks, man, that's a lot of money for these teams. And then that spot into PMWI just about a month away.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are going to be just gunning for that spot, especially because there's going to be so much money at stake as well on PMWI. that's going to be the cherry on top of the $25,000. The MVP, too, I'm intrigued to see who's going to end up being MVP. Last time we did Americas, we got surprised by who ended up winning. He ended up being Influence CHEMIN. I wonder if we're going to be surprised as well here. Maybe it's going to be a different Brazilian team, maybe a Latin team.
Well, they have won back-to-back. They won both last year, so it's really up to them to kind of maintain and go for the hat trick here. But going forward, the schedule, and this is kind of where I wanted you to bring up EnHyper a little bit here as we take a look at this. We have Vikendi in here.
We do. We do. And we only have one Vikendi and one Sanhok compared to 2 Miramar and 2 Erangel. But the reason why, the chance that I see for EnHyper actually taking this whole thing over a Brazilian team like Influence Chemex or A7 is that Brazil did not play Vikendi. And I think that you cannot disvalue reps on a map. Sure, those teams, I think the Brazilian teams could still be able to frag through important situations, but they might not necessarily know, okay, what's a really secret, powerful dip in this position? What are the spots? How can we charge this compound? And on Vikendi, that's actually incredibly important to know how to attack different compounds because there are so many of them. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm not saying it's going to, I see you. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but that is going to be the opportunity I see for EnHyper.
I'm just thinking last time we played Vikendi, Brazil just absolutely dominated that map as well. So I wonder if that's going to be the case here again this time around. Even though they haven't really played in a competitive, they have played scrims. Obviously, this is a completely different thing. But just looking at the map order, right? We're looking at 2 Miramars now. We're looking at 2 Erangels, and we're looking at that Sanhok one. I feel like those maps are just set up so good for Brazil to actually set themselves up with the playing style that I'm intrigued to see which one out of the other regions, right? Which team out of the other regions is going to be able to counter that aggressive style, whether it's in Sanhok or whether it's in Miramar, because Alpha 7 has been actually a little bit very dominant when it comes to Miramar in the region.
Yeah, and Cameron, you mentioned reps, and for me, there's a couple of things we can really break down from that. Reps on a map, but also reps on an international scale.
True.
There's a lot of teams here who haven't really played these international teams or an event like this, and then you have like the tried and tested Alpha 7s who, this is a cakewalk for them. They're used to PMGC, they're used to the strongest teams in the world. It's tough for a lot of these teams coming in here trying to make a name for themselves, but they have every opportunity to do so.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is definitely a very, very fair point. There are a couple of teams that I don't think are going to be getting away with what they necessarily got away with in their own regions. I mean, I'll be honest, YKG, that's the team that comes to mind for me. I don't think they're going to be getting away with the mass amount of spread, like the Joey flanks, essentially. I don't think it's going to really work out so well for them, but who knows? Maybe they're going to hit some 11th gear.
I mean, for me, for YKG, and maybe 7, you have something to say about this. I think individually, they're extremely strong. 24K, we saw have these moments by himself, being able to help carry his team. But the thing is, about that roster is anyone can really be the star, and that's what kind of makes them scary. But is that going to be scary enough when you go against the likes of an Alpha 7 head-to-head? Yeah,
like in the region, they look absolute beastly, right, at certain times. And what you mentioned in regards to 24K, it wasn't just 24K. At times, it was Chico being able to be that standout player. Whether it wasn't maybe getting those elims, he would at least provide that support for his team to set themselves up, to put themselves in a great position. Man, I just can't wait to see what's going to happen after the first match, because then that'll kind of give us an idea of how some of the other teams are going to be able to counter how Brazil is going to be aggressive, or if Brazil even decides to be aggressive right off the bat. Brazil usually sometimes, they can be aggressive, but they also have that switch. They have that championship switch. If they don't have to be aggressive, they're not going to be, but if they see an opening, they're going to go for it.
Well, let's look over maybe at the LATAM region, right? And Cameron, I think there's a team you want to talk about in particular with Jaguars. And I mean, that's a team you think has a legitimate chance here, but I think you've said before that the region you would maybe rank lower than the rest at the moment in terms of what reason?
So the reason why I think it's really hard to back any Latin American team is that when you look at their regional play so far this year, they've been incredibly inconsistent. The teams across the board, up and down in terms of performance in their final placements when it came from qualification to league to the finals here. I think Jaguar, I mean, they won the finals, so of course there's going to be a little bit of recency bias with that. But when you look at their performance and the fact that they delivered very, very well on the games that they were supposed to win, a lot of their wins did come off of getting favorable zones, of course, but the fact that they were able to get double-digit kills every single time and really milk those rounds for all that they're worth, I think is going to give them an advantage here, assuming they can get off on a strong foot and not get overtaken by the aggression of Brazil, as Seven is alluding to.
Yeah. One thing that worries me, though, Seven, they won by 1 point. Yeah. So in my head, they're not necessarily the dominating team in the region, but that could be good or bad, right? That could mean the region in general is extremely close, or maybe they just didn't have the strongest of finals that they know they could have.
I think that's what it comes down to. I mean, you know what? We'll go back to that. I'm glad this came up. I'm glad Alpha 7 came up because this team, you were talking about how Jaguars was able to make it here just by 1 point. I mean, winning their championship just by 1 point, right? This team was able to win their championship, their finals, by 39 points. And it's so impressive because with the transformation that we've seen out of PUBG Mobile Esports, it used to be just one player to really frag out, and then it went to 2 players, and now everybody expects every single player to be able to put out a great
evolution,
Yeah, and now everybody, and I mean, especially from that team, from what we just saw in those stats, everybody's able to perform. And what's even more impressive to me is that Senna joining Alpha 7 after 1 year being gone on a completely different team, for them to be able to perform like that is scary. And now that they have one full event under their belt, I can't wait to see what they're going to do here in America's Championship.
And I think what makes them scary is kind of the opposite of what we see in Latin America. Is they had 6 chicken dinners in the finals.
Yep.
Yeah.
The next team under them had 2.
Yeah.
They had a big lead going into the finals already for bonus points, but they just extend that lead even further. And I think they've easily proven they're the most dominant team. But influence, I mean, they've won back-to-back. Like, this is a team that you can't sleep on.
This is, you can remember, Brazil, all the players are going to try to get that chip, right? The Alpha 7's not happy that Influence CHEMIN got those back-to-back wins last year. Like, from talking with Carrillo, from talking with Mafioso previously, they want to make sure everybody knows that they are the best team coming out of Americas, as they were able to kind of showcase during PMGC.
Yeah, well, what about North America, right? We haven't touched too much on them just yet. The Panthers, Cameron, I mean, a little bit of heartbreak at the end of the finals of the season.
Yeah.
But they came into the finals with 2 bonus points. And they still got 5th place. Like, that is ridiculous, and mostly off the back of, I would say, Nate.
Yeah, Nate was definitely the standout player here. Definitely taking the lead, taking the charge. My hope is that it's not going to be the case here in the finals, that everyone else can step up and sort of match his numbers at least a little bit. But from the very beginning of PMPL North America, we were watching the Panthers and sort of waiting to see when they can hit that next level and sort of get those big numbers, especially in the elimination category. And we saw that in the finals. And in actual contrast with my point about the Jaguars is that one of the biggest strengths of the Panthers in the finals is that they had 1 0-point game. Every other round, they had at least a couple of points coming from eliminations. And once you set that baseline of at least something coming in to your leaderboard every single round, then the higher placements, higher elimination rounds are going to be that much more powerful and really just be the cherry on top.
Well, that's actually perfect, Seven, because you remember on day 1 of the finals, what happened?
Yes.
Nate clutching things out to get that spark lit up in the team.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because that's exactly what I was thinking of. I feel like that it could have been a completely different turnout for the Panthers if Nate didn't end up clutching up for them, and if Nate didn't give him that spark that, hey, anybody can do it from our team. And you could tell, too, you could see a big shift when it came to the Panthers after Nate was able to do just that. Everybody became a little bit more confident in their team. They were willing to take fights earlier on, and they started winning those fights, and it became a momentum right out of them. They were able to carry that. The big question mark for the Panthers is, are they going to just be relying on that again? Are they going to be relying on Nate to be like this spark for their team? Because if they are, that's going to be very difficult.
Let's be fair, though, I think, because we gave a lot of smack to Zuko and Quan, but they stepped up in the finals for sure. They were easily the worst performing players on the team, but when it came to finals, came to like day 2, 3, 4, they're like, okay, Nate, you can rest for now. We'll carry things on our shoulders. And that's another team that has the potential with every player to be extremely strong. But Seven, we got to look at another North American team, and a team that you wanted to focus on, Dope.
Yeah, the reason why I want to focus on this team is because if I think out of North America, and might be a shock actually, it's going to be Dope Esports. I feel like they were the most consistent team out of NA when it comes to placement points. This team averaged a 4th place finish throughout the finals, and that was just so impressive to me. Then the big question mark for me becomes, can they actually pick up their eliminations with the likes of Brazil now being in the lobby, with the likes of Latin? That is the big question mark. But if they can narrow down those elements at the end, if they can put themselves in a great position with the consistency that they have shown me before, I could see this team being possibly in a top 3 situation.
What about you, Cameron?
I don't see them winning, by the way.
That's a bit of a stretch.
I don't see them winning.
That's a bit of a stretch to expect the eliminations to rise to the level of this larger event right now with Brazil. If it was the opposite, if they had good eliminations and they just needed to bring their placements up, that would be more likely here. But Dope did have a lot of rounds where they sort of snuck into the end position, and yeah, they got their placements before they left the server on the map. But to then, you know, I think it's a bit much to ask to them, like, oh, let's also add the eliminations on top when you're up against arguably better teams.
There's nothing to argue. It is a fact that these are better teams, like 100%, and that's the scary thing. Yeah. You look at Panthers, you look at Nate, you look at YKG. Do they have what it takes to beat Alpha 7, to beat teams that have been on a world stage multiple times, who have been playing in a stronger region for years? That's going to be the true test. And one way we're going to look at that is actually by taking a look at our MVP from our regions and really see how they stack up against each other, because honestly, it's going to come down to, I think, still a lot of individual play. I know QZZ is a man we're looking at when it comes to North America. He had, I think it was almost 160 eliminations, which we'll see here in a second. It's tough because his job only gets more difficult. Sorry, 149. His job only gets more difficult when you're playing more difficult teams.
What I will say for QZZ is that, sure, his numbers right now look lower than the MVPs for Brazil and Latin America, but he had another teammate, GK First, who was like right behind him in MVP score overall. And so you could make the argument that, I'm not saying I'm making this argument, but you could make the argument that NHyper has more of like a team effort behind them, compared to some of the other teams, especially from North America. I mean, Nate from the Panthers is the biggest example of that, but then even YKG having Joey be like their standout player. And NHyper, I think, is the best sort of overall squad coming in from that region, and their fundamentals in team play, I think, are the strongest, which is, again, why I'm putting them in the top mix of this whole event.
One question, though, for you, Cam.
Sure.
Sorry, Jason. Is going to be, do you think QZZ is going to be able to get away with some of the stuff that he was able to get away with in North America?
Okay.
Because there was certain plays that you and I, if we were in the same room, we would probably end up looking at each other and be like,
yeah,
what's he doing?
The reason why I have faith in NHyper is that I sense a level of disrespect from them towards the rest of the North American lobby, and with their sort of coach assistant Jifan there, I fully expect him to make sure that they do not disrespect this lobby, that they go in treating this almost like it is the World Invitational.
I mean, to be fair, GK First on that roster, probably in all of North America, has the most international experience out of everyone. So if anyone's going to be able to do it and give that info, he's definitely going to be the man. But before we can hop into this first match, I got to give a big shout out here to my right-hand side, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. And I'll tell you what, right now, we have a little prediction game going on, and Seven and I did confirm this during the PMPL season, that if he does lose in the prediction game, I get to pour one of those bad boys on his head, which I wouldn't recommend because you'd probably want to drink it. It's much tastier.
I'll drink it first,
it's going to be fun.
I'll pour some.
Well,
I'll pour some on you too.
That's not what was agreed on. But you know what we all are going to agree on? It's time to head into our first match of the day here. Let's head over to Zute and Papa Jukes.
Papa Jukes is here, baby. I hope you guys are as pumped as I am. Of course, I'm Hot Jukes here with my man Zute, the Americas Championship Zoo. Are you as hype as I am, bro?
Oh, super hyped. Americas is always a treat, especially when you get, all these different regions mixed in for the first time for this year. So we got a lot of things, that we are expecting, depending on how they played in their own regional finals. But then we also got a lot of things that, who knows what can happen when you throw a bunch of these teams together.
Oh, I do not know. I don't know. But I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what's going to happen. All out mayhem, baby, right? Especially right off the rip here, because there's not a lot of time to really put points on the board. Yeah, there's 6 matches per day, right? 4 days of matches. At the same time, you want that first place, right? You want that automatic ticket to the big show. Not just PMWI, but PMGC and Zoo, right? A few teams have competed in PMGC that are playing here today.
Oh, I love that you brought that up. This is how we're going to set it off for this. In my opinion, the best way to set it off is look at all of these teams fighting right now and how well they've done historically. And you mentioned PMGC, and there is 3 teams that have made it to the PMGC that are playing right now. And those 3 teams have one thing in common. Alpha 7, INCO, and Influence CHEMIN. They're all from Brazil. You heard it on the desk earlier, right? People were trying to predict who's going to do better in this tournament. And there's a reason why, Brazil's name come out on top. 3 of these teams have PMGC performances.
That's nuts. And that experience is just going to be massive, even coming to this stage here right now. And we've seen some teams thrive all the way at the top, right? We're talking about Alpha 7. They have a 3rd place finish on their belt when it comes to PMGC. Yes. They want that big gold belt around their waist. But for now, that's in the future. That's in the future. But hey, their rivals, Influence CHEMIN, right? They had a pretty rough performance at PMGC, so this could be their year to really come in hot.
Yeah, their rival Influence CHEMIN, they did great in the group stage in the PMGC, but they finished last in the grand finals. So, you know, this year, I'm pretty sure Influence CHEMIN, they want to be the dominant team coming out of Brazil. They want to show their big brother, Alpha 7, who's always been doing better than them, you know, what's up. And it starts here. And once again, in the regionals, Alpha 7 beat them just over, you know, they took the first place, and Influence came in second, so they have another shot at it here. But it's not just those two teams. There is 14 other teams with only 24 games, you know, any team can come out on top.
Oh, and speaking up on top, right? The plane is off. These players are on their way. I'm looking right now, first team off the plane is gonna be Ed Hyper all the way up here in the north. So they're gonna have all this area to loot up and head on over to where that next zone is gonna go. But looking so far, Zute, I'm not seeing any craziness just yet. I'm really kind of keeping an eye out if there's that chance of a hot drop. I mean, yeah, that'd be pretty risky here starting off with that.
I think these teams, you know, of course, have had time to scrim with each other a little bit, even though they're coming in from different regions. And it seems like everyone's got their own set drop spot. No real contestant anywhere. And coming into this stage of the tournament, you know, it makes sense. We don't have a league stage anymore. This is it. This is the finals. So nobody wants to risk it on, you know, a hot drop. If I get a weapon, if he gets a DBS, they're going to play it by the book. Everyone starts off where they want to. And, well, it's just the zones that go from there that shove everyone towards into each other.
Yeah, another team I'm looking at big time is going to be Alpha 7 right here in El Pozo. They are going to have the most loot going into here. That is a heck of a spot to drop right in that pretty much dead center of this zone. So they're going to be set up pretty well. YKG also in Monte Nuevo. They're going to be in a good position here for this game. Everybody else going to have to start moving on in. I'm looking all the way down south. Looks like just south of Los Leones, we have ATON Esports. Pretty close to Jaguar, so they're going to have to keep an eye on each other here at the start of this match.
Yeah, there could be some future fights down there in Los Leones. We saw it out of the North America region. There is a lot of loot there, but of course, you know, with so many angles, there could be some scraps. Influence CHEMIN here, driving over to El Azahar, getting their loot on. Let's talk about the first circle real quick. It's a pretty standard one, I have to admit, Hot Jukes, but it's a good one. You got a lot of, you know, dynamic elevations coming in, a lot of strong power positions, especially on those high hilltops. And one thing that I'm noticing is Alpha 7, right, and El Pozo. That's usually where we saw YKG landed out of North America. They always took El Pozo and then instantly got priority over the giant mountaintops right east of El Pozo. And that's going to come into a huge importance because that's pretty much almost center circle right now.
That's a huge point. That's a huge point. And that's the way it is. You know, when you start going up to these bigger stages, you're going to have some monster squads come in here. And, you know, a place that you just had to yourself this whole time in your region, you're going to have to give it up to your bigger brothers. And honestly, the big bros in this lobby are going to be Alpha 7, but it looks like it's going to be the Chosen, Gaji, the first player to get knocked to start things off here. Royals of War. Yeah, he's going to hop in that buggy and try to possibly go and lock down that confirm. I don't think he's looking to risk it, so you saw a little hesitation there.
Yeah, these teams are really split. We're only a couple minutes in, so of course no one really knows where everyone's positioned just yet. So that's a huge pick right there. And it looks like Royals of War do spot out another player of the Chosen. Gaji does get confirmed. So the Chosen down to 3. Supping trying to get that player knocked out of the bus. Couldn't get the last bullet in. And that'll give Royals of War right there priority over the position that they were both fighting for.
Yo, Dreamzy was stepping on the gas right there and was able to make it out there just in the nick of time. So that is going to be really good for Royals of War. They're not going to lose a player to start things off. And, Stellar! They should put a sign on that tree, right? You know, like one of those bridges that just show, like, hey, only so much feet can cross? Yeah, that's needed. PUBG Mobile, come on.
They also need to get someone to just cut that branch off right there.
That's true.
That one
right?
little small branch stop the bus. The Chosen right now forced to go somewhere else. They do still get a good position here because I mentioned earlier, a lot of power positions. So the one they wanted, you know, on top of that mountain, it's going to get taken first, but they could find somewhere else to go to. They will be down to a 3-man, and that's always a rough way to start off any tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? You got to be able to adapt and overcome because, yes, we're watching PMPL Americas right now, but we got PMWI, PMGC, stronger, badder, more seasoned teams around the corner. So you got to be able to show off what you learned in this time you had this year. You can see some, those look like some nice warning shots, just saying, hey, we're here. Don't come this direction, okay?
Yeah, he had like 365.6. You see right there down at the bottom. He could shoot those bullets all day. He's got more than enough to spare. And that's exactly what he's doing. You mentioned it. Warning shots, you know, force them to rotate a little bit further. Oh, 8x scope. Nice little headshot there. Answering right back from Nesquik. Dope Slayers. Seven mentioned it. He feels like they were the most consistent team as far as, you know, placement points go. So let's see how well this Dope Slayers team can keep that consistency up coming into this stage.
That's going to be huge. That's what this tournament's really all about, right? Is you want to be able to put up consistent points. We're going to keep saying that word over and over. We're going to hear it from the desk, from us, right? Putting some points on the board is just massive in such a small form tournament, right? We don't have 28 days. It's only 4. So you got to put points on the board, and then when you get that opportunity, that beautiful zone, that perfect place, you got to put up some massive points. So Dope Slayers, definitely that squad that could just fly under the radar, you know, sneak it in a 6-point game, 7-point game here and there, and then they get in the right zone, pop off with a 20-point dub. So you definitely got to keep an eye out for them.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they also lost a player. So the first 2 casualties of the game going over to the NA side. North Americans team right now not starting off on their best footing. Saw InHyper rotating there. Do want to keep an eye on InHyper and Influence CHEMIN. Both of those teams rotating in from the northeast. So there's a decent chance that their rotation pathing will force them to clash at some point.
See what's going on over here with Dope. The Nesquik does go down as well. Yeah, that's going to be all the way from the top of this hill. The rest of the team pretty far spread out, but it doesn't look like All Glory Gaming is going to be full sending it onto this zone. But Rojas, actually, he is looking to get into the mix. But yeah, after I think hearing probably that buggy from Robert, decides to kind of just hold this position there. Oh, but Robert detracts. A lot of hesitancy so far.
Yeah. Who's more scared right now? Looks like Dope Slayers. It's definitely a team that's more scared than yet. Rojas. He comes right back in. He's got teammates coming in. Rojas going in for the confirmation first. Will they manage to pick up another member? Dope down to 2 already. And the new circle, Jukes, it centers right on top of this position.
Ooh-wee. So, I mean, I think we could definitely see the nerves kicking in here. And it's not a surprise. I mean, you work all year long to get to this stage. First game of the day. The nerves are definitely going to kick in. You know, I always say, like, I call it the hot Jukes excuse card, right? You only get so many punches of it. First game, I'll give you it, and that's it at this stage, right? First game, you got to be able to shake those nerves off, and you got to be able to clutch it up. But yeah, you saw just from that movement from Dope, in and out, just seeming to struggle. But it looks like we are seeing some teams get popped early in the feed. I think that was InHyper getting knocked by Loops.
You say teams, but all I see is NA getting clapped right now.
Goodness.
That is 4, I believe, players taken out and all coming in from the North American side. Super rough start. Loops picking up that point right there. Teams are crunching in. And I just want to say real quick, man, all the knocks we've seen so far, long range, like extremely long range. These players are dialed in when it comes to their accuracy.
Yes, they are. So North America getting picked apart. And there goes another player. That is every single squad of North America losing one player to start things off. Oh my goodness. So things definitely need to get tightened up on the NA side. Don't want to be going in against these squads with a 3-man team. Well, that's going to be the case here to start things off. I mean, you're right. I mean, these guys are laser focused. One misstep, and you're going to be on your knees.
Yeah, here comes a clash between two non-North American teams, Royals of War and Loops. Close range. Ayala does have the DBS in hand, and oh man, always the DBS so clutch.
Ayala clutching it up big time right there for Loops. One of the players does get knocked for them. That's going to be another member here for Royals of War, starting to push, looking to get a little bit of revenge. But with all that time and zone, it's going to make this push very, very difficult. What do you think, Zute? You think this team's going to hold on and push this, or just detract?
They got the initial knock, but they're down in players, so the next step is to look for some util openings. They're not able to catch it. Dreamzy right there in the front lines, stuck with Cardoza. And Ayala pops off to the right-hand side to support his teammate. They got a 2-2 split going on. 4v3 situation. Nades coming in. The next opening will most likely be from the util, and whoever gets the next opening, especially if it's Loops, that's going to be pure aggression from there on.
Oh, there we go. Mythic going to open things up with a beautiful nade. Ayala's looking to get it done, but he didn't have to worry about it. Cardoza clutches it up, and I believe that is going to be it for Royals of War. Dreamzy going to have to make something massive happen. He does have an opportunity. Gets one. Oh, actually, no, he didn't. I thought that was a for sure knock, but yeah, with that, he's on the run. Good luck, buddy.
Yeah, Dreamzy, he's about to go dreaming right here. He's about to get knocked out soon. 1v4 situation.
Oh!
DBS, Ayala coming in again. First team eliminated. Royals of War, and that is Loops picking up 5 points already. That is huge. The devs talked about it earlier. Elimination points, much more important than ever this year with the new point system. Man, not a lot of placement points to go around.
Not at all. So Royals of War, first team to go out here in the PMPL Americas Championship 2023. Loop starting things off with 5 eliminations. They are feeling themselves. That's how you want to start off a tournament. Jaguar going to be on the side of the hill here, going up against the Titans. That is Alpha 7. This is one team you do not want to engage with early.
Yeah, Jaguar, however, first place from their region. The battle of the Titans. But hold that thought. Chico coming in here. This is Influence. CHEMIN, one of the PMGC experienced teams, getting taken down to 2. Good trade right back. 2v3, 2v2 situation now. It's trades back and forth, Jukes. This could go either way.
Where's the rest of YKG? Oh, they are stuck out in the open. That crossfire just too strong. And that is going to hurt YKG tremendously. Influence CHEMIN definitely going to have to write a check because that assist clutched things up for them.
Yeah, YKG were the defending teams here too, so they kind of had an advantage. And Hyper coming up on the backside. NA teaming up right now on Influence. CHEMIN can and Hyper get it done. Remember, they're only down to 3. They're trying to look for a knock right here, pushing in closer. QZZ coming in real close now, Jukes.
You can see the hesitancy, you know, even though they have them on the run, they are being very careful. Don't want to make a misstep. Kindness gonna try and throw a grenade. Well, actually, he's gonna throw a smoke to kind of eliminate those sight lines. Oh, and Hyper might be disengaging from here. Devastating.
Not a very aggressive team. Yeah, well, and it's in Hyper. They're not very aggressive just as a team in general. So unless if they could get that easy opening, they're probably not going to go for that push. And they do back off. That could hurt them in the long run because they're not in a great position as far as, you know, rotations go. You can see right here on the mini map, if the circle shifts anywhere to the east, they have a lot of dead space to cover. So I'd rather see them try and go for another opening or a knock right there. But we'll see if the zone does favor them on this next upcoming shift.
Let's see what's going to happen. Where's this zone going to go? Is it going to center up? Possibly go to a hard shift. It's going to center right on up. So the Panthers are going to be in a good spot. Dope Slayers as well. But, oh, man, YKG, Influence, CHEMIN, they all have to get going from this spot. And here comes the push. Yeah, immediately. They are not messing around. Joey's got the DBS, though. Oh, he misses the first shot. Can he clutch it? He gets him. He gets the double kill. Oh, but that is going to be it as YKG are going to get eliminated. So Influence, CHEMIN, clutching it up, getting those clutch eliminations. But they do lose 2 in the process. 3 points in total. And a tough zone to get into. It's going to be a tough start.
Yeah, I mean, you got to respect every team out here. Even though Influence CHEMIN won that fight, as we're looking at some quick replays here, it was a 4v2 situation and they still lost 2 players. I mean, that's Joey for you. Joey backed in the corner. Man, you got to be careful around that guy because he will punish you even if you have numbers advantage.
And man, can you imagine if Overnight wasn't there to stop that push from them? Could have gone in the complete other direction. So, I mean, we're very fortunate for Influence CHEMIN to how that to work out. YKG definitely gonna analyze what happened there and make some adjustments in the next game. But look at this. I mean, Loops still with 5 eliminations up on top. They are looking good with the full squad. Alpha 7, though, stalking, right? Trying to look for that high ground, securing it into this next zone as things are going to start firing up here, Zoot, in the next few seconds. Let's get it.
Yeah, I do think Alpha 7 will most likely end up having to take a fight with Jaguar. That's first place out of Brazil and first place out of Latin America. Next zone, if neither team gets the circle, you know, they have to push past each other. So we'll see what happens over there on that side. The Chosen just trying to find whatever position they can on the edge of the circle. Loops definitely have the high ground advantage and the man advantage here.
Ooh, still, oh, and there goes Influence. Give it to Dope Slayers, so they're going to catch them on the way in. That's going to be 2 points on their side. I mean, the Chosen is completely locked down in this spot from every direction. So Stellar doesn't even want to peek this in the slightest. Don't want to make that risk. He's checking to make sure his vehicle's still there, ready to go. Wait, every team right now, this is that planning phase, just trying to wait for that next zone, predict where it's going to go, and just get on the move the second it does.
Overnight here on the edge doing the same, trying to get some info, plan their rotations. Like you said, we're down to just 46 players right now. That's still quite a bit for a circle this small. A lot of long-range sight lines still on this map. Pinning players down. Next circle about to shift in. Probably not see any more fighting until the next circle shift. And you got to keep your eye out on Alpha 7, right? They're playing in from the edge. That's their bread and butter. They love fighting their way in. That's what we saw on PMGC. That's what we've seen pretty much all year long last year. So we'll see if Alpha 7 can do the same magic that they always do.
Oh, yeah, you can see them all the way at the bottom. And they're going to make a move, I guarantee you, the second the zone pops. The chance of that zone going to them is so small. The Panthers in a good spot, pretty dead center. Let's see where this next zone is going to pop on over. So it is going to go in favor a little bit of that north side, and you can see it. The second that zone pops, Alpha 7 are in their vehicles and on the move.
Intense gaming on top of that mountain. With all 4 up, this could be a huge game for them if they play their cards right. We see one of them knocked. And yeah, just like I predicted, Alpha 7, they're going to go in for this push. They do not want to drive past Jaguar. And the opening, of course, going over to Revo, the MVP out of Brazil, opening things up to be expected out of such a veteran team and veteran player.
Oh, man, just piecing up piece by piece. Jaguar in trouble. One nade can change the tides, though, so Jaguar gonna have to clutch one up here and make this defense. All eyes need to be outside of this zone and onto Alpha 7 because they know who's there, especially after losing 1 player. But we're starting to see teams and players get knocked out all over the place.
Push continues, Jukes, and here comes the second push, 4v3. Now they're scaling the walls, they're scaling the building. Time is on neither team's side as the blue is closing in.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here as Carrillo up on top, trying to find some angles here, but you know some utilities coming his way. Does get some nice little shots off. Carrillo so tricky with these angles, but he didn't see that one coming. Mercy is going to take him down and catch another, but man, there's just shots coming from every single ever. Oh, look at this. Revo with the DBS looking to finish things up, and he does.
Oh, clean finish. And you notice how they don't lose any players here.
Wow.
Looking a bit cleaner. I gotta say, just looking a little bit cleaner than their little brothers out of Influence CHEMIN. So Alpha 7 just showing why they're a little bit a step ahead. But of course, they gotta fight into another team. They're gonna go into All Glory Gaming right after this fight. It's not every team that could take 2 team fights in a row and succeed.
That is true. you're going to have to clutch things up in the next few seconds as this zone is already starting to close. So Alpha 7 going to have to patch themselves up and head into that next circle. A self-nade, though, on the side of Overnight's going to be tough. Robert runs into the flames and right into the lobby as Overnight shuts down Dope Slayers.
Yeah, shut him down, but they lost 2 in the process. I believe that was another 4v2 situation where 2 players from the 4-man team got knocked and eliminated, but they not stopping right there. Nice knock onto Mafioso long range, and that forces Alpha 7 to crash in with only 2 players up, and I think that might be it. Alpha 7 not able to have that second fight victory. That is Alpha 7 taken out.
Yeah, you called it. Yes, from this side of the zone, trying to beat 2 squads back to back while they're defending is not easy. I love the fact that Alpha 7 is willing to commit at any moment's notice, though. All Glory Gaming got to be feeling good taking down the Titans that are Alpha 7 and finishing them off. So they are in a pretty decent spot. We'll see where this next zone decides to go as ATON Esports Choco, he's ready in the buggy waiting for that next zone to pop.
And next zone does pop out. Centers, once again, this is the most I've seen a circle center up every single time. So pretty fair circles to all the teams involved. Let's just see how they manage to close this out. We're down to 9 teams left. There is finally some placement points to be had. I do believe 9th through 16th is actually 0 points, Drew. So, man, all the teams have been getting those elimination points. They're putting themselves in a good spot right now.
Oh, yes, they are. Let's see what's ATON Esports are going to do. They're going to have to drive it to this next one, and you know every single player is looking to catch a vehicle, but they are able to make it to this compound beautifully. So ATON are going to survive for a few moments longer as they are setting up for this next zone.
INCO right there, dead smack in the middle, in a shack, and yeah, this is why you have to play in the hard cover because of intense gaming on top of this mountain. I called it out earlier. This is their game. A lot of points, especially from this position, and they're getting it done with those elimination points. Only 2 for now, but with all these players forced out into the open, it could pick up a couple more.
Oh, they're picking them up piece by piece. This is intense gaming's time to shine. This is that kind of zone that you beg for, right? You want to be able to just clutch up and get a ton of eliminations in the process. So definitely do not want to let up off the gas as they put another one in the bank.
Blue zone starting to crunch in ever so more. All the teams are in zone. Here comes FLAMENGO coming in on the backside of Intense Gaming. Now this is a fight that they have to defend. If they get this one done, then they're in a good spot for the last couple of circles. But it's a head-to-head fight, a 4v4 situation. Intense Gaming kind of on the back foot though, as they're forced to be pressured down by the util use out of FLAMENGO.
Yeah, FLAMENGO's going to have that high ground, always proven to be so useful here in this position. These nades are very difficult to throw. So much different elevation. You really have to throw it just pinpoint accuracy if you want to get that knock. And we'll see if they do happen to have that in the bag. But for now, I don't think they mind just kind of sharing this real estate until that zone decides to move off of them.
Yeah, they got to be a little bit hesitant to push, right? Because there's ridges all across. It gives the defending team a little bit of an advantage when it comes to that, especially in TPP. So maybe they're just going to wait for the next circle. They did try, though, with those nade openings, like you mentioned, but very hard to nail in. All the teams for now in this circle, so it might be a stalemate until the next shift.
And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. The calm before the storm. ATON Esports holding down the gas station. Quan!
Uh-oh.
Just moving out into the open. I mean, he thought he was covered from all sides, but you gotta watch out from the heavens, Sute. That's Chronix.
Deep angle. Oh, there's the opening, and you see just like that, they get the nade opening. They immediately forget about the Panthers because they know this is their priority fight. But here comes Diego with a huge defense, getting 2 right off the bat.
Diego with that angle just proving to be massive. Does get 2. Ooh, gets pieced up in the back. Gonna try and find a little place of cover. Here comes Fox, though. Oh, gets naded. That's gonna make things that much more difficult. It's only 1 player left up, and that's a Gigante.
Oh, man, that push. That's why they were so hesitant. A lot of angles to clear out. It's not as easy as it looks, and they're down to 1 like you mentioned. And the next zone shift, this fight could have determined a lot in terms of who gets the most amount of points in this match. Intense Gaming looking to be in a great position now. They hold it down, they keep the mountaintops for themselves, and now they have reign over all of the teams in the lobby.
Gigante couldn't even peek for a second, just gets instantly eliminated. That's going to be huge for Intense Gaming because now they are going to have all this high ground. If that zone keeps going on them, I mean, they are going to rank up double-digit eliminations big time.
For sure, points getting taken right now. INCO from the Shack with a successful defense. Of course, it wasn't just them defending. Everyone was shooting at that rotation. All Glory Gaming.
Oh,
lost
no.
all their vehicles, forced to run in the open with smokes. That is one cross you are definitely not going to be able to make. Loops right now with 9 elimination points, Jukes, 9, and they still have 4 up.
Oh my goodness, easy points for them. Nothing you can really do in that situation if you're All Glory Gaming. Loops looking to add more to their score though. Crazy eliminations from them. Intense Gaming as well with 8. INCO stuck in the Shack, but they are in this zone, so if the zone locks onto them, they're gonna be in a pretty good spot here.
They're in a good spot to turtle up. I don't know if they're going to be able to get many points from here, but hey, the placement points do start racking in. We're down to the top 5. Those 2 players not in the zone. It's just 1 player from INCO that managed to make it in. Yeah, INCO's going to go down to a solo, and at this point, deny the points.
Yep.
Yeah, deny the points. Points are so precious, especially with only 24 games. You never know that point difference can make a difference.
Let Papa Blue take those points from away from these Titans that are still in the
look
lobby.
at that circle shift.
Oh, goodness gracious. Right dead center. And Ed Hyper is going to go down. So that was insane. They're going to go out. I believe that was in 6th place. So still quite a few teams up. The Panthers, the last squad up for North America. 3 members to their name.
Is Nate up? Nate is up. He's a difference maker on that team.
Yes, sir, indeed. But you also got to worry about Loops. Intense Gaming. Oh, actually, Loops is in big trouble now.
Intense Gaming finds 2 out of Loops. Loops could have won this game if they could keep all 4. Ayala does get that trade back, but 1 player does get confirmed. Cardoson, deep underneath that ridge. He may be able to get revived, but the Panthers, Nate, they want to say something different about that.
This is their chance to really get this third party going, but they are so concerned with that high ground. Oh, you got to watch out for that member from INCO as well down at the bottom. He could spell disaster for a squad if they are not paying attention. So Loops is going to live a little bit longer here as they do have that perfect overhang on this mountainside. That's the perfect amount of cover. So I think we're going to see a little bit of a stalemate here for now. 1 little piece of utility, though, is all it takes. Mythic. Man, I mean, you have to really hug that mounted. Otherwise, Intense Gaming is spotting you.
And with the next circle, we're going to head into the last and final zone. There's going to be 1 more circle here, and then it's going to close down to the blue. If it does shift up to the north side, I mean, we could see a zone end on top of this high mountain, giving Intense Gaming almost a free win. But if it goes down south, that gives a huge chance for INCO to just sit tight and let these 3 teams battle it out. And oh, correction, we're already into the last zone.
That's right.
My bad. That does favor, I would say, the side of INCO, because these 3 teams will have to come down and fight against each other. And here it comes. They're posturing up right now to get the angles in.
Yeah, so right now you definitely want to pass off all of your first aids to at least 1 player, so that way you can get a little bit of a heal strat going. We'll see exactly what happens here towards the end. You can see Intense Gaming starting to be like Billy Goats climbing down that mountain and looking for some action. Uh-oh, squash. This nade could be devastating. Oh, throws it kind of blind and gets taken out. That is huge for the Panthers.
It clears up their backside. Now they don't have to worry about that angle, but this is a more concern for them as they got 4 players over the top. The peak, the lean peak, doesn't hit the shots. Oh, he does get it. It's actually Diego that gets it, but there's a trade knock. There's still Loops to watch out for here.
Loops just staying quiet, not even a worry to the wind. Quad clutching it up for the Panthers, finding the smokes as well. And now Loops is looking to answer here, but Cielo clutching it up. There goes the Panthers. 2 teams remaining. It's Loops and Intense Gaming.
2 from the Loops. Intense Gaming with 3 and a 4th player that can get revived. It is not looking good for Loops here. But this Loops team, if they could pull a miracle, it would be right here. If they could stall out just long enough to force the players to jump down, they could have some sort of advantage.
I'll tell you what, Ayala is the guy to keep your eyes on right now. With that DBS, he is dangerous. And honestly, Intense Gaming, they're going to have to jump down. So they do have an advantage. They got to use it. That's a huge knock. Ayala gets 1. He's not going to be able to get another, though. It's Intense Gaming that wins match number 1. Diabolic, you called it.
Intense Gaming, a team that we weren't really, keeping an eye out for, but of course they had an eye out for everyone in those last few zones. That huge successful defense against FLAMENGO, that was the make it or break it point from them. And when they won that one, they knew they were in a good spot to, not just pick up a lot of elimination points, but they won the first match as well.
So huge. I mean, the high ground always proving to be the big advantage when it comes to Miramar. And they got the perfect zone in that situation. They still had to fight for it, like you mentioned with that fight that we saw from FLAMENGO, but they clutched it up and got it done here. So they're going to be our victors for game number 1. Still a lot more action left to go, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this.
And we're back. It's us here in the studio as we did see Intense Game take home the victory, which, funny enough, Cameron Davis, you predicted.
Yeah. In my defense, I predicted because I had confidence that they would make top 3 from that high ground position, but they actually handled that very, very well despite being attacked from multiple angles, and then that final flank at the very end to really get that clutch win. Not really clutch because they were in the lead, but still, that final win against Loops was really good. Thanks, guys. Making me look real smart.
And that's not easy to do.
Not easy.
Let's take a look at the match results here in this last one and see how things are broke down for the teams with the match ranking. 26 points, 16 eliminations.
Are we surprised that Brazilian teams are getting that many elims?
No.
Not at all. I am surprised, though, that it is Intense Game there with 16 eliminations, but it comes down to what you were saying. Like them being able to actually beat FLAMENGO Esports was huge for them to be able to win this game.
Yeah. Absolutely. I don't honestly, any team, not to take away from Intense Game, but that is the position that you want to be in to get the points that you see on your screen right now. So it was definitely very, very good for them to defend against FLAMENGO Gaming and really keep that spot, because I think it could have easily flipped in the other direction, but they won their fights out. They won their 1v1s. They won their 1v2s actually a few times there, able to milk that. Now the question is, can they repeat that performance, especially if they're not given such an advantageous position?
Yeah. I mean, the thing we were discussing, right, we were watching Loops in that kind of situation when Intense Game was fighting against FLAMENGO. We're kind of like, why is no one pushing this high ground? Why is Loops not taking advantage of the fight happening? But at least they closed things out here, and you see Cielo, 950 damage.
Yeah.
6 eliminations. I mean, look across the board, right? It's not one player doing really well for the team, Cameron.
What's good, though, is that, my memory serves me correctly, it's actually Diego that was the star player coming in from the league. So the fact that it is not, again, just him putting up the numbers, it's a couple of other members. And, I mean, again, Cielo had, I believe he was the one that had that great flank on the side of the FLAMENGO players pushing on in. He got the 2-piece, and they didn't know that he was hidden behind a rock. So, like really good performance by him overall.
Seven, anything to add?
On that one? No, I mean,
no?
He said everything I want to say.
He did justice. He definitely did. But let's be honest. I think this first match really set the tone.
Yeah.
For certain teams, I'm talking Loops up, right? Because that was the team I predicted. Seeing Ayala and that confidence with the DBS, I mean, that's something we didn't even get to dive into if you guys missed out on the PMPLs. DBS you're going to see in every single match. He was clean. He was efficient. Loops, for me, 7, are still off to an extremely strong start.
Yeah, going with that, I mean, Ayala, he didn't even have the first shot. The other player from Row had the first shot, and he was able to turn on him. And something that you were saying, I mean, you were talking about players with a lot of experience. Ayala is actually one of those players, even though it is kind of new for him to be in Brazil. But overall, Loops, the aggression that we saw out of them was very impressive. We saw what they were able to do to Hyper, being able to eliminate GK first was really good. And I love that they continue to follow Hyper, even if they weren't going to engage, to make them back off even more. And I think that was something that Hyper was not used to. And I think they're going to have to adjust to that. What you said, like, it comes out. This first match is just going to set the tone for the rest of the day.
looking at these numbers here of the damage dealers overall, the fact that Loops are matching IG, who had the high ground, hard high ground position, just shows how successful and efficient they were with just the constant output of damage, because they were doing a lot more of chasing teams down, going for close range engagements throughout the early game through the mid game as well. So if anything, that actually shows a stronger performance by Loops considering what positions they were in and what opportunities they had.
Yeah, we saw what they were able to do to YKG as well. I mean,
Yeah.
They did end up losing one player, but YKG got smoked.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I was bashed on Joey a little bit, seeing him whiff those first 2 shots, but it was a great little comeback, and I think that just kind of goes to how good he is as like a veteran of the game and in this high-pressure situations. But we still saw a lot of fights like break out across the board. Even seeing Influence CHEMIN just have a little bit of a tough time kind of splitting themselves in between 2 different teams. But what's up, Seven?
Right there, like when FLAMENGO was taking those shots on the Chosen, Intense Gaming took so much advantage out of that to be able to kind of get a little bit closer and take that fight, and I feel like that was actually what hurt FLAMENGO to be able to try to engage with 2 fights at the same time.
Yeah, here, this is the fight, the Intense Game really controlling that. It was actually Diego that had that 2-piece on the FLAMENGO push that just didn't spot him at all. But a lot of fighting in these little offshoot positions just because of Intense Game's high ground position. It was really difficult in the end game if you didn't already have a position pitted under that high ground, like what we saw Loops and Panthers with. You were not getting in.
Well, I want to say this, though, about Intense Game, because, I mean, I don't want to talk them down whatsoever, but they weren't a team that I would say come into this event, I'm like, okay, they're going to do extremely well. Now, I wonder, you take away that high ground position from them, you say there's no high ground position in these zones, would they have performed anywhere near as well as they did?
No. No, I don't think. I don't. Like, it's true. It's what I was saying. They did. You definitely gotta give them. Gotta commend them for being able to get the numbers that they got off of that round. But that is a round that you are delivered to get numbers like that from.
Right. I think the impressive part, maybe, Seven, is that they had the high ground and they were still able to confirm these eliminations, which sometimes you see to be very difficult, right? You get the knock, they get behind a hill, they're fine, but they were able to get those confirms really quickly.
I feel like we're giving the high ground too much credit in a way that we're making it seem like they had the high ground all along. With them being able to beat FLAMENGO, what's so big for them to be able to get that win. So we got to give them a little bit of credit right there. And with what you mentioned, they were able to confirm on those elims because of that high ground. So I would be interested to see, as you guys were mentioning, how this team is going to react if they don't have the high ground and they do have teams coming at them when it's not going to be as easy to confirm those elims.
What's really good, though, is that they have a really big point buffer after one game. So this means that not only are they going to have more confidence because there's less to lose, right? They're in a more comfortable position. There's a confidence at play here, I think, that's going to give them, at least for a couple of rounds. You know, if they continue to go out with like 1 or 2 points only, then we'll start to see that difference really even out. But for now, this could unlock some sort of carefree performance for at least the rest of today.
I hope not. I hope not. I hope that doesn't happen. This was the team that qualified last from Brazil. And that was because Influence CHEMIN was the defending champions, and they pretty much that didn't count, so he went to 6th place. But yeah, I hope they don't slow down. I hope they just continue on.
Well, speaking of continuing on and not slowing down, I wonder if we can take a look maybe at Alpha 7's player stats. Because 7, while we were watching that match, we saw them playing the edges of the zone. We saw them actually be very quick on rotates, which you were, what's up? You were happy to see that they were able to adapt
happy,
that.
and then they decided to take a fight with Jaguar. It just wasn't necessary, and I felt like it was just Alpha 7 testing teams. That's kind of what it felt like for me, because usually, they are an aggressive team, but as I mentioned, they decide usually when they want to be aggressive, and right there, when they didn't have this zone, when they were outside of the zone, there was no point on them taking on that fight. But the way that they did end up taking the fight, 2 players did end up getting knocked, they didn't end up getting eliminated, but it hurt them in such a big way when it actually came to going into the circle. So it was very unlike Alpha 7 for me.
I don't think it hurt them as much as it sounds like you think it did, because at that point it was intense game, field. And so if they were to just try and send it on in, there was a real chance that they would get 0 points off of that. So
no, it was way before that. It was way before that.
There was a lot of field at that point. Once it shifts away from the city on the west, there was a lot of field in that point. And so I think that it was actually a really good call to make of, you know what, let's take this fight. We're going to have an isolated 4 versus 4. We're going to beat these guys. We're going to get those 4 eliminations. And then whatever we get after that, cherry on top, but at least we have a baseline points that we know we're going to get.
Yeah, but then they try to crash into a compound. I just don't agree with that play.
Ignoring the fact that they crashed the compound and we had the field that they had to deal with, the way they attacked that compound
was a great attack.
Stellar.
Yes.
Coming in from the high ground, coming in from the low ground, they pincered Jaguar extremely well, and like we said, they didn't lose a single member. So when it comes to like close quarter combat,
it was close. It was really close, actually. They got close. I almost for a second looked like they were going to lose a fight, but it was Revo that came on in with, I believe,
Carrillo fumbled a little bit.
Of all weapons, of course, to just completely save that. But yeah, no, even you know, not even breaking down the execution of that fight, the idea behind it with the pincer, I think was really strong.
It was amazing. And for me, that was like a little bit of old school loops when Korea was back on the team. When they smell blood, they attack like a shark in the water. But you know what? We actually are just a minute and 20 away before we get into our next match. But we got to remind you guys that we do have the All-Star event happening for PNWI. However, it cannot happen unless you guys at home get into the client and go vote for your favorite teams. One team from each of these regions will represent that region at PNWI, and then over the course of those 3 days, we'll determine which teams get into the main event to play against some of the best teams in the world. And luckily for us, we got some of the best casters in the world who are ready to go here for our second match going on to Sanhok. Hot Jukes and Zute, take it away.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here. We are ready to go. Match number 1 is in the books. Intense game, winning that one. Beautifully done. You know, I like what the Death did, right? I mean, yeah, they got the high ground. They got those points. They got that opportunity, right? It was definitely given to them. But honestly, that's how some championships are won, right? You get one good game under your belt, and then you just put consistent points up on the board. Maybe you get another one of those, and just like that, you're in first place, right, Zoo?
I mean, I think, you know, we can't fault them because when we saw that very first circle, their positioning right there is pretty much center. Now, usually, you know, we see more hard shifts that throw things off. It just so happens this time around, you know, coming into a huge tournament, there are no hard shifts. And, well, they played it by the book. They did what was expected of them. And I wouldn't even say they clutched it out. They just played correctly. And it's great to see at this stage, you know, teams could just play their positions correctly because we do see sometimes, right, this team is supposed to win. This team has got the best position and then they lose the fight.
That's true.
And it actually happens more often than not. So we have to give, you know, Intense Gaming credit where it is deserved. And they got the circle, they played it by the book, and they played it correct. And of course, they got the most amount of points, but that's just one game. There's 23 more matches. You don't get that type of, you know, positioning, priority, and circle. I would call it circle luck, you know, it's entering every time, you know, more than 2 times at most.
Well,
I feel like, especially at a tournament at this caliber stage.
I will say good luck, right? Getting intense luck in this Sanhok match, right? Because we are going to the jungle here. It's all about that skill, baby. You're gonna have to clutch up, fight your way through the trenches if you want to get that delicious chicken dinner. I will give major props though, right, to squads like Loops, the Panthers, putting up some major points even with a tough zone. This one's gonna be huge though, Zute. Let's see where teams decide to drop, right? Which squads have been pushed away from their normal areas? That's where my eyes are on. What do you think, Sue?
I mean, this is Sanhok. If we're going to see any hot drops on any map, it would be Sanhok. But I feel like the game's evolved to a point where it won't be necessarily a hot drop 4v4. We're going to see teams, you know, playing very split because it's such a small map. And we might see some isolated 1v1s. We saw that happen quite a lot in North America, even towards the later stages of the tournament.
Yeah, you can already see, you know, Intense Game starting to head all the way up here into the northern island. If this northern island finishes right here, if we get that circle right here in this spot, they're going to be super excited. And this could be their opportunity to really even get a back-to-back chicken dinner. But of course, my eyes, Zoo, are always going to be right here, dead center, right? Boot Camp, Paradise Resort, 2 major areas with a ton of loot. And it does look like, you know, the Panthers, they normally get Paradise Resort to themselves, but they're going to have to surround it here in this game.
Yeah, and man, it looks like NA, you know, we saw them start off on the back foot game 1, but I feel like it's mental. YKG, if I'm not mistaken, the champions out of North America, they're the ones that take boot camp.
Uh-oh. Look at this. Yeah, they're right. Well, YKG normally take boot camp, so they get booted off here. But look at this zone. I just said it earlier, right? This could be a huge one for Intense Game, especially if that zone decides to head right on into this area right here. But one thing is for sure, Zute, one thing we're going to see this match is a whole lot of snakes, right? They're going to be coming up heavy here, sneaking, crawling through the grass. So all these teams, especially all the squads on the outside of this circle here, right, they're going to have to try to sneak their way in, possibly to that island if that zone goes that way.
Yeah, and you say crawling in the grass, there's a good chance we might even see some water snakes. If the zone centers up a few times, there's a lot of water in play as well. And back to what I was trying to say about North America, I feel like North America is just starting off this tournament, you know, kind of mentally down. The Panthers, you said they usually take Paradise Resort. They give it up to another team. And YKG, they already gave up. What was that city called? Right to the west in Miramar of those giant mountaintops, right? They gave it up. El Pozo, they gave that position up, and now they're forced to give up boot camp. We see the Panthers giving up Paradise Resorts. Maybe North America just aren't as mentally strong coming into this tournament, but we'll see. They can still make a lot of magic happen. This circle in particular does kind of favor YKG in some sort of ways because they have priority over the island to the northwest, or they could stay center at the bridge intersection.
I'll tell you what, Zoo, you know, it could go either way, though, if you really think about it, right? Because maybe they're not feeling too confident, or maybe they're feeling extremely confident, because if they're not giving it up now, Zoo, chances are they're going to have to give it up, you know, in the stages coming up. So maybe they're possibly preparing for those stages by taking spots that they think that they could really secure and not have to fight for. Let's see if YKG can make the defense, though, against Influence Kaminkowski. He's done his research, right? He has that feeling. He knows that YKG is nearby. He's going to start throwing off some Molotovs. That's going to give away his position. So now YKG is definitely going to have to mount up a defense.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Both teams dropping close to each other. Boot camp for Influence. And I said YKG might have the advantage, but man, they're getting pushed 4v2 right off the bat. Chico, he's got that DBS though. Close range encounters. Oh my gosh! Someone, the nade comes in though, Jukes. And YKG's too split up to help. They're gonna get picked apart here.
Fears is here, but is it a little too late? Oh, he throws the nade. It's caught. Nades himself. Oh, devastating for the side of YKG. And Influence Cam gonna get the reses off. And I don't know where the rest. Yeah, Joey's completely on the other side of the map. 24K, too far away. Yeah, that's gonna be it. YKG gonna lose 2 members here right off the rip.
One thing I'm noticing is that the pace of this stage, and maybe it's not even this stage, it's just Brazil. It's just Brazil in general. They are rotating about 1 minute to 2 minutes faster, you know, than what we saw out in North America. This is an early rotation. And
extremely early.
This is, yeah, exactly, even earlier than what the North American teams are used to. That kind of rotation, you know, YKG do as well if they had boot camp, but we see that maybe 1 minute later. Maybe even almost 2 minutes later.
Yep.
Zoe right now, they're just faster. And it's, you know, really catching these players off guard.
They've done their research. They know that, hey, you know what? If we just send all 4, we're going to catch them in that looting stage. And rather than getting, you know, more loot, we're going to take 2 elimination points off the rip. So, I mean, a great defense, right? A great attempt from YKG, especially from Chico right there.
Yeah.
But due to them being so spread out and getting caught off guard, I mean, there's nothing you can really do in that situation.
Unfortunate start for YKG. Overnight versus the Panthers. Nate up close and personal trying to make that opening. Nate, however, I don't think he has any meds. Just got a booster slowly healing him up. Overnight mounting the defense here. Circle hasn't even shifted yet.
Oh, no.
We're already seeing a lot of scraps going on, and Loops now coming in onto the remains of YKG. 24K, though, catches one. Loops down a member.
Yep. Don't want to get caught clearing buildings by yourself, because all it takes is one little sneaky snake, and you are gone. So some bittersweet revenge, right, for 24K. And YKG as they do pick up 1 player. Yeah, look at this. Let's look at this replay. Clutch shot right there. Super tight peek. But that nade got off just in time. And there was nothing Chico could do. This is a tough position, though, from Fears. Yeah, you hate to see that.
if Fears won that 1v1, I believe that smoke was partially covering the window too. So he could have had time to heal himself back up, and that would just be a straight up 1v1. But instead, just because of that moment, Influence keep 4 up and get the position for themselves.
Let's see what Nate is opting to do, and the Panthers against Overnight. Next zone's going to pop up. Let's see where it heads to. If it decides to go to that island, oh my goodness. Intense Game is going to be screaming for joy. It doesn't, though. It goes dead center. We could even still see a hard shift onto that island, Zeus, so teams have to be really careful, right? What do you feel when it comes to these like nice split zones where a whole bunch of water in the center? What do you think the play is?
I mean, to me, Eastern Island. It's going to go to the eastern side. Everyone on the west has, you know, they already should have a plan in mind. If they don't get the zone on that west island, they got to start, you know, making their plays now. And boot camp, you know, looking really juicy right now as it is dead smack in the center. But this hilltop that the Panthers are next to, that could be a good position for this team as well. And they could just back off. They got to be careful, though. I do think I just saw Alpha 7 creeping up on a vehicle rotation, and the Panthers still playing a little bit too split, thinking, you know, it's an isolated fight. And, yep, you need to group up faster now. Quan caught out by himself now.
Oh, goodness gracious. Split from both sides. Panthers lose one player as it is all the way from downtown, but now Alpha 7 is on the hunt. Here they come, Quan, focusing on that back end. Sena
How do they know? How does he know?
Sena Dexa with the prediction nade. So on point. He's throwing out there just in case. Now Quan is going to get spotted for sure. Yeah, the Panthers are in just major trouble. They're getting picked apart from 3 different squads.
Oh, man. Panthers just too slow. They needed to group up immediately on that circle shift. I don't think they realized the pacing out of these teams. Once again, this is Alpha 7, another Brazilian team. The pacing of these teams, Brazil in particular, just on a whole nother level.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you see shots come out from every angle, right? It's loops, it's influence, CHEMIN. It's overnight. I mean, it's all over the place here. So when it comes to the side of boot camp, this is just such a dangerous position to hold. And now, just like that, it's just Quan left up for the Panthers. A nice start to game 1. Tough one here in Sanhok.
Yeah. Playing split right now maybe is not the meta. We saw a lot of splits out of North America, and we would commend those splits, you know, a lot, especially with Hyper. They have some really strong splits, but the playstyle out of Brazil, just fast, grouped, aggressive, seems like that's the way to go, especially, you know, keeping all the members up and picking off players one by one.
Well, Hyper moving on in towards boot camp. Chief from Loops. Crazy suppressive fire, and they do catch him. So Rin going down to a vehicle explosion, and Hyper possibly gonna attempt a res here. Do they have the smokes? Yeah, you can see the smoke wall coming out. Gotta be really careful on this cross. I mean, the shots through the smoke, so on point here, Zute.
Yeah, Ren tagged up heavily right now, down to half. The last smoke comes through. He is gonna run over for that revive, and they're safe for now. Their flanks, relatively clear. They do have ATON, as you can see on that southern side, but they are nowhere close. We're heading into the next zone. Influence now holding a 2-2 split. I was saying splits don't look very safe right now, but Influence CHEMIN, seems like they know what they're doing, but with the new circle shift, they're going to group up on that eastern side. Now, Intense Gaming, they had really good circles game 1, blessed circles. This time, not so favorable. So let's see if Intense Gaming, the winners of game number 1, how they do when the circle is not in their favor.
Oh man, this is going to be a tough one too, because they're going to have to cross that water. You got Influence, gatekeeping them, so many different teams as well. INCO is going to be meeting up with them in just a few seconds. Overnight, they've been holding this position right next to boot camp pretty much the whole game. They haven't lost a player yet. They did a great job defending themselves against the Panthers, especially from the help from some of these other teams surrounding them. So they're going to still stick to this spot for now, but most likely, Zute, that zone's going to start heading north. And in Sanhok, you have no time. The second that zone pops, you gotta be on the move. And with how many teams gatekeeping this area, it's gonna be dangerous. QZZ learns it the hard way.
Oh man, taking a long spray wide out in the open. Should have known there was gonna be some return fire. And Hyper losing a player, not even managing to get the confirmation. And if anything, it just gives their position away for ATON to go aggressive towards. ATON, I do like to see them push this fight because they know on this southern side of the circle, there's not much space left and you got to take out some teams if you want to inch closer.
ATON Esports looking to overwhelm and Hyper here after those couple of knocks. Trying to get some nice points on the board. Jaguar is in big trouble here with Dope Slayers, but you can just see right here with this particular zone, Zute, right? INCO, right? Intense game, in a lot of trouble here. A couple different options that they can use to really get into the zone. You can see INCO heading all the way. I wouldn't be surprised if they just tried to go all the way to this kind of hardship side through Paradise Resort. But with this zone, yeah, they do have those vehicles. It's definitely a possibility, but I think Intense Game is going to have to be stuck heading dead center through here, and that's going to be dangerous.
Ooh, Influence CHEMIN still holding the 2-2 split. I like it, because if they did group up on that eastern side, the whole backside is exposed. There's no cover that they could play around against Intense Gaming. So this 2-2 split, they are going to maybe sacrifice some players.
What a shot.
Unless if Federal, he can open it up. He does, but does get traded. So yeah, these two players just trying to hold off Intense Gaming as best as possible. Unfortunate for them, Intense Gaming does have the zone to work with here on the edge, so they have more time to get the revive, to continue on this push.
Oh, that nade looked really good, but it was just a little too short. The Intense Game has the time, and they have the man advantage. These splits, Zute, especially in Sanhok, have just not been working.
Yeah, it was either you hold this 2-2 or you group up and push into, you know, the compounds where Overknights is. They can't play on the ridges on the eastern side of the island because there's just no cover. Intense Gaming would slaughter them either way. But on the northern side, we've got two teams not in the zone about to duke it out. It is Dope Slayers and Jaguar. INCO taking out ATON right now.
Yeah, and that's that rotation I showed just a little bit earlier. They did end up getting caught by INCO on the way in. So they're going to have to take this fight. INCO cleaning them up, taking those points and securing them. That's definitely the right play there. Uh-oh. Just like that, though. What a defense there from INCO. Shutting down ATON Esports and perfectly on time. 15 seconds on the clock. They got to move in.
Yeah, they can move into boot camp. There's only one team in boot camp right now. They have that eastern side for themselves. FLAMENGO faced off in another fight right now with Royals of War. Royals down to 3, down to 2, now down to 1. And oh, I love this aggression. Instantly pushing out of the zone or away from the zone to finish this fight up, get the points, and then focus on the circle.
Quick switch to FPP, just rushing through that building. And they vanquished quite a few players from this squad here. Let's see what they could do, though. FLAMENGO, great start, but now they got to worry about the Chosen. Suppick does get knocked from this angle. I'll tell you what, FLAMENGO have been peeking this perfectly. They hear those shots. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them press this even further. Nice shutdown there for the Chosen, but FLAMENGO's going to be on their way. AGC God is looking for those angles.
Man, the defense that FLAMENGO is mounting is perfect. It's a blend of defense and offense. They're just not sitting in the compound and getting knocks. They're sitting in the compounds, getting a knock, and pushing out to pick up those confirmations and force the other team to rotate even further away. Look at this. Yeah, the Chosen.
Oh, no.
They're looping all the way around now because of the offense, not just the defense, out of the FLAMENGO side. So beautifully done for this team, and they secure their spot in zone now.
Yeah, they do. This is a tough spot to hold, though. I mean, there's going to be people from all over the place looking in that direction. But so far, good for them. All Glory Gaming is playing it very, very safe here on these rocks. And I can't blame them. Intense game! Grelin. Let's see what he's opting to do. You can just see looking in so many different directions, trying to pick a spot. Oh, it's going to be difficult to cover. Oh, look at FLAMENGO on the way in.
Yeah. Beautiful zone here for a lot of these teams. Flamingo coming in on the northern side. Getting gate kept just a little bit here. Anning trying to hit the shots, does get the knock. That should be a confirmation as well. He needs to hit the bullets though. Down to 5 bullets, he's gonna crawl over. That is huge for Flamingo.
Anying trying to get some shots, laying down, reducing that recoil, trying to find those peaks. Isn't able to find it just yet. Toiko does find a beautiful crate. That's going to be huge. But look at this, Dute. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. Now it's down to 6. They're going to have to push inward here, and it's in towards the water.
Yeah, if they had a couple of smokes, man, that would make the cross so much easier, but it doesn't look like they do. The Chosen now focus on another team. They're focused on the zone, and the team in front of them, Alpha 7, is not going to be an easy push by any means, and they have Quan looking to backstab them, trying to pick up any points he can. And here comes a push. Any running up, guns out. Looks like he's switching to some util potentially. Revo laying in the grass.
Here they go. The snakes are out, but the Chosen being able to pick them out the grass. Ooh, we got to watch out for the Panthers, though. They do get that beautiful turn. So here comes the rest of the Chosen. All eyes are on to Alpha 7. Anying now having to deal with Papa Blue to his back. It's looking too dire. And Alpha 7 able to defend this position, and down goes the Chosen.
Alpha 7 will hold the mountaintop. Flamingo on the northern side, edging in on the ridges. The fight between Intense Gaming and All Glory about to close out here, as All Glory being swallowed up into the blue. Intense Gaming, they didn't get the favorable zones, but they're proving to everyone right now they don't need the zones. They can fight in and take the circle for themselves.
Let's see, Intense Game putting more points on the board from a very tough spot. This is back-to-back games, Zute. They only have 2 players up, but with 8 eliminations, they gotta be feeling themselves.
Definitely. Flamingo versus Alpha 7 now. Alpha 7, they're a team to take the fight to their opponents. Just 1 knock, and I expect to see maybe a full push out of Alpha 7, even though they can just stay on the mountaintop.
Alpha 7, always so aggressive. We've seen them being able to push from outside of the zone and just dominate their way in so many times in the past, so many different stages. Can they repeat that against Flamengo here, as Cinetex is looking to overwhelm this player with some beautiful suppressive fire? And man, Flamengo, they can't peek for even a second. Here comes Rebel. Instant knock. Gets 1. Beautiful. Goes for 2. Gets them pieced up. Oh, Flamengo's in trouble.
Flamingo on their last legs right now, down to 2. They get a return knock. Oh, another player goes down. 2v1 situation. He can clutch this 1v2 as he does have this bridge line to work with. Oh my god. Goes down. It's getting very close right here, Jukes. Down to 1 player, and that is it. Flamingo go out, and Alpha 7, can they get the revive on Senna? That's a big question now.
They're going to do it. They're going to do it with 28 seconds on the clock. They're going to be able to regroup entirely. Yes, they are on the edge of the circle, but that's where they thrive. And Alpha 7, look, 1 more push. That's really all it takes. 1 more push, and we can see them really take this game. Overknights haven't had to move a muscle. They have been big chilling in this compound. And they're holding it down. Intense game with 2 players up, though. Oh my goodness. Adrian, 27, 7 eliminations to himself. He's looking to get 8.
Looking for that 8, maybe even more. They're down to 2, though. Jukes, like you mentioned, they get the
7, 8, 9.
7, 8, 9, indeed. They get the zone, but they have Alpha 7 pressing in, and that zone does not leave much room for 2 of these teams next to the water. Alpha 7 probably looking to wipe the floor with another team. This nade, though, Jukes. If Adrian can hit this nade.
Oh!
That's only going to slow down Alpha 7. I don't know if Intense
That's an eviction nade.
Manpower to push.
He's out! Adrian is out of grenades. Oh, if he had 1 more, it would have been huge. I'll tell you what, this is where Alpha 7 thrives. And Adrian cannot peek for a little too long. Otherwise, he's going to get knocked instantly. He's got the Groza, though. Oh, no. That's the gun to have, and you have to tell you, these pre-fires from Alpha 7, too strong. Here comes the DBS jump shot. Goodbye. Alpha 7 wiping the floor with a tense game. 8 eliminations to their name, and here comes INCO from the other side, just trying to catch possibly a player out in a third party. But man, Alpha 7 are looking real good here.
Circle not looking too good for Alpha 7 though. It shifts away from them. They have to run over in the wide open. Both teams gonna be looking over
what a
this
shot.
way. Yeah, and yeah, they are getting cut down to shreds by INCO and Overnight coming in on the other side. Only one player makes it in alive, and it is Senna. He gets a knock though. Down to 1 HP. Can he get the next one? No, he does not.
He can't do it. It looks like it's Overnight gonna take this victory. Here come the Molotovs. Uh-oh, you gotta watch out for this spot though. One player from INCO up on top. Could be dangerous. Here comes the DBS. He gets one. Gets the finish. Both angles. They have to time this perfectly. One mistake is all it takes. But that is gonna be it. It is Overnight taking the huge chicken dinner in game number 2.
Yeah, Overnight got the chicken dinner, but I don't think they got too many elimination points. And with this new format, you know, the chicken dinner is only so many points. Huge game for them. Still, you know, holding that compound down, getting the favorable circles. This time around, though, I feel like it was the teams that didn't get the zone that maybe inked out a couple more points than the, you know, overall winners of the game.
I'll tell you one team that really stands out to me. It's an intense game, right? Goodness gracious. They put up some major points. Huge shout outs to Adrian right there because he got some intense eliminations. And if you really look at it, right, they got a great game 1. And just like that, even though they had a couple players up, they still put up enough elimination points to, I think, really dominate the leaderboard here. And it always just makes me think too, right? What happens if we saw another team take that position away from Overnight? They could have been the victors here, but they held it down strong. Beautifully executed from them.
Yeah, Overnight did a great job. Tense game, showing, you know, they don't just need the circle. They can not have the circle and still pick up a lot of points. So everyone, you know, on the desk was saying intense game got the zone, intense game got the zone. This time they didn't, and they managed to do it again, Jukes. So don't go anywhere, guys. We got more games coming up. We're going to throw it over to the desk.
E aí galera, eu sou a Kaia e eu tô aqui hoje com o MVP da PMPL Brasil Season 1 2023, Revo da Alpha 7 Esports. Antes de tudo, como é que você tá se sentindo, Revo?
Tô me sentindo bem demais, a gente ficou muito tempo segundo, muito tempo batendo na trave e voltar a ganhar é muito bom.
Vocês raramente mudam a estratégia de jogo. Mesmo em torneios globais, vocês conseguem aplicá-la com sucesso. Como é que vocês fazem isso?
Acho que a gente entra em cada campeonato com uma mentalidade diferente, porque cada campeonato muda um pouco do estilo de jogo e a gente sabe aplicar nosso jogo em cada estilo de campeonato, tanto em PMGC, PMPL Brasil, PMPL Américas. Dentro do WB a gente sabe aplicar sempre o jogo certo. O Caílio sabe muito bem fazer isso, então é isso, a gente sempre tem uma maneira de aplicar nosso jogo em cada campeonato.
Além da rivalidade que todos já conhecem com a influência CHEMIN, quem mais vocês veem como um rival nos próximos campeonatos? E por quê?
Acho que não tem muita essa rivalidade, não. Acho que em todos os campeonatos, todos os 16 times, 15 no caso, contando com a gente, 16 são rivais. Então acho que na PMPL Americas não vai ser diferente. Todos os 16 times têm chance de ganhar. E é isso. Todos têm capacidade.
You can tell Revo has been trained well here, saying all 16 teams have a chance to win. Come on, man. I don't think anyone out there believes that. As you do see Overnight take the victory here in match 2 of our first day on the Sanhok. But as we heard Zute and Hotjuice talk about, I think for me the story is, again, intense game.
Yep.
They came in from the Northwest Island. Yep. They didn't have the zone. They fought their way in, and they're looking like a really good team so far, Cameron.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that they didn't get called off by that coast camp by Influence CHEMIN was really, really strong. And then that, who was it? It wasn't Diego. One of the members had 7 eliminations at one point before they finally got taken out by Alpha 7. But again, 4th place, 11 eliminations. They're 2nd place overall on the match ranking. That's the really good performance again.
Seven, this is scary because you did have a little asterisk to them, right? You said, I mean, they were 6th place. They got in because Influence CHEMIN already qualified from the fall season.
Yeah.
But man, come on. What do you got to say now?
I'm impressed with their performance. I was the one that was saying, like, they weren't just so blessed in that first game. They were able to take the fight to FLAMENGO Esports on the top of that hill, and they actually set themselves up for that play. So yeah, Sute, it wasn't everybody saying that they were so blessed there. By the way, I was impressed as well at Alpha 7's aggression and the way they were able to actually attack on their way down.
Yeah.
You wanted to pick INCO Gaming. I talked you out of it, and it was because of the reason of Overnight. I thought that we were going to be able to hold them off, but they actually allowed INCO Gaming to get super, super close. But going back to actually Alpha 7, the way they were able to take onto FLAMENGO was great. The way they were able to take into Intense Game was great as well. But by the time they were done with those two teams, INCO Gaming was just set up in such a great way, they weren't going to be able to get to them.
The timing of INCO's push was really, really good. You saw the players get onto those elevated positions to spot out of those windows onto the hillside that A7 were on, just in time to tear them to pieces when they were trying to push down that hilltop. And I don't think Alpha 7 had a real chance of trying to win that once the final zone hit those warehouses. But nonetheless, perfect timing to make sure that there was zero chance of it. And we sort of talked over it, looking at Intense Games consistency over the first 2 rounds. But INCO Gaming, 2nd place, first on the leaderboard because of the 15 eliminations. Like, that really good performance, even though it might have slowed down a little bit towards the end there. So the fact that it was Overnight in the center, sort of just hanging out, chilling, 2 entirely separate teams fragging out north and south of them to really get a lot of those.
I am surprised, though, Overnight decided to allow INCO Gaming to push up to that compound. It ended up working out at the end, but I was expecting them to kind of hold that both of the buildings, right? At least try to do a 2-2 split. That's usually what we tend to see, but for them to just decide to back off and wait for the right opportunity to become the underdogs in a way, I'm not happy with it. I'm not happy with that decision because I wanted to see a bit of a fight there between INCO Gaming because that's what I was expecting to see. But yeah, it ended up working out at the end. They did end up getting.
You know, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and maybe Cameron's thinking the same thing. I think Overnight should not have won that match because they were not proactive enough, stopping any push from any direction. They got lucky that INCO pushed into that building and knocked Alpha 7 as they came in from the north.
I think the reason why they backed away from that west warehouse is because they were worried about trying to hold too many positions at the same time and perhaps getting flooded from multiple spots. Like, if Alpha 7 and INCO pushed them at the exact same time and they were still holding this warehouse, they could have been demolished. At least here they had the chance to have a final isolated engagement. They only got 4 eliminations, but they were able to secure the win from that spot. And, you know, it's a bit of like going for the low risk, low reward, but they, you know, if you want to play the...
they don't want the elims. They wanted to get the win.
If you want to play the percentages, I think that was the way to guarantee you had at least some points.
So let me ask you then a hard-hitting question here. Do you think Overnight deserved to win that match?
No. No.
I mean, depends on what you define by deserve.
I don't think
but also, they didn't win the match because they got 3rd on the overall points, and this is not a game about chicken dinners. This is a game about points. They got 3rd.
We're getting semantics now. But
it's not semantics. Right. You don't win based off... This isn't chicken dinner. You don't win based off of chicken dinners on the leaderboard. It's overall points, and chicken dinners helps with that. But both Intense Game and INCO Gaming got more points than them, so they won over them.
I'll go back to playing devil's advocate here with you. Chicken dinners is the tiebreaker. Is the #1 tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have seen a lot.
Tiebreaker is not. You don't win off of tiebreakers.
But you can win.
No, but tiebreaker.
I'm like, hold up, wait, what?
Thing to come into play. First,
yeah. Okay, I'll give you that. You are right. But I think what I was going for is like I don't feel like deserve to get that chicken dinner by any means because
Which
the way
team?
they necessarily played that situation out. You know my team 7. You literally talked me out of it. I said I'm feeling INCO, and you're like, nah. I mean, we got Alpha 7.
It
we
was
got
a
Overnight.
valid point.
Yeah, for you to win the prediction game.
No, I wasn't even
well,
going
he
for
predicted
that
the same team that you did. What is
I
that?
almost picked INCO as well, but I was like, you know what? I'm not going to because the way that Alpha 7 might end up rotating and the way that Overnight should be defending that compound, they're not going to be able to get there, but Overnight just allowed them to get there.
Oh. Well, let's maybe switch gears a little bit, right? Influence CHEMIN, or CHEMIN, however you want to say it. I'm probably saying it wrong. I'm going to go Influence CHEMIN. The 2-2 split they had at Trifecta, I think, for me, is a sign of a CCT. A championship caliber team, because they were forward thinking enough to have people anchored on both sides to know if the zone shifts towards Northwest Island, we have a way to get across. If it shifts to mainland, we have a way to get across. The problem was, Cameron, go ahead.
So the problem was that they committed. It looked like they committed to try and gatekeep the teams that were still on that Western island, and it didn't look that successful for them. I'm not entirely sure the angles that they. Well, yeah. So it definitely failed, but even in terms of the setup for it, the strategy behind it, I'm not entirely sure what the angles that the East coastline players had onto Intense Game, because you would think that those angles were good. If those angles were good, they would have torn them apart. Yeah. But to me, it looked like they were trying to go for a couple of elimination points on the teams on that island, and then hope that they can make their way across. I'm surprised that Intense Game were able to make their way across after fighting against that gatekeep.
Very true.
They took too long. That's what it came down to. It was a great play, but they took too long.
So that makes it a bad play.
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially. So yeah, no.
It was a great idea, and then it turned into a bad play because they took too long.
I don't know. I actually think that, especially on a map like Sanhok, which you can never guarantee anything for, you just got to get the eliminations that you can. There's a part of it that part of me that says that, yeah, that's a good idea. At least get those couple eliminations. You can't guarantee anything else after that. Who knows if the circle would continue to fly even further east instead of staying around boot camp there. But the other side of me thinks like, that's sort of just lazy and not going for the full win. And this is early enough on in the tournament that I think you want to throw some haymakers into the game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they should have rotated a lot earlier. Like, it was a good idea, and then they dragged it out for too long, and that ended up hurting them because some of the other teams were setting themselves up to be able to gatekeep them.
I'm getting a little bit worried, though, for some of these North American teams. I mean, 2 matches in that 24, right? I mean, they have a lot of matches to play. Sure. But YKG lost players early. The Panthers, I mean, I don't even necessarily know what happened to them at the end of that match. But we're not seeing like the raw firepower, like the freedom YKG had when we were doing PMPL North America. It seemed like every team was almost afraid of them. Yeah. Here, they seem to be like the little mouse in a nest full of snakes. Like, they're the ones like running for their lives. They don't look as confident or have that freedom or flow in their play just yet because they have to deal with such stronger contenders.
Oh man, why you gotta set me up like that, Jason? Are you saying that North America could be the weakest region in Americas? I think so.
I mean,
I'll say it. I think
right?
North America is actually the weakest region.
On the contrast, we're looking for a team from North America to step up, to really be the new kings of NA, right? Because there's still a lot of talks and discussions about that. And maybe you guys at home can actually help us decide this by going over to YouTube chat and checking out the voting for your favorite team. Make sure you guys check that out. Get your votes in and let us know who you think is going to reign supreme. But for now, we got to head back to our commentators here for our third match of the day. It's the first time we're seeing Erangel.
Who's the weakest region?
You said it, Jason. Erangel, baby. Here we go, right? It's the most tried and true map, the one that we love to see. These players love to see as well. Zute, going into Erangel after seeing these first 2 matches, how are you feeling so far?
Well, you know, out of these 2 games, 3 things actually proving true and consistent. Brazil, fast-paced, fast. Woo. I said fast twice. That's how fast they are, man. And aggressive. Super fast and aggressive, intense game. They don't need the circle. They cannot get the circle and fight their way in. They got both on defense and offense. And the third thing, North America struggling. They're on the struggle bus.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right now, the highest ranking North American team is going to be the Panthers, and that is in 8th place with only 7 points. So they are definitely struggling. YKG all the way at the bottom, only with 3. Intense game, 41 points to start this one off, Zute. I mean, could you ask for a better start?
Yeah, intense game. It's a great start, but we've seen so many tournaments, you know, day 1 leaders, they end up getting knocked out. And as I say that, right, that just bears in mind HVVP and PMGC. They were doing so good. They were first place for like 3 days straight. And then on the last day during the group stage, they didn't just get knocked out of qualifying to the grand finals. They got knocked all the way down where they had to fight for their survival. So intense game, looking good, but can they hold that lead?
Well, this is going to be tough, Zute, especially with the playing path looking just like this here, all the way on the right side. My eyes are obviously going to go right here into this area because we're going to see a lot of teams possibly hunting down some vehicles, so that way they can possibly loot all this area in this direction, especially when you have a circle like this. So anytime you see a playing path in this area, you could possibly see some teams drop on each other, and you can just see that happen pretty much right here, right? The Chosen are going to catch some of those vehicles and start heading out in this direction. Doesn't look like we see an engagement so far, so it looks like they were able to get away with that. But also, Zute, right?
Yeah.
Take a look at this area right here. Goodness gracious, right? A ton of congestion. They're going to have to send it into this direction here. It's going to be pretty tough because they have a lot of squads to go through.
Yeah, that's ATON Esports and Dope getting into a potential scuffle down there. Both teams a little bit split up there. Might see a knock to open things up, or they might just leave each other alone. No hot drops here. Alpha 7 on that northeast. Oh, I say no knocks, but it looks like one already happened super early on. And Dope is going to come out ahead and get the first opening. And, oh, he's got a scope.
What?
Nesquik does have that scope to challenge it. He's playing it a little bit safer and not taking the peak battle. Kanor going for that revive, but Dope has them kind of surrounded. Nesquik, however, getting pushed by himself. Fending off a 1v1 situation. Fran with the nade. Can he thread it in through the window? He does, but I think Nesquik is just far away enough to survive that nade.
That's just a good threat right there. I mean, beautifully heads up plays there from ATON. I wonder if Dope is going to go ahead and challenge this other side. It looks like that's what they're headed to do.
Yep.
So great, you know, great challenge and return from Dope Slayers. They're going to start picking up these knocks. And it looks like ATON's going to be in really, really big trouble here.
Yeah, it's all up to Kanor right now. 1v2 situation about to be 1v3. Nesquik does go down though, so they're going to trade, you know, sides. However, Dope pick up 2, whereas ATON will only pick up the 1 player. Are they going to continue fighting? That's a big question. 3v2.
Man, I think I would have really liked to see Nesquik just jump out of that building, right, and just start headed for the hills there and try to head towards this team to try to get some cover fire. He tried to make a defense, but unfortunately does get finished. So Dope is definitely, you know, on the nicer side of the coin, right? Getting 2 eliminations compared to 1. But, you know, where Dope Slayers is currently at on the leaderboards, it's still going to be a pretty tough start to this match.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best start we've seen out of any NA team, so I'll take it. I'll take it. 2 quick points, and ATON will rotate away, it seems like. So there shouldn't be any more fighting with the way the teams are moving around. But fast pace. Oh, hold on. Jaguar. Where did Jaguar come from? Jaguar is actually coming here from Milta. So they've done their homework. They see it in the kill feed. They know exactly where these points are being, you know, taken. And they're coming in for that third party. And I don't think Dope is ready for this.
I definitely don't think they are. I mean, I don't think NA is ready for this level of commitment we're seeing from these teams, right? Especially this early on, Zute, right? Like, is there even a looting stage at this point? Like, they just grab the first gun, vest they can find, and they are just headed looking for a third party, trying to pick off some squads. And NA suffering, right? Because they're losing 1 player getting picked off because of the strategy so many times.
And with the way they just rotated out in the open with that buggy, they don't know Jaguar is hunting them. They don't find an opening.
Well, that's
Jaguar.
just Seba.
Are they going to continue hunting them? I mean, it is just Seba, but you see all 4 players moving away from the circle towards the side of Dope. And with no opening knock, yeah, all 4 players, they are going to back off now. No knocks happen, but that is scary to see. That is very scary to see, and I don't even know if Dope, you know, they're gonna ever realize how close they just came to being eliminated.
This is something you learned during the VODs. You're just like, you look at it in the VOD, and you're just like, oh, like that was so dangerous. Yeah, they got away from it, and they didn't get hurt by it at the time, but it could have spelled disaster, right? If they just got a little too loose, you know, rotated in the wrong direction, we could have seen 2 more players go out just like that. So. You know, NA in general really needs to keep their eyes out. It's extremely early on. And, I mean, just to kind of prove that point even more, Zoo, just think about the last game, right? Look what happened to YKG. Same thing.
Yeah. YKG and the Panthers, right? The Panthers holding a big split on the hill. The second that circle shifted, instantly get it crunched in by like 2-3 different teams. So I feel like NA, they need to take whatever they did in North America and just do it faster. Like they just have less time to work with the pacing of the teams coming into this, you know, PMPL NA Championships, or not NA Championships America. There's that knock we missed in the beginning. Oh, hit him in the shoulder.
Ouch.
Great shots.
Beautifully done there. So yeah, Dope gonna pick up that nice little double. Beautifully done by them. They did lose, I believe it was Nesquick in the process. But still, right? One of the best starts we've seen from NA so far. So some signs of life. Let's see if they can continue it on here. Here comes one of the baddest teams in the lobby. It's Influence. CHEMIN on the rotation. And they're going to catch some smoke here in the next few seconds. Little boy, he said something as he popped that U-turn real quick. Yeah, Royals of War, they were waiting for him.
Must have spotted a player or a vehicle. Quick reaction, and they're going to loop right back around, taking the safe route all the way out of zone. Some shots coming out, but look at that. Wow. Oh, Whiskey just already set up for a potential knock, taking every opportunity they can. That was a pure disengagement with how fast the players U-turn around, but they still leave a player just in case, right? They get that opening. So really like seeing that out of Influence CHEMIN.
Was that like just like a little bait play there from Kaiovsky?
I feel like that's almost textbook for them, right?
Right?
Like just they have it written down. Yeah.
Yeah.
And whenever they're rotating on the edge, we don't take a straight up fight, but when we do rotate away from the enemy team, set that one player just in case you get that opening. And the first hard shift we see out of the tournament all the way to the east. Look at the Chosen and YKG. They're on top of each other right there on to the west of Potato Hill.
Yes, they are dead centered up. That's going to be a huge battle for this area. So 2 NA teams holding it down just on the side of Pachinki here. Oh, here comes the Chosen. Pressing Joey, cooking the nade. Does he get in time? A little bit off the mark. He's got another one. Actually, that was a smoke he was ready to cook. And here comes YKG. It's a full press, full send. YKG versus the Chosen.
Yeah, I mean, if NA doesn't stand a chance against other regions, why not just fight amongst yourself for the points? Gachi will get the knock onto Chico. Oh, and from the off angle, 24K also goes down. The Chosen with 2 openings. There's an answer right back, Jukes, but this is dead center circle. They had to hurry this up, and look at that. Loops is coming in for the third party.
Oh my goodness, the clock is now ticking. Fears with another knock, but Stellar finally shutting them down. But goodbye, right? You want to take a fight like that early on, Zute? Good luck. Easy pickets for Loops.
Yeah, it was dead center circle, so very risky fight to take. And even though one of the NA teams technically came out on top in that fight, neither team in the long run came out on top. And Hyper, they're chilling for now, and I think they just saw in that elimination feed, oh man, North America is just getting picked apart.
Yeah, I think YKG and the Chosen are going to go home after this, realize that, I mean, a fight like that is just way too dangerous to take. Even if you get on top, you know, these Brazilian teams, with how fast they rotate, is second you take an engagement in that kind of position, you have to expect the third party is going to come your way.
Yep.
And Loops just didn't disappoint. That's a pretty big lesson to learn early on right there. Dope. Oh, this is against ATON once again.
Yeah.
So that's 3 players down. Fran does make it out alive for now, but he is headed right into N-Hyper. He's in trouble. I say 10 seconds, he's gone.
Ooh, shots coming in. He's in the buggy, though.
Make it 20 seconds.
Oh, he lost the wheel.
Leave it 10 seconds. Oh, Fran, survive.
He's good. He's good for now.
Is he, though?
There's a lot of dips that he can play in and snake in right around that, you know, center zone. So he might be able to survive for a few more circles.
I don't know, because I think I saw it Hyper hop in a vehicle. Maybe they're looking to pick up that point.
Yeah.
Titus all the way. Let's see where this next circle is going to head on over to Potato Hill. Take it up, and it's going to head on over to Pachinki, baby. Can we see a Pachinki finish here, Zute?
I love to see it. And I love the circles this game around. A lot of hard shifts, so it's not just centering right up and blessing the team that picked center in the previous circle. Gotta make do with the rotation, the pushes. Alpha 7 in a great spot. Isolate down there to the southwest. The eastern side, though, getting very congested now.
Hey, the Panthers, big chilling in the city. They're going to have to watch out, though, because All Glory Gaming have now invaded Pachinki. They're going to be leading up the side here. Panthers, this is always a very difficult city to hold. Every single team is going to be expecting those rooftop plays, things like that. So the Panthers got to focus on not just getting too split up, focusing on too many different directions. One team at a time is going to be the key to victory here.
Team at a time, INCO on the southeastern side, trying to rotate in. And in Hyper, yeah, forced to move away from that center spot. They will take the trenches on the eastern side.
Oof, tough spot.
Yeah, it's a good spot to stay, you know, alive, but not much more than that.
It's a tough one to take early on, too, because, you know, even though it does provide some cover, a lot of times your vehicles will stick out and you get them all blown up in that process. And if that zone heads away from that direction, it can make things that much more difficult. So, and Hyper, got to protect those vehicles for now. The zone is way too big to lose them early on.
Yeah, I think they're just playing for the circle ending up on them because they are relatively center. So maybe that is their game plan. Of course, INCO on the southern side can really punish them from the hilltops if INCO get control of the hilltops all for themselves. And it looks like that may happen as no one else is really on the southeastern side. It's just Alpha 7 and INCO. We do have FLAMENGO also on the south side, but they're just, you know, chilling in a compound, minding their own business right now.
Got to remember, Zute, too, right? We've already seen 2 hard shifts so far. So this zone has been pretty jumpy in this Erangel match. So you got to plan for the worst here. And you know that's what these teams are doing. Here comes Influence Scamming. All right, just trying to find a better spot into this zone. As Jaguar, right here on the edge of Pachinki Hill, Royals of War setting up in this dip. This is a really good spot to hold, but it looks like they're going to be driving right by Influence. A nice knock on the low. Going to start things up. Federal with the run over. Little boy coming in hot.
Oh, I don't think Kawiski got the memo. Yeah, second drive by. They're trying to find another knock.
One more.
I mean, they got one. I think they got to back off.
One more.
Yeah, they're backing off. They're going to try and reset to 3. But Royals of War, they're going to get the man advantage now after getting a revive. And hold on. No, maybe not. Jaguar coming in with the third party.
Oh, nice defense, though, from Dreamzy, but gets knocked right off the bat here. They're on the run. Oh, I thought Royals of War was going to take off, but instead they decided to hold their ground. And you got to watch out. If you're Jaguar, you're going to want to get this finish done early because Influence CHEMIN, they're coming in the next few seconds.
Yeah, Influence CHEMIN, they hear the gunfire. They want to take a part in this third party. Now, look at this. Look on the minimap. They're coming in from the top side, trying to flank both teams. And there we go. Another knock onto the side of Jaguar. It is almost dead even between these 3 teams as far as how many are up. It could go either way. An intense game. Look at intense game. They're on the north, maybe looking to fourth party all of this. And they are. Intense game are getting the knocks onto some of the Influence players.
This is insane, right? First party, second party, fourth party now. I mean, players from all over the place. Little boy is the last player up for Influence CHEMIN, and he's in full laydown mode. He's gonna get a nice knock here, though, with that DBS. Yep, catches Adrian, but goes down to the run over. Little taste of his own medicine there from Intense Game.
Dude, Intense Game. They've got it all. They they know how to play the defense, they know how to play the offense, and they know how to take advantage of third-partying, fourth-partying teams. Beautifully done. Royals of War stay alive with all 4. I don't know how they made it out of that with all 4. And if they keep all 4 up on this YOLO rotation into the zone, that's a strong spot in the circle too. If they could keep 4 up right there, they just pulled off a miracle play. But they run into in Hyper. They will lose some players for that.
Pushed in a little too far. I think they should have just had right at that edge of that building where the rest of his team did. But I gotta say, right, big heads up for their driving skills to even get to this pace in the first place. And Hyper really needs to push this, though. They cannot hesitate. They can't play it too defensive. They gotta take these points when they can get them.
Yeah, they only have 1 elimination point so far. Can they pull off a clean execute? I want to see them keep all 4 up. I mean, it's just 1 member alive. He is in a tricky position to flush out, though. They could throw a nade from that window, but it forces them outside, and it forces, you know, and Hyper to be exposed. So they're going to bide their time in Hyper. Getting closer. Here we go. And finished. Well done.
What a shot. Beautifully done. So Hyper going to secure this location. And this is going to be a good one here because this is dead center of the zone right now. So they are set up well. QZZ trying to catch Hayuya from Dope Slayers. One of the 2 players left up from them. 4 eliminations so far. So they did put some points up on the board. Good for them. And Hyper, definitely the team from North America looking to get some major points on the board. The Panthers have been quiet. They're still sitting in this zone. And it's going to be a tough one to defend because, I mean, everybody's starting to group up here at Pachinki.
Yeah, the circle's still big enough that it could shift in a way where it goes completely off of Pachinki, but that requires a hard shift down to the southern side. I want to see that hard shift. I don't want to see it, you know, center in Pachinki where everyone's just going to be turtling up. Actually, no, I want to see it go up north to Pachinki because that gives a chance for Alpha 7 to crash in, and I love seeing Alpha 7 pull off insane pushes. Where's it going to go, Jukes?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is dangerous because it's going to go to the Pachinki hillside. I mean, this could definitely head towards them. And Alpha 7 on this edge with this amount of oversight is going to be dangerous. INCO really has to watch their back here.
Yeah, I don't think INCO's going to get pressed just yet. Maybe in the next circle, Alpha 7 should just play on this hilltop and take some, you know, long-range engagements. If they get a knock onto Flamingo, I do see Alpha 7, you know, being how aggressive they are, sweep down to the southeastern side, give up that high ground, and then come back to it after they finish the fight. Loops on a sweeping rotation onto the south.
Straight towards them.
Go, yeah, right into Flamingo.
Possibly even Alpha 7 here. Uh-oh, Fox, full lay down. Said that Thexel's looking to possibly blow up that vehicle. Uh-oh, Chief is going to spot A7, and they're going to start that firing. Carrillo putting on his dancing shoes, avoiding those shots. Beautifully done there from A7.
Yeah, and they stopped some of the Loops player from pushing in. Cardozo, one of them knocked. That's not going to slow down Loops. Loops is still going to go for it. They need
oh my gosh.
Zone.
Loops with the slowest rotation. It's like watching a snail in Formula 1 there. Those shots slowing down. That Lambo, that's going to be pretty tough for them. But Alpha 7 doing a great job at defending this hill.
Not just defending. It looks like they're going offensive too. They're pressing into Flamingo, getting closer. I don't think Loops realized Flamingo was here because Flamingo was pinned down so much that they didn't hear any shots from Flamingo. And yeah, that really cost Loops dearly. Alpha 7 looking to make space for themselves. They're pressing Flamingo further and further back into a corner.
Let's see what the play is here. Alpha 7 up on the hill, looking dominant. Where is this next zone going to go, though? 1 minute on the clock. If it heads towards this hill, Alpha 7's going to be sitting really pretty. If it goes to Pachinki, though, it's anyone's game.
Flamingo, so lucky, I would say, to not get a single player knock, because if one knock came through, that's the go-ahead for Alpha 7 to full press that. Looking back in Pachinki, not much has changed. One of the players of All Glory did get knocked, should be able to get revived. Next circle is going to determine a lot, though, Jukes.
It's going to be huge. Let's see what is going to happen. Anybody's game here so far. All Glory Gaming still alive, holding it down here in this position. And Overknight having their backs. Got to be really careful here because this is a tough cross to make if you're Overknight. Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to get it done with nades. A nice defensive one, though. It's going to stop that push for just a little while longer.
Here comes the push. Overknight They do get that no confirmation actually. All Glory has 4 up. Overnight did lose 1. And next circle centers right onto INCO. Alpha 7 still with the high ground. And I don't think any team's going to manage a full-on crash into INCO with how congested the northern and northeastern side is.
What have I done? Alpha 7 getting that zone is looking real good. Let's see what happens, though. Let's see what happens. Hey, the Panthers looking to make some moves here on the edge of the zone. This is going to be an all-out brawl here. What's going to happen?
It's a meat grinder.
Yes, it is.
Chinky now.
We're going to see like 3 squads go out the second the zone shifts over.
If not 3 squads go out, we're going to see 3 squads with only 1, maybe 2 players left. And FLAMENGO, they're going to go aggressive. I like this play. This is their winning play to make. If they can execute it, if they get the opening, a trade right back. 1-for-1 nades, util, bullets, Senetexa, DBS goes down.
Revel, gonna have to clutch it up. DBS is coming up huge here. He's got the nade. This could be it right here. It's gonna be perfect. ACG. GC God survives a little while longer. He's got to make the push. He has to commit. He's got the nade. Quick throw. That's going to put a little bit of pressure. That's going to force them to not get that res off. Revel trying to make a decision on what to do here. Does he go for the res or does he commit in the push? He's going for the 1v1.
The MVP. Revel's got to win this. The MVP out of the Brazilian region. Am I jinxing this? I do jinx it. The MVP goes down. GC got FLAMENGO. Take the win, and they'll be able to get a reset up to 3.
Oh, goodness gracious. Alpha 7 go down. The DBS unable to connect. Here goes the Panthers against intense game. Nate getting knocked by that nade is going to be devastating. Quan has to get this finish, and he does. So clutch for the Panthers.
Oh, huge game right now for the Panthers, keeping 3 up and pretty much claiming the Pachinki side. It is just 1 player out of Overnight that they have to worry about. And Kyun doesn't look like he's looking to get aggressive here. He is pinned down. That smoke dissipating. Does he spot Zuko?
The toes.
The toes, the hands. Zuko stays alive. Zuko crawls right back to the sidelines. It's okay, though. The Panthers still have 2. And, yep.
1!
There we go.
Monstrous for his squad right now. So clutch. Saw him clutch up a couple plays earlier, too. This is a huge game for the Panthers. They already have quite a few eliminations on their side. This is going to be a tough zone, though. INCO sitting pretty dead center. Not a worry in the world.
Yeah. Dope is still up, too. We have 3 NA teams coming into this late game. Definitely a turn of events for North America in general. But the winner, I feel like it's got to be INCO. They still have 4 up. Nice shot. Oh, that's a go-ahead to push. I mean, they kind of have to. They don't have the circle, and they got an opening of all openings. Full send.
All in one vehicle.
We don't see Hyper usually win these, not going to lie. And they're actually going to go around
in one vehicle.
Side.
This is dangerous. They got to hop out. Kindness has to hit these shots. Beautiful. Just enough to suppress and get GC God off their back. GK first trying to get this first aid. If he does, it's going to be good. Gigante with the huge nade. Gigante for 3.
Oh.
Bang. 1 more. Got him. GK first. Can he handle it? 1 HP.
Yeah, just 1 more. Just tackle him. And he is down. It looks like he will get the med off. 2v1 situation. GK first can potentially turn this back around, but the Panthers coming in on the western side is getting messy out here, Jukes.
GK first not able to handle the heat, and that's going to be FLAMENGO getting better of an Hyper. 4 squads still remaining. The Panthers, Quan goes down to INCO. That's going to be 1 player up for them. It is a 4 versus 2 versus 1 and 1.
Yep. I respect that push out of Hyper. That was the potential game-winning push if they could take that over the top and keep 3 up, but it was definitely the riskiest of pushes. They had no openings onto that side, and they went for it. That leaves FLAMENGO with 2 up still on the high ground. New zone about to come out. Hayuya snaking out here. I don't think anyone knows he's out there. And yeah, look at Nenebete. His back completely exposed to Hayuya.
GC God using that buggy.
Nate. It's Nate. Anyone can do it for the Panthers. It's Nate.
For those of you guys that didn't watch the NA finals, we saw Nate by himself, right, take on more than a dozen players on his own and win the game. So if any player has proven, it was ridiculous.
By himself, 12, if not more. It might have been 12 to 13.
So the impossible has definitely been done before. Hayuya denying the point, going out to the play zone there. That's going to be a top 3 finish for the Panthers with 7 eliminations. It's going to be a good start for them. Is he going to catch GC God off guard here?
Oh, he's got a nade.
Oh, he does.
He's the buggy.
Yeah, GC God has to know it's coming. Yep, he is on the move.
Oh, flies too far.
Oh, Nate. 1 HP. That Nate might do it too.
Oh,
Nate.
Oh my God.
Boosting to 1 HP.
Oh, the booster coming in clutch. However, he's got to go more clutch if he wants another extra placement position. There's only 3 teams left, and no one's taking down INCO. That's for sure. Nate gets in the zone. He's going to stay alive. And I think FLAMENGO, they know which team to go ahead and fight, and it is going to be the side of the Panther. Nate, it's going to mount a 1v2 defense here.
I believe it was Cameron Davis that had a nice INCO prediction. I think it was you too, right, Zute?
Yeah.
I mean, beautifully done. This position proving to be the most dominant. Nate gonna have to clutch up a 1 versus 2 here. He's not taking down INCO, but he might be able to get at least 1 more point in the board if he's able to catch GC God off guard. But yeah, I mean, FLAMENGO, their ears are as high as they could be. I mean, full on alert mode.
It looks like they're backing off, though. They don't know how many are up from the Panthers, so they're playing this cautiously, but it might just... Oh, did they really just put themselves on... They did, Jukes. Once those smokes are out, Nate is big chillin', and FLAMENGO's going to just get ripped to shreds from INCO.
That is true. It really depends on where this next zone is going to go. If this zone somehow goes up to this mountainside, that could make things really, really dangerous. Yeah, INCO just... Like you said, those smokes, just a big red alert to say, come on over here. And I think INCO is starting to mount those vehicles, and they start heading up this hill here with those smokes. Nate actually threw a smoke. That is so dangerous.
Oh, Nate, no, just chill, Nate. Oh, he doesn't stay alive for the 2nd place finish. He will get the 3rd place finish. That's huge out of them. And look at that, FLAMENGO instantly going down to the blue. I think the last point did get denied. INCO get the win, however, and that is a big chicken dinner out of INCO.
Yeah, and they got some really solid eliminations there as well. So INCO Gaming, this is another one of those situations, right, where they get that perfect zone, but they don't disappoint, right? They get the chicken dinner and they get some solid eliminations as well.
Yeah. And I don't think there was any other way they could have played it. Like, they could have gone aggressive at some point and pushed up, but that exposes themselves, you know, to all the angles. So they just did it by the book, I'd say. Another team winning because they get the zone in the end, but I think that's because every team not getting the circle, Jukes, you know it's go time when they don't get the circle, and they are fighting for every point they can.
All right, speaking for fighting for points, right, NA finally put some points on the board. Let's go ahead and take it over to the desk to see what they think about that one.
Yeah, I don't know where to touch that one, Hot Jukes. I mean, you're not wrong. NA putting some points on the board, though, just not as many as we are hoping, as it seems like Brazil and even Latin America are starting to run away with things. And we'll check with their overalls in just a little bit of time. We also have to check in with Mr. Cameron Davis here. Has a big smile on his face because someone got his prediction correct.
Let's go. Prediction God here. Yeah, get that zoom in on me. I see the camera preparing. Come on. Yeah, victory. V for victory, baby. INCO coming out on top. It was close for A7, though. It just FLAMENGO swooped in from the side. I actually almost regretted my decision, but hey,
I wanted to
my boys.
a party people and be like, so how's N-Hyper doing?
Hey, listen, that's old. That's in the past. This is now, baby. INCO is now, baby. This is 2 wins in a row for INCO. 2 wins in a row.
If you put it in that way, yes.
Yeah.
But technically not.
No, not technically.
No, but technically. They didn't
but they technically wins.
Dinners.
No. 1 chicken dinner, but
8
2 wins.
points? this time around, so maybe there's a chance.
What?
Going back to Ed Hyper. Hey, I mean, 2 teams putting up points. I mean, we have 3 teams in the top 5 from NA.
Hey, those
NA's strongest region?
doing exactly what I thought they were going to be doing, which is getting pretty much 4 points. 4 placement points. They should have been doing that from the get-go. But they're just...
I will say this. Influence CHEMIN.
Yes.
I've actually been kind of disappointed in their performance. Not necessarily in like the theoretical part of what they're doing. Like again, the 2-2 split on Sanhok.
Yeah.
But they have not lived up to what I expected coming to this event so far. It's been 3 matches.
Yeah, that's the thing is that it's so easy for us to say, and we will say it with reasonable like backing behind it, that it's only been 3 rounds. But at the same time, this is 3 of 24. This is the beginning seeds being planted of like how performance is going to continue. If you're a team that hasn't really been performing so far, you don't have a lot of time to really rev up your engines and get up to speed right now, because you have INCO performing well, FLAMENGO performing well, Intense Game performing well, like routinely from the first 3 rounds.
Flash forward to day 4. It's only the 21st round. You know?
Yeah, there's a time that you have to really sort of like cut that out. But real quick, head-to-head here between INCO and FLAMENGO, you saw FLAMENGO's points were like the damage and everything was a lot higher than INCO, because INCO did have the advantage of being in the center of that zone and not having to deal with a lot of fights. FLAMENGO had to fight through a couple of different situations. But hey, again, you're not always given an advantageous situation. It's your job to get all the points that you can from it.
I was surprised FLAMENGO was actually able to beat Alpha 7. I thought Alpha 7 was able to kind of clutch that up.
Yeah.
They didn't. They just kept missing shots.
It was a little awkward, yeah. Both sides missing shots there, especially from Alpha 7's side. But I mean, yeah, FLAMENGO, I think the important part for them is that they show they can contest against the best in Brazil, right? They're able to fight head-to-head against Alpha 7 and come out ahead here.
Especially after what happened in Sanhok, too, where they pretty much had Alpha 7 eliminate them, right? Go to them when they were holding the spot. They kind of turned the tables here, and they were able to take on Alpha 7 when Alpha 7 was holding the spot.
And actually, what I'm liking, sorry, it just hit me right now about FLAMENGO, is that the first 3 rounds that we've seen so far, they are contesting strong positions every single round. They might not be winning every single fight. We saw them get eliminated by Intense Game and then Alpha 7 on Sanhok. And then here they might have beat Alpha 7 but took a lot of scraps against them. But the fact is consistently they are trying to fight for strong positions. They're kind of starting to become a little bit of a dark horse. If they continue to commit onto this and take these fights and start winning them more consistently, they could actually start being a sleeper team here.
To be fair, more like a dark bird, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
But I think
this is why I paid the $1 here.
You guys gonna make me feel self-conscious now.
It was your joke.
But I mean, the fact is, right, is that we are curious to see what new teams we'll see, right? Yeah. Your typical Alpha 7, your Loops, your INCO, your Influence, CHEMIN. We're starting to see some newer teams come in here and show what they've got. Now, I do kind of wonder long-term what we're going to see out of a team like them. For instance, let's just say, theoretically, they come out first. They're into PMWI. Are they going to be able to rise to the occasion against teams from regions that are even stronger than Brazil?
No.
You know?
No, you can't expect a team to come out of nowhere, win their region, and then also win. Like, that's absolutely insane. That is a story that you rarely ever see in any title, in any sporting, whether it's esport or T-sport. That's so out of the ordinary. But if a team does come out, surprise us with a win of a team that we didn't expect here, whether it's FLAMENGO or not, to get reps at a larger global event will already put them on the path to be able to perform even better next time around.
And that's what we said a lot when it came to PMPL NA as well, for the teams who we knew wouldn't get through. But Seven, seeing a look at our overalls for the first time here so far, 2 NA teams in the top 8.
Yeah, remember when I was saying that NA is the weakest region so far after the 3 matches? I'm still going to stick to that. I feel like the Panthers, I'm actually surprised to see that the Panthers are the 7th place team and the highest team for NA, because I was kind of with you. I wasn't expecting NHyper to win, but I was expecting NHyper to be the highest placing team for NA, so I am surprised about that. By the way, going back to FLAMENGO, third place, 23 points. That's impressive too. For INCO Gaming, with what you were saying, how back-to-back chicken dinners now? Actually, no.
No, I didn't say back-to-back chicken dinners. Back-to-back wins.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let's break some of this down, right? We got like about 2 minutes, 20 seconds. I think one thing that's developing that's kind of interesting to me is an Intense Game. They're very similar to the way like FLAMENGO and Loops are playing, right? Heavy on eliminations, not really high on placements. Yeah, I mean, 15 is the 2nd highest amount of placements we have, but they're really frag heavy so far. Yeah. And then you look at like INCO, they've been really consistent at being good at both. But then to see Alpha 7, I think looking at just the overalls, to me, this says Alpha 7's just maybe being a little bit too aggressive so far and not playing out the long game. Maybe they're trying to push their weight around in the lobby and show that, yeah, we're still the team to beat.
I think going back to the first Miramar, they're still testing out teams. They're trying to see how they're going to react. And this is usually what Alpha 7 does. And what's impressive, too, I mean, the top 5 teams, I don't think nobody was going to be surprised about this. All Brazilian teams. That's wild.
I don't think we're going to continue to see Loops and Alpha 7 in 4th and 5th place for that much longer. Because...
Up or down?
Up.
Okay.
Because...
You got me there
again. No. Oh, yeah. No, come on. I'm not that insane. Just because of the fact that this is only 3 games, and I don't mean that in the sense of like, oh, give it time, but in the sense that every single round, its placement points will have that much greater of an impact. The more rounds we get, the more it'll be evened out, and you won't have a single game that will like... So like, let's look at Overknight, for example. They had 1 win. That's 10 points, which means a lot now. It's not going to mean that much later on.
And they only had 13 placements, I think, overall.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to be able to sort of like, quote-unquote, sneak themselves into a higher position based off of 1 round in the way that they are here.
The odd thing is, if you take a look at the Kings from their region, we're seeing the Kings, oh, you laugh at 7. Kings of NA, unfortunately, are down here towards the bottom. 16th place, the current worst performing NA team. Again, it is early, right? There's 2 points to separate them and the Chosen. They can easily get 2 points in a match. But interesting to see that, like, what teams are struggling so far aren't necessarily the teams, at least from NA side, that I thought. Like, honestly, I didn't really expect much out of Dope and the Panthers, just because I felt like the Panthers' final push they made, or the finals push they made, was kind of like something they wouldn't necessarily replicate in a more of an international scale. But they are the best performing NA team so far.
I did expect some out of Dope Esports. That's kind of why I picked them at the beginning of the show, because they were just so consistent. I feel like if there was going to be any team out of NA to at least try to push for like a top 5 situation, it would be Dope. So far, Dope is starting to improve a little bit, but I'm with you. I'm actually disappointed with the way YKG currently at the bottom. A lot of people were hyping them up in NA, and right now they're just pretty much running into a wall of reality, and that wall is Brazil.
I think, exactly. It's not just Brazil. It's also just the fact that even if you ignore the regional balance, or like what regions are stronger than other regions, it's still the fact that these are better teams because they've won their separate regions. And YKG, I think they got away a lot in North America by being able to take so much free space from other teams that sort of gave it up to them. Joey, especially again with those big wide flanks. Like if he starts to continue to do that more and more and more, which he hasn't even had an opportunity to yet, but if he wanted to, he would get punished on that and get isolated and taken out. I don't think they don't have nearly as much freedom to even try for the plays that they got away with in North America.
Well, you know what? They still have 3 matches left to go today. Before we can hop into our next match, I can remind you guys once again, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. And if we somehow have seven, be the worst predictors so far, we get to pour Monster on his head. I think we might be tied, actually, 7, to be fair. So maybe we both get Monsters poured on our heads. But you know what? It is time to head into Miramar. We got a little bit of fire before we get into ice with Vikendi thereafter. Let's head back to Hot Jukes and Zute.
Hey, boy, settle down, okay? Settle down. Let me tell you what's happening, all right? Look, Joey, he's a generous man, a glorious man, even, right? Okay, he's just giving Brazil a head start, okay? Start popping off here any second now and take this championship away from everybody, okay? So you heard it here first. That's the strategy. Joey, it's a bold one. I will say, Zute, one I wouldn't do myself. But hey, you never know. From the great Joey.
I don't know about that. The way I see it, here's my analysis. Here's my analysis of NA, and I feel like I'm pretty spot on, okay? The Dust kind of hinted at it too. YKG, they're an aggressive team. And in NA, sure, they're the Kings. In this region with Brazil, YKG, they're getting slapped. They're trying to get aggressive, but they can't. Right? Brazil's just better. And hold on. In Hyper, they're doing okay, but Hyper's always that team that does better as the games progress. Like, if you think about it, they're a team that really thrives off of intel and studying teams. Once they get a few games, get some VODs, coming in, feel like Hyper's going to get more comfortable. They're just going to start pulling ahead just by a little bit. And the Panthers and Dope, both of those teams, they kind of are like a jack of all trades. And same with, what they did in NA. They kind of just played consistent, played their game. The Panthers started popping off, of course, in NA. But that gives them, where their positions are at right now. They're a jack of all trades. They can kind of just mesh in there. So we'll see if, you know, YKG can start getting that confidence and really pull far ahead. And as far as EnHyper, if they could get that intel, you know, start, you know, getting a little more comfortable, start reading these teams better, and start playing their position game that they always do.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to start making some plays, because right now, if we're really looking at it, right, NA, this is them right now. Right now, they are currently in this kind of position, right? But if they're able to make a rotation, right, especially catching El Pozo first, I'm looking at you, YKG, then we could finally see them in this position here, Zute, right? And that is the place that you want to be. But they're going to have to make some big plays, because we're seeing all these squads here in this area have to make that stretch due to that plane path. A lot of them are going to also be looking for those vehicles, because they're going to have to head into this area sooner rather than later. Honestly, I am even looking over here on the side of Alpha 7, right? And Overnight up here up top. They are going to have to go ahead and make that rotation. They can come right here through the top, take this hardship side, and they can be set up here quite early on. You want to be able to secure that high ground as fast as possible. Now, for teams that are going to have a little bit of a hard time on the way over, right? It's going to be the Panthers all the way in Impala. They got a big, big rotation to make.
Yeah. Team furthest away from the zone. They're going to need some circle blesses, maybe some harder shifts to the east. That will definitely help them out a lot. But I feel like this game, it's going to be a little bit slower, especially with the way the plane path was and how far away the circle is. A lot of teams have a good opportunity. You highlighted it yourself to prioritize not fighting early on, but rotations early on, and it being Miramar, you know how important those rotations can be coming into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, you can just see them, right? Hunting down those vehicles early on is going to be the most important thing. Royals of War, they knew it, right? They instantly hopped in those vehicles without a piece of loot to their name. They're going to go ahead and head into that zone early on, possibly even taking Monte Nuevo. But YKG has the same strategy, right? They're in vehicles and could catch them pretty quick here. And Hyper making that tough rotation on the bus. Gotta get that good gas in this one here, because it's a slow mover in Miramar.
Yeah, it's also gas.
That's even slower.
It might be slower, but he's got a gun. Oh, QCZ actually spots him out. I don't know about
he's done
taking those shots. I mean, he almost got the knock. That's surprising with UMP. But it gives him a little bit of a warning to get prepared. And he gets behind the tree. And intense. This is an intense game. They're going to be able to set up to defend now. Oh.
Yeah, he can't defend that. And they're going to take the vehicle away from him, too. Real smart. Oh, Kaides and actually Rin hopped in the wrong one.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the rest of the squad isn't going to be there to possibly mount a defense against EnHyper. But, man, EnHyper needs some points desperately. So start off with a nice elimination. It's definitely got to be a little bit of ray of sunshine onto the gloomy day that they've had so far.
Yeah, that's what it takes. You know, we see Brazil play at that pacing that EnHyper just did, and it's working out. You got to go fast. You got to go hard. They pick up that 1 point, and they are not in the best ideal position yet, but that is a fast rotation, and hopefully they could get to the spot that they want to without losing any players.
Yeah, let's see. Tons of rotations coming up early on, and that's what happens when you have a hard shift on the circle away from the plane path. The Chosen rotating safely away from Royals of War, and they're going to do so very beautifully. So far, the team that was able to really get on that most hard shift side, Zute, it's going to be All Glory Gaming, right? You can't even see them here on this map feed as we look at the rest of the teams on their way in. A lot of congestion here. This is that map where you sometimes have to make that, what I like to call the rotation player sacrifice, where it's such a deep rotation. You have to move so quickly. You don't really have time to leapfrog. You just kind of have to send it, and sometimes you may just lose a player in the process.
Yeah, and we see sometimes teams just go into mutual agreement where they both just full send. They know if they stop to take the fight, it sacrifices so much time, and you're not even guaranteed to get a point stopping to take the fight. And you get third-partied as more teams rotate in behind you. So I think this is one of those, you know, smart decisions out of both teams to just not fight at all and just keep rotating next to each other.
Yeah, you know what? And that's something that's really kind of difficult to prepare for, Zute, because a lot of times, you know, when these players, they scrim all day long against various teams in their respective region to prepare for this tournament. And a lot of, you know, newer squads don't really understand that level of play. Right,
yeah,
so they're so used to
fight.
Yeah, they take those fights super early on. But at this high level, teams understand that, hey, you know what? We're trying to win some money, okay? We want to go to PMWI. Taking this fight early on is bad for both of us, right? Let's just head on in, get a nade, and take down Gigante. That's what the Panthers said. Take an early point here. And since Miramar is so big, when you have some obvious points, definitely, right, take them, secure them, but you want to do it quicker rather than later. That's exactly what we just saw from Chronix.
See, that fight I'm perfectly fine with, because that was the Panthers' plan. They are sacrificing their rotation from the get-go. They didn't leave early. They took their time. And so now if they run into a team, that's their memo. We are taking these isolated fights. We are not getting anywhere close to center as, ooh, quick eject out of that buggy. That could have been bad.
That was dangerous. But you're right. Yeah, they were so far outside of the zone that that's exactly what they did, right? They decided to go ahead, take that fight, go for it to steal one of those points, and they're so far out of position that the risk of getting third-partied is so low. So smart for them, and a nice point to pick up early. Maybe they're starting to learn from these Brazilian teams here, Zute, right?
Yeah.
Take off early, catch a player off guard, steal a quick point, and then move on. We've seen Brazil do that all day today. And speaking of Brazil, look who's close to each other. Two monsters in the lobby.
Alpha 7 and Loops. Alpha 7 playing very quiet here. Looks like they might not know Loops is up here, but they understand the map enough that they will definitely get a team rotating on the hillside. So they are just prepped for this. It's Loops going to be ready for this Alpha 7 defense. There's only two, though. The other two are way further down south in El Pozo with not much sight lines to cover the 2v4. Next circle about to shift in. The Panthers running into FLAMENGO once again on the eastern side. We might see another fight break out, but where is this circle going to go?
Yeah, that's the question. Oh, center right up. Okay, I really like the Chosen's position here. They're going to have a lot of high ground in this spot, and there's just congestion all over the place. I believe we're seeing, I think that's either N-Hyper. Yeah, right there at the bottom getting knocked. The Panthers still all the way on the side of San Martin. Not a worry in the world. Zuko does get knocked as well, so the Panthers are actually in big trouble here against FLAMENGO.
Yeah. FLAMENGO took down 2-3 now out of the Panthers.
Oh my goodness.
I believe there's only one up as we look at this fight with Loops. Loops got some warning shots, and they are forced to back off. YKG and N-Hyper fighting as well. I think N-Hyper lost one or two players. And, ooh, man, they lost the 4v3. That's not looking good for the Panthers whatsoever.
Nope. Just got caught off guard here. FLAMENGO just setting up a nice trap for them. And the trap was sprung and executed beautifully. So the Panthers, first team out, another bad loss for them. That's going to be tough for them on the leaderboards. But right now, it really is Brazil dominating all over that top three. Let's see Alpha 7. Yeah, playing things very carefully in this high ground. This is right near El Pozo. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see them stay here until that zone shifts off.
Algorithm Gaming crashing onto INCO, and they are answered by a DBS. And Alpha 7 getting a long-range steal. That was a steal right there.
Wow.
With the mini. Great job from Alpha 7 to pick that point up.
Super huge play right there. Every single point counts. And Alpha 7, man, if they see a player knocked, they're taking that all day long. YKG getting into it with Jaguar. Okay. Nice couple knocks there for them. And I believe we saw them get into it with N-Hyper as well. So YKG did take one of the players from N-Hyper down and one from Jaguar. So a good start for YKG. As I look towards the map, they're going to be on that southern side. ATON is actually pushing into them right now. Yep, you can see that right there. That's going to make things really interesting. YKG definitely love that high ground, but, you know, I think they actually got their position due to the fact of where the playing path was. They didn't have to give up a Bolso for free.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that
Zuko.
trap set.
Caught in the car.
Oh, Quan. Way too out in the open.
Yeah, out in the open. Oh, yeah, the way those highlights played out, that was a trap play. It did not look like the Panthers was ready whatsoever. Jaguar coming in. Joey, traded 1-for-1. There's only 2 up for YKG, and ATON coming in with the third party.
Yep. Jaguar, Seba on the drive, trying to catch an angle here. He's going to get into a 1v1 with 24K. Gotta have to watch your back, though. 24K super beat up. The jump shot! Too strong. YKG goes down.
Yeah, YKG goes down. Jaguar about to go down if ATON presses in, but something slowed ATON down. Looks like they're fine with just picking up the 1 point. Maybe too much going on in the elimination feed for them to read that Jaguar is extremely hurt. ATON will back off and just prioritize the circle instead. The zone does shift once again to the center. Miramar getting a lot of central shifts today.
Yes, sir, indeed. The Chosen spread out real far, right dead center of the map. But you can see right there, we're looking at this edge. ATON pushing up in. Dope having to make that rotation. Nesquik starting to serpentine. Gets knocked down in the process, so one player down from Dope. Oh, this is a full blind send from Hayuya. Very dangerous.
Uh-oh.
This dip, taken, brother. Goodbye.
Full blind indeed. And
can't do it.
Well, he finds a rock. Don't see this position played too often. I do think he's completely exposed over the top. Yeah, he is. But he's center enough that no team should be over-peaking that too confidently, because there are more teams on the north side that they would have to worry about. The Chosen, you mentioned it earlier, in a great spot once again with the circle. But can they hold this split? It's a very wide split. And the Chosen, not too veteran of a team when it comes to holding wide splits, in my opinion.
Yeah, honestly, they should really push AGC here. After losing that vehicle, he's got nowhere to run. So this is a free point if they decide to take it. If there's any time to get aggressive with a player like this, it's now. But they are so split, as a matter of fact, that it's going to take a little too long, I think, for them to try to make that play together.
Yeah.
See what the Chosen opts to do. Yeah, Subpigs has all eyes on him for now. And I think we're finally starting to see the rest of the team come this way. Yep, here they come.
Okay, I like that. They are going to give up, one of their positions to group up at least 2 to make a 2v1 push. And here we go, Stellar coming in close. The Penguin, like, I think we're in danger, bro.
Yep.
Nades out. Stellar, he might eat that nade. Oh, GC God survives from now. That's a nice smoke from GC God, actually, that he threw.
DBS.
He isolated it. Can he get the finish, though? He doesn't.
Oh, no, the Penguin having to watch his master go down. You hate to see that here. But it's Miramar, right? You got to be able to make those plays in the desert. And Penguins definitely struggle there. Here we go. Let's see what Loops could do with the high ground now. Starting to throw some nades onto Influence Kevin. Ayala really pressing the action here. Pushing down with the UMP. Little boy waiting for him. Does he have it in him? UMP versus UMP action. Nice defensive play there, but Little boy with a jump shot gets a couple, but it's not enough. Ayala shuts him down.
Ayala, the spear tip right now for Loops, coming in huge. I think he's a newer addition onto the team, and he's fitting in comfortably, doing what needs to be done. Influence CHEMIN. I heard Jason say he was disappointed with how Influence CHEMIN has played so far, and the disappointment, I feel like, is going to continue. They were in a great spot. They could have done a lot, but it just falls apart. Alpha 7 coming in for the third party, but Loops are so ready for that. And they will take down one of Alpha 7.
And Loops going to have to turn their heads completely into this direction. And it looks like they're doing exactly that. So Loops head on a swivel so far. Nice defense and offense. So Loops looking to put some more points on the board. They're going to start this one off with 4 so far.
Has Revo going down for the side of Alpha 7. Revo, feel like, he lost that 1v1 in the previous round, missed a lot of shots, and first to go down, and he's wide in the open on that flat top. I feel like Alpha 7, they're either a little nervous or they got too much energy in them. They need to start cleaning some things up to be that champion representative out of Brazil.
Man, speaking of clean up, right? Intense game. Up on the highest of high grounds. Let's see this play right here. Oh, bopped right out the vehicle. But, you know, his teammate does get that revenge here. Sup, Pig, in the monster show.
Sup, Big, coming in right now. Oh, TC lost a player, so they're down to 3 now. That highlight we just saw earlier, that reminded me of, what's it called, squash or something? Where you like fling a disc into the air and then you shotgun it out of the sky? That's exactly what happened. Rose of War coming in here on the eastern side. Nade flies out, falls too short, way too short. Stellar will stay alive.
Let's see what Stellar opts to do with this nade. Can he hit it? This is always a very difficult one to do. Yeah, and he just says, you know what? Not worth it. I don't like my spot. Let's just get moving away.
An intense game. Ever so vigilant, trying to pick up some points here. Down to 3 players. Mini spams coming out. No connections. Oh, almost.
Got him.
Oh.
Perfectly timed there from Stellar with that DBS. He's gonna try to get that first aid off. Here comes Dreamzy. A little late to the party. He's got that UMP. He's got to hit those shots perfectly, and he does. Knocks Stellar. Where's the rest of the Chosen, though? Coming on in. Here comes the S12K. Riling things up. Oh, and that's gonna get blown up. Beautifully done from the Chosen. Down goes Royals of War.
You don't see that too often. M16 on burst close range. He makes it work, though. Yeah, it's silence too. Beautiful sounds. Next circle about to shift up, and taking a look at things, not much has changed. The Northwest still with loops and A7 down towards the center of El Pozo. The same teams are still just hunkering down, waiting for the next zones. And Overnight, a team that sneaked in a chicken dinner, I would say, on Sanhok, might sneak in another one if they get a couple more zones.
Okay, we have a nice little northern heavy shift here. Still a lot of real estate available. Anyone's game here at this point, but I'll tell you one team that it's not going to be. It is Influence CHEMIN. Kayovsky in a lot of trouble down here. Just trying to survive, add some more points onto the board for his team. Looking at this zone, I want you guys in the chat to predict who do you think's going to win this one. It's a pretty interesting circle here. You got Alpha 7 with a lot of real estate. Loops could come down on them at any time and make things more difficult. Plus, you know, you got Intense game, just so vigilant today. They're gonna have to come off that mountainside though and head to the zone. Yeah, down goes Kayovsky. If you bet Influence CHEMIN, GG.
GG. I'd have to go with loops, man. The northern zone right now, if they could just get that hilltop position and take it away from A7, they control the whole entire zone. Literally the whole entire zone they get sightlines of. And the rest of the zone does not have high ground to work with at that point.
Definitely could be their game to win. Let's see what some of these teams down south have to say about it, though. As ATON making the rotation on upwards. They're going to have to deal with the tense game. And Jaguar. Jaguar really late to this rotation.
Oh, they're going to go right in.
Yep. Oh, wow. Drive it on in. Coming in hard. Jaguar.
What an entry. Huh?
Goodbye.
Wow.
Deleted.
Oh. Intense game though. That nade, did it connect? Oh, it didn't. It could have ended everything for ATON. What a push. You know, that's stuff you don't see out of NA. Because, I mean, talk about aggression.
Beautifully done right there. I mean, ATON with a beautiful commitment. They get those points. Intense game was looking to clear them out though. And now ATON, they made that play. But how are they going to get out of this position? That is the question, because all eyes are on them. Oh, nice shots there, but maybe a little too early. Yep, Robert catches them all the way from downtown. Milos full sending it on in. He's not making it across this field.
Yeah, definitely not. I respect it though. ATON went for the play to get some elimination points, and they knew after that, very low chance of them making it into the next circle.
Let's see what's going to happen here. As Ed Hyper still up in this game with only 2 players, 1 elimination to their name. It's going to be a tough one for them to finish out here on top. I mean, this entire southern zone is just so congested with a lot of beat up teams here. You gotta also watch Overnight. They have been holding that position. If that zone gets locked onto them, we could see them with another dub.
Yeah, Overnight just chilling right now. The Chosen readjusted to the northeast side. I do think they get some of that high ground now. So they're going to have to watch out for Loops. Loops deciding not to take care of Alpha 7. They're going to share the zone one more time. It could come and bite them in the butt later. But with this new circle, it gives all those teams on the northern side a bit more time to work with.
And Hyper trying to put some shots and suppressive fire on Tico on their rotation. Uh-oh, here comes the Rojas from All Glory Gaming. Not enough gas to get over the hill. And that's going to be another point for Hyper, as they are using all their utility to pick up these. Oh, intense game. Looking to shut them down. Easy points for them. They have the big man advantage. GK first. Going to have to pull off a miracle here.
Shots peppering in from INCO as well. Intense game. They got to be careful. I love the patience. They slowed it down. They're getting some more info as they crest this ridgeline, and they realize it's another team, but Cielo does not care. He is going to bat down this player of INCO immediately with that mini. Goes for some more shots. No connections there. And look how fast this player is moving. Clean mechanical skills right there, Jukes.
Beautifully done with that mini. Oh my gosh, the taps are on point here today. This is a big battle though here on this side of the map. It's gonna be between Loops. Wow, what a spot from Mythic. I mean, these guys so experienced. 1 pixel out of place, they're taking shots.
Back to intense game. They eliminated the side of Hyper. They cleared some space for themselves, and now they'll go in, get some more info, and look to do the same once again. This intense game, they have the fundamentals down on every aspect so far from the games I've seen. This team, definitely a team to watch out for as far as top contenders go for this tournament.
They move so well, so well. They've proven that when they get zone, they get the dub, and even when they don't, they still put consistent points on the board. That is what a championship caliber team does there. Loops in trouble here. Okay, they are very grouped up on the edge of this circle, and they are starting to receive a lot of pressure here from Alpha 7.
Man, I thought Loops would be the one taking control of this side of the zone. They got the opening onto Alpha 7. They know it's a 4v3, but instead, like I said, they let Alpha 7 survive for a little bit, and now they're sandwiched. It does come back to bite them in the butt like I was predicting. They have 4 up, so at least they have the numbers advantage, but they don't got much angles to work with. They're all stuck in one spot. And Alpha 7, I think they're trying to billy goat their way up there and come up over the top of the Loops team.
Well, Sanhok, it looks like he's got his climbing shoes on. He does find that perfect spot to move up the hill. Loops smoking it all out, having to defend themselves against the Chosen for a little bit longer. Let's take a look here at Alpha 7. Now they've got their eyes locked onto INCO Gaming. That's going to be for Carrillo there. It's going to be a tough rotation. If this zone centers up Zute, it is going to be devastating for these teams.
Yeah, I would argue the south side actually has an advantage because they could work that ridge. You see in front of Carrillo, there is no cover, really. That's actually a deep dip that they could get into if they have the vehicles, though. Or they might have to make it on foot. Robert, been in the shack for a while. Dope has not thrown anything in here, so they might think it's clear.
Robert's not moving a muscle. I guarantee you he's holding his breath at this point. Just try to secure some points for his team. They do have 2 elimination points. They're trying to surpass 7WG's goal of 4 placement points. Let's see if they can do it. Robert, can he spring the trap onto intense game? Like you said, they have no clue. Yeah, it could happen. They're right on the edge of the zone. I don't think Robert's in this next circle. So I think he's definitely going to have to leave that shack here in a few seconds.
Here comes Loops. With that new circle shift, Loops are forced to press into Alpha 7 now. However, Alpha 7 has a favorable position, especially with this defense from the slightly higher ground. See if they can pull off this 3v4 defense. Carrillo on the front. This gets tagged up huge. That could be the disaster for Alpha 7, especially if this nade hits Jukes.
Oh! Catches Mafioso. And now he's going to have an angle here on his center deck. So that was almost perfectly cooked. Alpha 7 now on their heels. Going to have to make a play here against Loops. It's all up to Carrillo. Nice start. Trying to get that headshot. Doesn't get it. He's going to have to mount a little bit of a defense for now. That S12K is so dangerous.
Yeah, Carrillo not overextending himself. He knows there's more players right behind Mythic if he shoots any. Oh, they're getting caught out in the blue. What is going on? Loops is actually going to lose two to the blue. It's going to be a 2v2. Senna goes down. Another big nade, and the DBS, or not even the DBS, the S12K comes out ahead. Loops won that fight.
But Loops just losing a couple players because they weren't able to get on top of that mountainside. That's going to be tough.
There.
Yeah, this zone is making things even more difficult for them. Loops may not survive any longer as Mythic goes down. The Chosen in a really good spot, especially if this zone heads towards them. This is a huge circle, though. Does it center up or favor? Down goes Loops. And it's the Chosen who have the advantage when it comes to the zone.
Just barely. INCO, though, with 4 up and looking aggressive. This INCO game playing so well, knowing when to go fast, knowing when to go slow, intense, just surviving and sticking true to the fundamentals. Loses a player. This could be anyone's game because no one really has control of the zone. And sure, the Chosen have the high ground, but they're kind of exposed from all the angles on the south side.
Yeah, and INCO is playing it really aggressive. They are full sending it onto that side of the Chosen, trying to battle it out here. Can they hold it down? The Chosen playing it a little too defensive, have given a little bit of an open door to INCO to press here. That nade could be dangerous. Oh, it was. That hurt.
Yeah. Squash
him, though. No more nades, so that's going to be tough for Squash. He's going to have to just hold this spot for now as the Chosen are in full repair mode. This is zone, 45 seconds left on the clock. Here we go, Overnight starting to press the action. Intense game, does see Nenebete and gets the knock.
Gets the knock, but here comes Overnights pushing from the side, and his intense game out. We're down to 3 teams, Jukes, and Overnights have 4 up. The Chosen down to 1. This is going to be the push. Suppig, 1v2. Can he put some damage in?
He does a little pre-Molotov to try and hold them down, but Squash, looking to squash the dreams of the Chosen. He does get knocked, but they shut him down. It is Overnight versus INCO. Who's going to win this game?
Oh, one of the Overnights player got knocked. That is huge. Whoever on INCO got that knock slows everything down, and now Overnight trying to go too fast for their own good. INCO.
Gracious.
Looking
3 games in a row?
3 games. I mean, they won. Technically, this will be 2 chicken dinners in a row, but 3 huge points gained in a row. It's looking like it, Jukes.
It's looking real good as they are just having their way with this. Overnight in full defense mode, not having any priority at all. It is INCO's game to win here. One more left, and back-to-back chicken dinners. Bakers does it at points. You can just see him trying to deny the point. Did he do it?
Wow.
Wow, what a finish. INCO on a tear.
That was insane. Like, how fast INCO flipped the switch, it caught me by surprise. They were playing so slow and technical, creeping in on the edges of the zone all the way up to the last 5 minutes of the game. And when they saw that opportunity that they had to go fast and take advantage of what small sliver of terrain they had, they went for it extremely fast, blitzkrieged the Chosen, and even went faster against Overnights at the end, Jukes.
I'll say it for all my Spanish fans out there, right? INCO te brinco. They will jump on you real fast, right? If you just give a little bit of an opening, they are going to take your whole hand, and they have done it 3 games in a row. Jason, what you feel about INCO, brother?
Well, before I get into INCO, I'm really happy to see Hot Jukes have been working on your Spanish, because the last time I saw you speak Spanish here, it wasn't the prettiest of things. 7, you were supposed to crack up. I told you, don't laugh. And you did. But INCO, man, you know what? I don't even need to say anything about it, because, man, at the end here, you can already see his face. He's smiling. He knows. INCO have won was it, like three
in a row.
matches in a row?
3 in a row.
3? Ridiculous, man. Let's actually take a look.
Listen, they are on fire here. And it's not even just on the rounds that they do have the round win, the chicken dinner win. They're getting elimination points behind it every single time. It's like they are, at this point, they've overtaken Intense Game. And if they continue to play like this, and Intense Game continue to have sort of middling performances on the final 2 maps that we have, this is going to be a really strong lead for INCO ending day number 1.
Yeah, there was a gap already starting to get created there.
Yeah. Go ahead, do a little throwback there. Go ahead, 7.
How are you going to throw it to me after that? Because we're totally... All right, never mind. Alpha 7 there with just those 3 points. Man, I thought Alpha 7 was going to be able to do a lot better against Loops, especially with the position that they have. But you know what? I'll save it for the next graphic that we're going to have in regards to them and Loops, because there was some interesting stuff that I saw that was happening there between those 2 teams.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the fact is, we've seen them going head-to-head was very interesting. But for me, as I was just... I mean, not even like a minute ago saying to you, 7, like, Nenebete, actually maybe it was a couple minutes ago, he was almost getting caught out. And I was saying to you, like, do you remember back when he first started playing in his first event that we saw, him with B4 at his breakout event? I feel like he's been a little bit quiet since, but nice to see he's been able to keep up here in terms of the damage, the eliminations. And I can see Cameron, he wants to point out.
How does someone only receive 17 points of damage in a single round?
Just hide.
They win it.
Just don't get hit. Just hide. Just dodge bullets.
So, like, I mean, when you look at the numbers, it's obvious that Becker there was playing the more supporting position, probably watching backfill, making sure that no one was sneaking up behind them. He definitely wasn't the tip of the spear there, but to still only receive 17 points of damage.
Kind of a randomish number, right?
It is. I think it does show how low and slow they played and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike where, like, they could finish that win instantly, which we saw them happen. But the head-to-head, Loops Alpha 7, these were the 2 teams that a lot of us had our horses behind to win this whole thing because of that shift. Keeping that ridge around Crater in play. But, I mean, Loops did a lot more work out of it than Alpha 7 did. I think because Alpha 7 lost a member early on, they sort of just relegated themselves to hiding in amongst the rocks.
The main thing for me that I noticed there is the first player that was actually leading the charge for Loops was actually Mythic. And if we go back a little bit more, Mythic is the next player of Alpha 7. And I felt like he knew exactly where his ex-teammates were going to be going because he was throwing those nades perfect. He knew that Korea was slow at the start, and he decided to throw the nade a little bit farther. And then earlier on, we saw some of the other players coming in, knocking down Mafioso, and keeping on those angles. So it was a lot of familiar stuff that Mythic might have experienced with his previous teammates that he was able to take advantage of it. At least that's what I was being able to see there.
Possible.
Okay, we'll take a look at our quick little report. We can see INCO taking the most eliminations and highest damage spots, but Dope, top traveler here. I mean, Dope, we've been able to see being one of like the top teams from NA at the moment in our overalls. And as well, Mafioso, of course, getting the longest eliminations. I mean, some little cheeky information to be seen there, but the fact is, like, INCO still dominated yet again. The question is, can they maintain this kind of performance over the course of the next 20 matches?
I can see it. I can honestly see it. With the way they're playing right now,
yeah.
I mean, even what you were saying, they are winning the games, and they are winning it with double-digit elims. Yeah. That's impressive. And on top of that, I mean, if we went back to the match report, they were ahead by 12 points to second-place team, which that's really impressive, too.
Yeah, I also do want to also reference that Dope stat as well. Up on the travel time or whatever, but reference the fact that, yeah, 7, you were saying that Dope is a team that is really good at placements. They had highest placements in the North America Finals. Yep. They're still not really getting the eliminations, which is what you want to see out of them, but they are still putting themselves in sort of late game situations, and I think maybe if they get more used to this lobby, we could start to see them grab a couple of more eliminations as time goes on, put themselves in a better position on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I feel like if they have a good game where they're able to get a lot of eliminations, maybe that confidence will come out of them and they'll be willing to take more fights. But right now, it seems like they're playing exactly on how they played PMPL North America, which is worry about those placement point first and then the eliminations. Now, I want to go back, because we were actually talking about this a little bit more with the Panthers, how we were saying, yeah, the Panthers are currently first. I feel like the Panthers, if they can start getting more elims, if we can start seeing some of those pop-up performances out of them, that could be the top team out of NA.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks that we're talking about them after they win out first. Yeah. With only like 1 point from a single elimination, right? But even if you look back on their previous games, they haven't been going completely elimination crazy.
Yeah, they were playing super passive.
Super passive, putting themselves in situations to try and gain some control of the round, but they're not popping off in the early game that you see Loops and Alpha 7 do, which granted, those are the teams that played a lot looser in the early game, but here's the overall ranking right now. As I said, INCO has overtaken Intense Game, 10-point lead right now, but there is still that big gap from second to third with even Loops okay performance last round. Gonna have to have a lot more of those to try and take the either gold or silver at some point.
I mean, I'm looking at Overknight. I remember after the first game, right, you were saying maybe they're going to be able to play a little bit more confident, a little bit more freely. Like, that's going to stop because that whatever point lead they did have, it's absolutely gone, and now they're going to have to worry about Flamengo Esports, Alpha 7 Esports too. If the Panthers, if they decide to become a little bit more aggressive, which to see right now, for the Panthers to be tied in regards to placement points and their elim points, that's a shock for me.
I think there's a lot of shocks, to be honest, when it comes to overall rankings. I mean, we are in early days.
Yeah.
Look at YKG again. I mean, not to bash on them, currently in last place, so they finished in first in NA. Influenced CHEMIN. They finished really high, actually, but since they already qualified, they ended up getting through anyways. But they're like kind of here because of the fall 2022 season. But they're also having a massive underperformance considering the caliber of players they have on their team. And then Jaguar, like the Latin American representative that you talked about at the start of the day, they're not doing fair.
You can go harder on Influence, Kevin, I think, because yes, the fact that they were going to be here anyway because of that they won the previous fall event. But even if that wasn't the case, they would have qualified on their final performance. So this is, either way, a big drop from expectations from them. Granted, we still have Alpha 7, we still have Loops performing very, very well from that region, not to mention the other dark horses that are in the mix at the top of the leaderboard. But for Influence CHEMIN to be the odd one out from that mix is really, really shocking.
I'd actually say Alpha 7 is not performing really well. They're playing. I thought that we're going to be testing out teams like on the first 2 games, and then that was going to stop. And then especially with the lead that now INCO Gaming is starting to create, I think Alpha 7 is going to just snap out of, okay, we need to actually start playing our game because we cannot allow them to create such a big gap. Somewhere like 40 points, if I'm not mistaken. I got to go back and look at it.
Yeah, it's like a 20-ish point gap between like second and third at the moment. But we are seeing, I think something that a lot of teams are struggling with is like confidence. And how do you get confidence back? If you're, not to keep bash on them, but it's just a really good example. If you're YKG, how the hell do you get your confidence back right now? Because you are being slaughtered. You're used to being able to have that free reign of a lobby, and yet they are struggling here.
Wait until tomorrow.
You just gotta win fights. But I don't know if going for like a hot drop would be the play for that. You'd want to try and have a read on an opponent, set up a little bit of a gatekeep, and then try and go for an early game isolated fight where you don't have a risk of third partying. But that's really hard to do when this is a new lobby. You can scrim as much as you want, but it's not going to be the same thing as the real thing. You're not going to know the expectations and the tendencies of your opponents on day number 1.
For me, it would be just wait until tomorrow. Kind of go crazy on these last 2 matches that we are going to be playing because everything that you're trying to do is not working out. So try out different stuff. I think they're being shocked right now by how aggressive these teams are and how they're not being able to get away with what they were able to get away with in NA.
Okay, well, you know what? We are going to be heading into Vikendi, and as you pointed out before, Cameron, this might be the advantage here for North America to have a solid chance. So let's head back to our casters here to kick off Vikendi.
All of y'all are wrong, okay? I've never seen y'all so wrong in my entire life. How YKG gets that confidence, right? All that has to happen is that Joey just has to see his shadow, okay? Once that happens, the tides turn instantly for YKG, okay?
So when's that gonna happen though, Jukes? Is it gonna be now? Is it gonna be? Hopefully. Is it gonna be tomorrow? Like, when is it gonna be happening? This is the champion team out of NA, and they're dead last. Another team, Influence CHEMIN, right? You heard the desk talk about them. Hey, just to throw it out there, they finished like 15th place or 16th place, dead last in the PMGC Grand Final. So this is a team that has, dare I say it, experience in choking, and they're choking right now.
Oh, you hate to hear it, but you know what? The numbers do not lie. Well, let's see if things can turn around here in the icy tundra of Vikendi. A nice, beautiful plane path, dead center here. Still a small enough map where no matter where that plane goes, pretty much everyone's able to land where they want to, but it definitely helps for those teams that land like in Villa, right there, dead center. They're going to be able to hop off that plane pretty quickly here. Now, my question to you, Zute, What are the chances we're going to see a big, thick water circle, possibly in this area right here?
30%. We do know on Vikendi, the circle does like to favor the water, especially the first one for some reason. But we've seen some huge landmass ones as well. And with this being Vikendi, it's a wild card. Anything can happen. I'll tell you one thing though, there won't be any hardships because we like never see that in Vikendi.
That's true. That is true indeed. Well, we are starting to see these teams stretch on over. I do see, you know, of course, 2 monster squads from Brazil. That's going to be Alpha 7 and Influence. But hey, you know what? We haven't really seen Influence pop off the way we expected. Now, it looks like we did get that water circle. Just happened to be on the other side.
Yeah, that is a far southeastern circle. The tricky thing with this one is there's 4 bridge access ways into that area. And also, yeah, that's the big one. Castle, that's going to be locked down by a certain team. We're going to see a lot of wrapping rotations, I feel like, over the top down into the south.
I'll tell you what, though, when you look at this squad right here, you look at INCO, right? They have been the team dominating this map so far, and they are very beautifully spread out, covering this entire gatekeep point into this zone. So, right, all of these squads here have to keep a close eye on because INCO do a great job of gatekeeping these teams. So it's going to be a tough rotation for these squads that just landed right on that west side.
Yeah, INCO could do one of 2 things. Both work out perfectly for them. They could gatekeep, like you said, or they could take center zone priority. Look at how close they are to the center. And there's that giant mountaintop. There's a lot of strong power position. Compounds as well. I mean, INCO, they could do it all. So it just depends on what their playstyle is for this match coming up, or coming up right now in particular.
Oh, take a look here. FLAMENGO on that looting phase, nice and early on. This circle isn't too dangerous because it's not a lot of water in there. The great thing about Vikendi is that even if it's tough, like we don't have much real estate to move, there's so much cover, right? There's hills every single area, so many trees, rocks, so there's plenty of place to rotate. And you can see Ani playing this very carefully to possibly steal early elimination away from Influence.
Yeah, Influence has been struggling right now. It would really be a downturn for them if they lost one early on here. Seems like they'll be able to get away pretty freely as the Chosen. Very split up, just looking to get their own loot. And the way Vikendi usually plays out, as far as, you know, NA goes, is that it's slow on the beginning couple of minutes, and then we'll see some isolated 4v4 compound crashes, and then we'll get into a very slow period, right? Because the circles typically just center up, no hard shifts, and then it's all out chaos. So we'll see if the same thing happens here.
Let's take a look here as INCO is on that move early on. We've seen it so many times, right? Where Brazil is so quick on the rotations, and you can see Nenebete and Beckers doing that same thing. They're going to try to get that center position really quickly, and they are going to be set up beautifully for this zone. So INCO, I mean, could we see 4 games in a row with top points? Uh-oh, big battle at the start off. Strap, trying to hold things down.
Isolated fight. Strap, oh, goes down. Jukes, but the DBSs are raining out, and All Glory Gaming are getting picked apart just like that. Oh, down to 1. Can they get the revives in time? Is there any teams looking at third party? I think they're in the clear.
Wow, just like that. All Glory Gaming out of there. Now you got Dope Slayers up on top, trying to possibly third party the situation. And yeah, we finally see some vehicles. It looks like that is exactly what they're looking to do, but they may be just a little too late here.
Yeah, a little bit too late. They could get closer though, and maybe if the Overwatch Pro, he gets a good knock, get some good info, some good reads, Dope could take this fight. It's like I said, Vikendi, we'll see isolated 4v4s in the very beginning. and then it'll slow down, and then it'll break into all-out chaos. And Alpha 7, they're a team looking like they want to maybe get in on the action. And look at the FLAMENGO throwing smokes out. I don't think Dope shot at all, and they just have the wherewithal to throw smokes down before going for the loot. That is experience right there.
What experience Alpha 7 has is they're going to be looking to sneak up on these battles just on that edge. Dope and INCO, you got to be really careful in this situation. One misstep, if you take this fight too early on, you're going to get third-partied heavy. And we're seeing a lot of teams really late on this push. Coming on in, full sending it. Not to mention you got YKG, Influence, Overknights, all the way from outside, having to push on in.
That's a huge grenade toss for Simple. Doesn't get a knock though. Choco wide out in the open. Try and put out some suppressive fire. Manages to make it back in time. That was really risky for the side of Choco. ATON backing up further and further away. It looks like they're trying to just disengage here. Jaguar, however, getting better and better angles. And the Panthers, I think 3 of them just got wiped out in the elimination feed by Intense Game.
Next. Yeah, this next zone centers up right in this position, so this is a huge battle here. ATON on the defensive. They try to get checked, but they get ejected from that vehicle. Seba shutting them down. Beautifully done. I mean, these players so quick to get those shots down range. You try to eject just a little too late, it's over.
A lot of teams going down, and it is only zone number 2. Uh-oh, ATON, the last player, trying to drive away. Will they chase that player down? Loops looking like they are making a little U-turn. They're hunting this player down. Oh, with the DBS out on the passenger side too. Oh, don't blow! Oh, this could go badly. He's got to go aggressive. Chief stalling for time. Loops should be able to... Hold on! Oh.
Wow.
Third party? Anybody?
Is it coming?
I mean, there's 2 teams looking their way. Maybe that's actually what's stopping the third party. Too many teams around here. Loops will get the full reset.
Wow, and Hyper not opting to third party that at all, playing it real safe. You said it earlier, right? They do love that real safety kind of play, and they're looking to just find a nice compound to just lock themselves down in by the fire. Nice little cup of Monster Energy to get ready for that end game. But that end game might not come if they keep playing that kind of play style. They're going to want to take those points when they can get them. Let's take a look at this replay. Quan! Here we go. Making some nice plays with a nice little double elimination there and gets the finish.
Oh, wow. Quan clutching it up right there. Last I saw, it looked like the Panthers was getting fully cleaned out, but they put up a huge fight. Actually, look at the points on the right-hand side, Jukes. The Panthers have 4 points and 3 up, and Intense Game is actually eliminated. They're the ones out of this match.
Wow. Just like that. I mean, beautifully executed there as the Panthers are still up and alive. Intense Game going out early is a shocker, that's for sure, because this team has been popping off, especially early match. I'm not gonna lie though, the team that you really got to keep an eye on is INCO, because the goal is first place. That is what everybody wants. And if INCO keeps going with how they've been playing so far, they could run away with this one early on.
Indeed, Jukes. And INCO right now, they're just centered up pretty close to the center of the zone on a mountain, I believe. Yeah, they're at a hilltop position in a compound. It's not the tall hilltops like the giant mountaintop that Dope is currently on, but it's still a good position. More teams rotating out, and yep, as we're talking about, there's INCO. Loops is going to be their neighbors on the low ground as we head into the next circle shift.
And where's that zone gonna go? Is it gonna center up? Hard shift. YKG's up on top, finally looking to make some noise, possibly. They have been dead silent this entire tournament. Let's see what the play is going to be, though. Loops down there at the bottom, still looking pretty. The zone is going to center on up nicely, so things are going to slow down, I think, for a little while. But you never know. We might see some squads just decide to full send it. Alpha 7 on that ridge line there at the edge. Always dangerous. And let's take a look here at YKG continuing with this position as they are holding it down. And they are looking right down into Influence CHEMIN. Influence CHEMIN, another one of those squads that we really expected to see heavy points from. I think when it came to the top 3 predictions, this team was in pretty much everybody's. And so far, just not able to get it done.
Yeah, top 3 predictions for most of everybody, currently sitting in the bottom 3 in the overalls. That is not how anyone was expecting this to go, but it is still only day 1. Jaguar coming up, pulling up on Loops, will get evicted right away, losing a single player there. And oh man, Loops, they're in a dangerous spot. They got to worry about Dope over the top, and more dangerously, INCO right on top of their heads. Jaguar right now down to 3, holding up in a position on the southern side. And with the way the circles are centering up, we're going to have a lot of the high ground that Dope is playing on come into the late game. So this could be a huge game for Dope as long as they manage to hold everything down correctly here. This is the quiet happening in the mid-game. A lot of action early on like predicted, and then we're going to go into a very slow period as teams start adjusting and prioritizing the stronger positions left in the zone. Overnight, so far, not a bad performance out of them, but with the way they've managed to gain their points, it's mostly placement points with not a lot of elimination points. And that's due to the favor of the circle, I would have to argue. So Overnights, they keep themselves in a good spot to be a top 3 contender for sure. But they're going to have to make something happen, as I don't think they're going to be able to get that many zone blessings into the late game. They're going to need to rack up some elimination points here. Next circle about to shift out here. We see Alpha 7 once again on the edge on the eastern side. Definitely need to keep an eye out for them, because as the circle closes in, Alpha 7 is going to be looking to make some plays. And I said there's not a lot of hard shifts on Vikendi. I am completely wrong. That's a huge shift to the north. That's a shift in a way where the Dope's position on top of that giant mountaintop might not come into play at all towards the late game. And there's a lot of compounds still left open on that northern hard shift side. But can some of these teams manage to find a way in and wrap around? Here comes the rotations. INCO, Loops, Jaguar, Alpha 7. These are the teams that need to make it into this zone now. INCO driving by. A lot of teams. We see this INCO team being so consistent. This is definitely the most wild of rotations they've been forced to make so far. Instant pro now by Vitali does manage to stay alive. And oh, they're sandwiched in a 2-2. Got 2 of Influence CHEMIN on either side. A knock comes out, and it's actually FLAMENGO to get that opening. And the rest of INCO is going to regroup to try and hold this fort down. They might have just sealed themselves, though, in their own coffin, as shots are peppering them from every which direction. Somehow, they stay alive, and maybe this is just the consistency shining through from INCO, but they don't lose a single player. That is wild to me. Influence CHEMIN trying to get an opening. Maybe might go for the push, but with FLAMENGO and Alpha 7 on the wayside, even if they get a knock, it's so risky to push in. So INCO Gaming is going to just be the thorn in the middle of both of their splits, and they're just going to have to deal with it. Loops, the only other team edging into the zone now. Everyone else set up, and they're going to wait this one out. So we got some brief actions and chaotic rotations, and not a single player goes down. We're back to that lull period. Next zone, however, should force at least 2 to 3 teams to collide with one another. But where will it go? The north side still very, very open. I see like 6, 7 compounds right there on the northern side, not occupied yet. But will the circle center up or hard shift north once again? The Panthers dead in the center in a great spot. And I do believe the Panthers still have their 3-player team. Yeah. So they're looking okay for now. It shifts to the west. YKG and the Panthers in great positions. Influence CHEMIN. They're going to have to regroup their 2-2. But it's going to be hard because INCO is going to try and cut down the other 2, forced to rotate past them. And Hyper rotating in. Not a lot of info to work with. They don't hear a lot of suppressive fire, so they're going to take this compound. Even if there's players here, they know it's not a full 4-man team. And they're going to wrap right in front. I love this rotation in Hyper. They're going to cut in front of the split and take priority over the side that controls more of the zone. And Nate, he does it all for the team. He pulls out a lot of magic, but not able to do it this time. And then Hyper will get an easy rotation into probably one of the more favorable positions in the zone with very little resistance out of the side of the Panthers. Definitely dropping the ball, I feel like, out of the Panthers. They should have grouped up on one side, especially as a 3-man team. Hard to hold a 2-1 split this late into the game. And we did it last time. Gonna ask the chat once again for their predictions. You can see here now, I'll tell you guys, YKG and Hyper in the 2 really strong positions. Question is, do we start trusting in NA now? Yes or no? Loops, looking at the map, crashing in to Infinite. Influence CHEMIN. 4v2 situation, I believe. Oh, no, there's 3 of Loops up. This could go either way. INCO's still not in the zone. They're waiting for a third-party opportunity, and this could be it. They see a lot happening in the elimination feed, but they're getting pinned down by INCO. No, they're getting pinned down still by FLAMENGO down on the south side, and Loops taking the brawl with Influence CHEMIN. Loops loses 1 player, another knocked, only 2 up. Influence CHEMIN staying strong with 2. And INCO yet to strike. They're waiting this out just a little bit longer. Taking a look at my map feed. Alpha 7 actually have wrapped all the way to the north, and here comes the push, the third party out of INCO. They did not have the zone, so they just waited until other teams started clashing, and the new circle does put them on the edge of the zone. If they win this fight, it'll be huge. One of them gets knocked by YKG in the distance, though. That's going to slow down the push out of INCO. Squash, knocked. Risky area to get a revive. So many angles exposed on the outside of the walls. Looks like Dope has also pressed in, and oh, another team presses in right there. Royals of War trying to hold that southern side. And we see FLAMENGO on the south side as well, on the high ground. And just shot right in the face by that DVS. That player will go down. It is so messy down here. And we have the Chosen and Jaguar on the western side edging into this side of the circle as well. They're looking to clash into here too. This is a 5, 6, 7-way fight potentially. And Nate's coming in, and actually in Hyper throwing that nade from across the side, gets 2, maybe more out of the side of Dope. And Hyper holds strong, still with 4 players up. And that southern side, so many teams crashing in. And Hyper's 1 play to cut in front of everybody on that little compound split pays them in dividends. Jaguar taking a fight with the Chosen on the outside of zone. This is a fight to the death. Both teams locked in a deadly battle here. Neither team with the zone. You're going to just have to take the points here. The Chosen definitely in the advantage for now. Can Mercy find anything? He does make it back to safety, but they are down to 2, and the Chosen are looking to clean this out. They don't want to rotate for free and get shot in the back, but they got to watch out for the other side, and that forces them to press in. 3v2 situation, 4v2 situation. They need to clean this one up quick as the blue zone is closing in. Popping some pills here, get that boost on. Jaguar, they're just playing spoiler at this point. They're making as hard as it can for the Chosen to clean them out. Maybe get an elimination point. Another Jaguar goes down. It's down 2-1. And the Chosen leave a player behind to scout for info. That is actually really smart heads up for them. Trusting in the other three to finish off the fight. They'll clean it up without losing a single player. Here comes Alpha 7. They made that wrapping rotation all the way around to the north side. And if they win this fight, that wrapping rotation will be the clutch play for them here. But it's a 4v4. YKG versus Alpha 7. All four of YKG up. This is where YKG shines. Isolated 4v4 fights. Is their confidence shattered, though, from such an abysmal first 4 games, and they're against Alpha 7. We'll see just in a little bit. The Chosen running in now with only one. It's all down to Gajia. He gets cut down by Overknight. Overknight showing signs of life, picking up elimination points this time around as they have to fight their way in. That's the way Vikendi works. And did I say all-out chaos like 10 minutes ago? Yeah, this is all-out chaos, non-stop fighting all around the map. So chaotic. Just as Hot Jukes is forced to drop out. So I am on a tear right now with the commentating just as these teams are. INCO back on this fight. This fight never even finished up. Loop's still alive with 2. INCO down to 1. And oh, Flamingo is here as well. Don't know when they showed up, but Flamingo shows up just in time. Looking to clean this one out completely. Flamingo with 4 up, 8 eliminations. It's all down to Chief. Not much he could do here, and the nade comes in, and Flamingo with a clean wipe. Back to the Alpha 7 YKG fight. YKG down to 2. Doesn't matter, though, because they already have 2. Knock looking to get a third one. That nade reigns in, finishes off 1, gets the confirmation on another, and they're looking to clean this one up. YKG actually not down to 2. Now they're down to 2. Senatexa, 1v3, 1v4. YKG so split up. Joey looking to save it for the team, but Flamingo coming in on that mini-map side. Flamingo playing this Vikendi so perfectly. 4th, third-partying every single team fight in the late game, picking up so many points, uncontested. Joey now just forced to stay alive. Alpha 7 with 2. And Overknight's playing quiet with 4, and Hyper still in this as well with 4 players up. This game could go any way. Flamingo have to be careful that they don't get third party themselves, if they lose too many casualties. Overnight's fighting with Hyper in the kill feed. Senatexa still alive with his teammate, Mafioso. The dynamic duo here, and Flamingo, I love how they slowed this down. They realize there's too many players up alive still, and if they go for this third party and mess it up, they could get third party themselves. And Hyper from the blue zone, QZZ with a great nade, gets knocked, and oh, the blue zone will finish off Overknights. And Hyper stays alive with 1. Might be able to get a reset. No, QZZ and the other player goes down, and Hyper down to the solo. Flamingo looking great to win this game. It's actually down to Flamingo and Alpha 7 4v2 situation. And Flamingo's got all the advantages in the world on their side. The blue zone, the manpower, the advantage. Senatexa gets only 1, and that is Flamingo. In a blitzkrieg. And the final, I would say, 5 minutes of the match picks up maybe 10, 11, 12 eliminations. And the chicken out of nowhere. With so much going on, Flamingo cuts through all of the chaos and just rips the win away from everybody with a massive amount of eliminations, 15, 2,600 damage, and of course, the winner chicken dinner. What a chaotic game once again. That is Vikendi for you guys. Absolute blast of a match. And well, that's a lot to dissect. And I think the desk has more than enough to talk about as we head over to them.
Actually, joke's on you, Zute. Can you continue along here and do the analysis? We're just going to take a quick little break here. Flamingo coming up big here, getting the victory, and another team who has been doing pretty damn good all day. They've had a trip up like in one of the matches, but they have proven to be another solid team.
Yeah, like I said, they're here to fight. They're here to take engagements, and they got it's not just about they got the win here, because Vikendi is its own fickle beast. They had 15 eliminations while doing it.
Are you
15
seeing what I'm seeing?
eliminations. 15 eliminations. What are you looking at?
I'm not talking about Flamingo. I'm talking about NHyper.
Yeah, I was trying to give Flamingo their flowers first, but yes, also NHyper coming out with a really good performance. 9 eliminations for them. Third place overall was actually Alpha 7 with second, but because they only got 2 eliminations. I was actually okay. So I picked Alpha 7 in my own prediction for who was going to perform well that match, just because we saw that rotation on Phase 5, the big northeast to northwest rotation coming on top of who was it up there? Overnight, I think. Someone was. Anyway, it was a relatively dead area of the map, but they only got 2 eliminations. Still, Alpha 7. To go back what you were saying, 7. Name 7. Anyway, what you were saying last segment, like they're putting themselves in good spots, but they're not really delivering.
They're not playing like Alpha 7.
They're doing better than Influence for sure, but it's still not the same team at all.
I mean, a lot of teams are doing better than Influence, to be honest. But yeah, Alpha 7, they're
YKG.
just... there might be. YKG actually got points this time around.
I was actually... I wanted to say this, actually. Just imagine coming in, star of the show, NHyper to win the event, NHyper as the team, because we have Vikendi, and you don't even predict NHyper on Vikendi.
Yeah.
He wanted to switch it up. He said that was all news, to be fair.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. All right. I just wanted to bash
We'll
on him. I wanted to bash on him
We'll
instead
hold
of
him to it when we
once.
get to Sunday, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And if he doesn't pick NHyper one time for Vikendi, that's going to be crazy.
That's true.
Listen, you win rounds by having like really good rotations. You don't win events every single round. So, picking a team to win an event does not mean I need to pick them to win a single round. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. QZZ, we talked about being the MVP of the finals for I didn't say there wasn't. I moved on.
No, because I'm pretty sure the audience is confused about what
I'm so confused right now.
Confused.
If they were to 7 on me, they will be pretty much looking at the audience.
Yeah, anyway, NHyper, let's look at them. Let's celebrate them. They're doing good.
Well, I mean, 1 out of the 5 matches they've done okay. They've done well. Let's be honest, right? I don't want to talk them up because they are like the second team coming in from NA. They have GK first on the team, so they have that experience out of him to bring to the roster. Yeah. But again, it's another team that hasn't really lived up to it just yet. I mean, I think when we get into maybe the end of tomorrow, that's when I'll start being a little bit more critical of these NA teams or teams in general of not performing, because you have to take this night of when you're done with the matches, you take the time tomorrow in the morning, and you have to revamp and figure out what to improve on. Because if you don't, you're never going to be a CCT. You're never going to play at PMWI. You're never going to compete for world titles. You have to show you've got what it takes in the lobby and outside the lobby.
Something NHyper definitely needs to fix is losing a player early on. It has happened way too much so far today. And I feel like it's something that's been happening since even in NA, something that we were pointing out all the time, whether it's JK first, whether it's QCC, whoever it is that's getting knocked first, they need to try to maintain those all 4 players to at least a top 6 situation.
I will say this, though, for NHyper, it is good to see them get some elims on the board, right? Get some damage down. Seeing a team go out with like 1 elimination, 200 damage done, like that's not the NHyper that we know. And I think this is maybe one of those matches that gives them that little bit of confidence back. But Cameron, what I do worry about is it's the Vikendi you were talking about. And this is the only match so far today that they've been able to show up.
That is, 100%. That is the concern that when I said the opportunity for them to win would be through Vikendi, so far the reality is that the opportunity for them to do anything is Vikendi. So, but I think the most important thing that you said is it's not necessarily about how well teams are performing today. It's how well they can recover and start performing tomorrow, because you can get a good lead, and sure, maybe some of the teams that are at the top right now, FLAMENGO, INCO, etc., they can very much win off of the lead that they've developed so far. But I think the bigger test will be what can you do having being in the middle of the pack today and come up even stronger tomorrow, because the chances of any team being like top leaderboard 4 days in a row is very, very unlikely. This is not, there's a little bit of an endurance to this. It's not a pure sprint.
Yeah. I mean, I think also if you're talking about the middle pack teams, right, of who's going to prepare for tomorrow, I think if you're one of these top teams like Intense Game, you kind of put a bullseye on your back, right? Teams are going to be more aware of you now and kind of like really look into your rotations, and that means you have to either adapt your play style again or be more prepared for extra competition coming their way, extra engagements that you're maybe not expecting.
But I feel like if you're one of those teams, like not even middle of the pack towards the second page, right now with the gap that's being created, they're gonna have to come back tomorrow and have an amazing day, or at least an amazing first 3 matches to set the tone for how they need to start performing. I think you mentioned it perfect too at the beginning of the show. You were saying there is 4 days, it's not 3-day final, so they do have a bit of a buffer. I feel like for all those teams that are in that second page, pretty much towards the bottom, that this was your buffer. Tomorrow, after tomorrow, you guys need to pretty much play perfect.
Yeah. More or less. More or less.
We take a look here actually and start calling out some names here, right? We're looking at INCO Gaming still in first place at 69 points. Nice. Intense Game at 56. Flamingo at 52. Overnight, I will say this. That one victory they had on Miramar, I was kind of like, okay, that's just a one-off. But credit to them. They've still been able to get 12 placement points outside of that. If you take away their 10 points, they're still in technically like 7th place, right? They're still not doing that bad. They've been able to do decent eliminations. So for me, it's good to see that that wasn't a one-off match. They're able to keep up. But the real standout beyond any other team here for me, Loops. 30 eliminations, 11 placement points. The fact that they are able to frag out so heavily, I'm curious what's going wrong. Are they losing players in these engagements while wiping teams? Are they not able to come out alive with all 4 players? Something's not clicking there.
I feel like they're too aggressive at times, and a perfect example of that was actually in Miramar when we saw the fight between Loops and Alpha 7, because before that fight, I think they could see a player of the Chosen barely, and they still decided to take shots on that, and then it kind of made them back off because now they had the Chosen looking at them, and on top of that, Alpha 7 looking at them, so they could be being a little bit too over-aggressive.
There is a level of Loops that what leads to their success is their laissez-faire approach to the early game. Well, they'll just take fights, they play super, super loose. It's what led to them being so successful in their own regional performances. And I think that their mechanics are allowing them to continue to get away with it to a certain point. But with the amount of not even just mechanical skill, but game knowledge that we see in the lobby right now, it's going to be harder for them to be playing loose in the early game, get a couple eliminations, but then also try and come in late to get a good controlling position when here there are going to be teams that are like already in that spot.
Okay, well, we are getting very close here to our final match of the day.
Final match, yeah.
You blew my mind. And I got to remind you guys once again that we do have our All-Star voting currently going on for PMWI. Remember, there's an All-Star event, and then you can qualify into the main event here. And each of these regions you see on your screen will get one team to represent them. All you have to do is head into the game, into the client, and make sure to go to vote for your team. But also, as we get into our final match here, we got Hot Jukes back with Zute here to bring us all the action and hopefully some NA hope.
Here we are, baby. That's right. I hear Zute. Way to go, bro. What a crazy last match indeed, dude. The Vikendi. What did you feel about that last one?
It went from 0 to 1,000 Jukes. And I think Flamingo went from 100 to 1 million. Woo! That last match. It was all-out chaos like I was predicting, but man, you just had to be there.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. I'll tell you what. I hope you guys are as excited as I am because this leaderboard is getting spicy here, Zute. As I take a look at it, Flamengo, right? Rocketing themselves up all the way to 3rd place in just one match. And Hyper finally getting in the mix right there in 7th. So it looks like we see a little bit of sign of life from some North American teams. But I will say one thing, and this is the most important thing, Zute. INCO Gaming, nice.
Very nice. Yeah, and Hyper, like I said, it's taking some time for them to warm up, get the feel for other teams, and it's just in Hyper, classic in Hyper style. How far can they take it though? That's the question to be had. That last game, Jukes, I just want to say real quick, I didn't feel like a 16-team lobby towards the end. Right? I felt like we had like 22 teams left alive with how many fights there were and how much more fights there were to be had. I was like, when did we get so many players in the lobby?
Goodness gracious. I mean, hey, that is Vikendi, right? I mean, there's so much coverage everywhere that you're able to really secure yourself even when there's hardly any real estate at all. So what a crazy match. Last one here of the day. And what a beautiful circle all the way off the plane path. So all these teams stretching right now are going to have a beautiful, beautiful time here in this match because they're going to be pretty much dead center circle. Now, some squads that are going to have a little bit of maybe a tough time coming on in, right? You look at Alpha 7 all the way up top. They should be able to stretch in here pretty silly. And from what we've seen in the past, they usually do it pretty quick. But, I mean, look at this. All the way down here at the bottom, right? Loops.
That's going to be the tough one.
INCO. That is going to be the tough one because they have to decide which bridge do they want to go in. Or maybe we may even see INCO do a nice little, you know, boat tape to Lipovka, but that is dangerous here, Zoo.
Yeah, you definitely want to have your vehicles secured heading into the mainland. And pushing from south to north is more difficult than north to south with that northeastern circle, simply because all the power positions kind of gatekeep out teams trying to rotate more north. As you got more high ground coming in from the north down south, I predict we'll see Alpha 7 take advantage of that. They've been doing okay, definitely not to the expectations from a lot of players. Influence CHEMIN here will get a good start in Yas, dead center of zone. And there's a lot of crucial power positions depending on the way the circle's going to shift, that if a team locks it down early, they could get heavily rewarded for it.
Oh, yes, indeed. Here's Zute. I mean, this is going to be a huge one, I think, for Influence CHEMIN to really just rocket launch themselves up these leaderboards. This is the last chance for all those teams at the bottom to make some noise here today, Zute, right? When it comes to these squads that have been struggling all day, what do you feel like they really need to do different in order to kind of put some points up on the board?
For the teams struggling all day, I just say keep that confidence up. Like, don't get too discouraged. It is only day number 1 and there's 3 more days to go, and it happens all the time, you know, coming into championship stages. Certain teams that we expect to do really well just have a very rough day 1.
Yeah, it definitely happens. I mean, there's still plenty of action left to be had this tournament. Still anyone's game. Panthers on the quick rotate, trying to possibly catch Robert off guard. And oh, Chronix, he's on the hunt here. He's headed for him. Could be dangerous.
Panthers moving in.
Got a UMP and a level 3 vest.
Yeah, I think he's going aggressive because look at how close his teammates are. They're right behind him. So even if Chronix runs into more than one player, he knows he's got the backup. The Panthers trying to chase him down. Too long of a chase though, so they're gonna go back to their rotation plan. And like I said earlier, a lot of power positions that could really change the way this game plays out towards the late game. So these teams are prioritizing their favorite spots here.
Definitely. Here go the Panthers, just trying to pick up a little extra loot as well. I think we're already seeing a big difference from them, just compared to how they started off this this day. I think I've noticed, right? The Panthers are starting to adapt. They're rotating a lot faster because, I mean, we just see it, right? Alpha 7, all these Brazilian teams, they get on the move real quick. And you can see it's a lot easier to be moving quickly when you're in a Bugatti, huh?
Oh, man, that thing is very pretty. However, I will say, definitely draws a lot of eyes if you're being shot at. So Carrillo, of course, always rocking it with style. He doesn't care. He's ready to take fights with anyone, especially rocking that Bugatti right there.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. Rose of War looting up all the way in Severny. So they're going to have the northern side of the zone pretty well set up. Alpha 7 have decided to join them on this side of the island. And it looks like Alpha 7 might even be headed towards Stalber. It's really interesting. Yeah, I mean, get that high ground vision, pick up that loot as well. Not a bad idea. We're going to still have to see that rotation, though, from the dominant team of INCO. Man, INCO has had a heck of a day here today. Can they get one more good game in? They're going to have to get through Jaguar, ATON, and all these other teams gatekeeping them, though.
Definitely so. With the way the games have been playing out today, I feel like all the team, or majority of the teams, all playing on point. We've seen a lot of teams execute things where they should win, and they do. We've seen a lot of teams where they get the good circle and they play the defense correctly. This is pretty pristine, top-level PUBG Mobile action that we're seeing here. And Hyper getting shot up, Ren almost going down, and Hyper, you know, they always lose that one member early on and almost, oh, hold on.
Ooh.
Might end up still losing Ren with how aggressive, FLAMENGO, they are fired up from that last game. They are not scared to take fights. This is like, not very center zone, so maybe that's why they feel a little more comfortable extending out this far. Ren, he's left to his own devices. Is Hype going to try and answer back? It looks like they are. This could go either way.
Ren busted out his DBS. He's trying to hit those circles real quick, but couldn't catch the snake. That is GC God. Yeah, where's the rest of Hyper? On the other side of the hill here. Here comes Kindness. Looks like they're just caught off guard completely. FLAMENGO just seems to have the big advantage here. Kindness just forced in every direction.
Yeah, it is a blitzkrieg fight right here, and Hyper try to get the wrap around the high ground, but they leave themselves exposed. And GC, God, pushing up. That's a mistake out of FLAMENGO. I think they got too much adrenaline from that chicken dinner from last game. That is a clear-cut mistake, I would say, out of FLAMENGO. He didn't even have any smokes down to cover in case he got knocked, and it will slow things down for both teams now.
Kindness about to get ran over. Yep. Oh, what? He jumped over and knocked him out the buggy, but here comes Jaguar, the third party. Just so fast. And yeah, you can see Toiko just on the run. GK first looking to possibly do the same exact thing. That's going to be dope. Bray putting those shots down range. Ugh, just a bad finish for all these teams.
Yeah, a lot of teams getting involved. Dope coming in. I think a lot of these teams are getting more and more comfortable. A lot of extended third party. It's not a full commit. You can see Dope right there with a huge 2-2 split. And that circle, Jukes, I always asked for this. Every single tournament. A Stalber finish. We rarely see it. I love the way the matches play out as teams have to fight uphill. Maybe we'll get a Stalber finish.
How did Alpha 7 know?
I mean, even if it's not, maybe it's the Yasnaya finish, which is always fun to watch as well.
Crazy turn of events here. The Chosen knocking into each other. A little bumper car action, trying to find a spot in this next zone. A lot of blind rotating happening. And it looks like they're going to start heading up the mountain. All Glory Gaming might be poised to do the same thing. They have a long rotation ahead of them. But it looks like they are able to get away from Jaguar. Yep, they do. So Jaguar going to try to pick up all the loot they can from all those boxes and start heading into this next zone.
More rotations happening. Jaguar looking okay right now. The champions out of their region definitely want to pick up more points on day number 1.
Oh.
All Glory Gaming. A lot of teams on the south actually coming in. We have Loops, INCO, YKG, Hyper, and All Glory Gaming that we see here, all forced to rotate north. The circle shift, however, was north enough where the question mark of, you know, do we need to go past Yasnaya or not is kind of taking out of the equation as we see, you know, majority of the teams all going above the city of Yasnaya.
Good. Wow. We're starting to see a great migration from the south here. A really interesting path trying to get into this next zone. You know, Alpha 7 had that, they had that instinct early on. They got the Stalber real quick, and so they're just holding it down right now. But everybody else just trying to make this rotate real carefully here. We're about to take a look at it right now. Here is what it looks like. And INCO, they went all the way down, right? All the way down from Military Island, and they decided to take that western bridge. Most likely going to head up all the way through here. But look at how many squads had that same idea. All Glory Gaming, right? And all these teams heading right up here to Stalber because they know that they're not going to have to cross any of the bridges here. If they go in through this side, they could always take and lean up until Stalber. So a really interesting play from all these teams.
And the cool thing about this zone right here is the game starts in this next circle. I feel like everybody is going to get their game plan, you know, determined by this next shift. The way the circle shifted before, it changes everything. each subsequent shift. Now this one is where things are really gonna get locked in here. Where's it gonna go?
Wow.
Down south. This is gonna be an all-out brawl, especially with that river just kind of separating the north and south side, and it could go either way right now still, Jukes.
How fortunate of a rotation was that for INCO Gaming, right? They now don't have to rotate all the way up through squads. They can literally just kind of lean in and even take that bridge right there underneath it. It's a risky play, but you can just see them right now scouting out, trying to figure out the next move. The Panthers and the Loops getting into it here. DBSs are out. Chronix trying to make a play against Chief, gets shut down, but a nice comeback play from Zuko to shut things up. Mythic, it's just back-to-back action, player after player, and it does look like Loops will get the better of it. Mythic running out with that DBS. Jumps out, looking for the play. 1v1, Nate, ooh, nice shot. Free fire from Nate. Oh, Nate, too good.
Came down to the 1v1, but I don't think either team is happy with that. No placement points going out this late, and I don't think either team got too many elimination points either. Yeah, Loops with only 3. The Panthers picking up only 2. It's a win, but at what cost, Jukes?
Yeah, that's the question. That is the question. These early fights have just been so devastating. Let's see what YKG could do with one. Joey up on the roof gets knocked. 24K trying to throw out some utility. And it looks like we're going to see those nades come out back and forth. It's Jaguar versus YKG. Who's going to get that crucial next knock? YKG really needs to hit a nade here to kind of even things up. 24K up front with the DBS. Oh, over peaks. Tries to get that knock. Doesn't hit the mark just quite, but Fears able to shut down Victix, and now YKG have the advantage.
Oh no, YKG down to 2. The trade happened right back. Still have 3 out of Jaguar. Amali goes down. 24K knock now. Now it's just only Fears alive. He's got the DBS. We need a YKG moment if I've ever seen one. It'll be this 1v3 out of Fears, but not even a single knock. That is an abysmal way to end the day for the champions of North.
Oh, not able to hit those DBS shots. It looked good for a second, but man, the patience, right? The absolute patience we saw was just too strong. And YKG going down. So Joey and squad gonna have to hit the lab tonight because what they did today wasn't good, right? Did not cut it. No. They're gonna have to come in hard tomorrow.
Not at all. Next circle, is it north or south? Which way will it go? INCO just on the cusp of either. And oh, that's still a huge question mark. Into the city or not into the city? That's a lot of questions these teams on the north will have to deal with. And Alpha 7 still playing in from the tip-top edge, looking to come in and hammer down some teams. As we take a quick replay of that Loops versus the Panthers fight. It came down to that 1v1, and everyone and their mom had a DBS here.
I honestly don't know how Chief survived jumping that window. That's crazy. I mean, I think he just timed it so perfectly. He was able to kind of jump that window unscathed. I mean, he did get pieced up a little bit, but was able to run on up. Quan just wasn't ready for it. And just like that, it's only 1 player up for the Panthers, and that's Nate. He's still in the zone hiding, but let's see what Dope Slayers can do against ATON, as this is a pretty interesting spot, but with this plateau not being in circle, it's going to make things pretty difficult for him. Can Bray? Oh, are we going to see it? Oh, we're going to see it. Please. 1 bolt action headshot. I got to see it in this tournament. Quick one? Quick scope right here?
Nade. Back to the sniper. Hold up.
Oh!
Influence CHEMIN and Alpha 7. This is huge, Jukes.
Here they go. Carrillo trying to do what he does best with this play here. Oh, gets the knock, but just too much for Alpha 7.
Yeah, not even close. Influence, just 1 member knocked. That was it, and that was a 4-man push out of Alpha 7.
Shut him down.
Influence CHEMIN finally showing signs of life here.
And that is their huge Brazilian rivals, so that's got to make them feel good. Here comes Dope Slayers. Good supports the boys on the board. Bray getting suppressive fire from both ends, trying to get that confirmed. Milos got the Scar. He's also got that DBS at the ready. He's gonna come up with it. Here he goes. DBS up front. Misses the first shot. Gets a chance, but shut down pretty quickly. Dope Slayers putting some nice points on the board here.
There's still a nade coming in from the side of Zohan. Can he make it work? Doesn't connect. Dope is looking good here on the defense. They still have 4 up. And yeah, ATON down to 2. Looks like they're going to have to give up this fight and just play somewhere in the zone.
Yeah, Nesquik. Uh-oh. Yeah, just gotta creep up this mountainside very carefully. Oh, this is a tough position to hold if you are, yeah, Dope.
Oh, wow.
You have no angles at all. Nesquik now in big trouble. It's only a matter of time. What could Zohan do? Robert's got to make a play here. The 6-time spray is not gonna cut it. That was actually from behind, influence CHEMIN, making things much more difficult for Dope.
This is why you got to play at a faster pace. They need to finish these fights quicker. Maybe on NA, you know, you get the chance where Influence is still fighting another team, but with the way these Brazilian teams play, not just Brazil, LATAM, they play at a much faster pace and you don't get as much time to make your decisions and you will get punished. That is Dope, looking like they were going to win that fight against ATON to losing the fight, and ATON is still alive.
NA needs to realize that you just can't reset. You know, like you think you have time to even just go for a quick reset, res, and fight again? No. Like you have to full commit the fight and just finish it. Otherwise, you're going to get third party and taken out anyway. So, adaptations are going to have to happen big time for North America in day 2 going forward because day 1 was just not their day.
Not at all. And earlier we saw Brave with the Bolt, right? I realized we don't see many bolts at all this tournament. Maybe because the pacing is just that much faster in other regions. In NA, we see a couple more bolts, but it is just not finding anything in here.
Who needs a bolt when you got some laser M4 sprays like that? And let's see what Intense Game could do against Royals of War. The pressure is on. Those smokes allowed him to push up for free here. Here comes the utility. Royals of War trying to mount up a defense. Looking pretty tough, though. Agrelin coming in with the DBS. Here he comes. Full send on in. Only one player up left. Royals of War in big trouble. It's Diego.
Pops out the window. Stuck in a 1v4. Not able to find anything. Intense Game. Showing why they're so far up in the leaderboards. Taking fights outside of the zone simply to just pick up the points because they have an advantage with the opening. And then going in later, that is some high caliber plays right there and execution above all.
Well, let's see who is going to win this match. You got an Intense Game right there. You got Influence CHEMIN as well. Looking really strong. Kaovsky with 4 eliminations, feeling himself at the moment. This is going to be an all-out brawl here on the north side. Who's going to win this fight between Intense Game and Influence? That's going to be the big question.
This is for the entirety of the northern side of the circle. Everyone else has already picked their compounds down south. So this is the 4v4 to dominate the northern half. Influence, of course, have a slight advantage on the higher ground, but not able to get good sight lines because everyone from the city, if they overpeak too much, they will expose themselves and potentially get shot from a third-party team way down south. So it looks like they're going to back off here. They're just keeping tabs, and Intense Game, they're in the zone as well, so they don't need to fight much further either. Might have to wait for the next circle for something to really pop off between these two teams.
The calm before the storm. Last final match here for day 1 of the PMPL Americas Championship. Wow, here comes Influence coming in hot. Long gets taken out though. Here comes Diego. He's got that DBS. He needs to get this next knock. I think it's a. Here comes another DBS actually. It's DBS versus DBS. He's got to hit that shot. He goes to the elimination. Uh-oh. Influence in big trouble. Ooh. Little boy!
Influence.
Little boy! Oh, what?
Hold up. Wow.
Oh.
Almost.
That was scary there. Just busted out that buggy. But it is going to be in Fluent CHEMIN that goes down. Intense game. Gonna have to res up and get into this next zone. And it's gonna be tough because Overnight is looking absolutely in their direction.
Intense game also lost a member down to 3. Influence CHEMIN did so well against Alpha 7, and then they sadly disappoint once again. I was surprised they pushed like that because I thought they had some real estate to work with to at least gain info on the next zone. Maybe they actually didn't. It's hard to tell with the hills up there. They are taken out. Not the way to go out. And yeah, we even had some people predicting Influence CHEMIN because they were looking like they were in a good spot.
I'll tell you what, this DBS has changed competitive PUBG Mobile forever. I don't know if we would have seen them make that push if the DBS wasn't in play. Sometimes you just gotta full send it and you gotta hit that shotgun shot. Now, Overnight, gonna have to mount up a defense against Intense Game because they're coming in their direction and they're gonna give up the spot, sending it on in, and they're gonna make it to safety. Dead center circle.
Yeah, there are some stray neighbors around here they have to worry about. INCO coming on the backside, picks up 1. INCO with only 3 members up, same as Intense Game. They're both fighting for this western side now.
Let's see. Intense Game stalking their prey, trying to find out a way into this next zone. Nate from the Panthers, big chillin', hasn't moved a muscle. Trying to possibly catch one of these players from Overnight off guard. Maybe looking to steal a couple points on the way. He does have 2 to his name. He does spot a little bit of a head. Tries to catch it. Doesn't. He's got to watch out for those nades coming in. As Intense Game is now trying to spread out. They are going to take this radio tower, but they're going to lose a player on the way in. Not looking good for them.
And Intense now cut down to 2. All Glory Gaming right there with 4 still up, pretty much dead center. This might be their game. They're the only team with 4 members alive right now. We have 2 3-man teams out of INCO and Jaguar, and everyone else pretty much cut down to scraps.
Can't give it up to Jaguar. 7 eliminations so far. Intense Game, regardless if they go out now, they're going to be feeling good because they've got 9 to their name. Overnights haven't been able to put anything on the board. And now they're trying to push their way through Nate. He's mounting up a pretty strong defense here by himself.
The Chosen eliminated now. INCO still pressing in. Overnight's stuck in a very tough position now.
Is the bank open? It isn't. And I bet they're trying to sneak in a grenade off that railing there. Let's see. Next zone about to pop, so another little calm before the storm coming up here. As everybody's just getting ready for that next circle. Where is it going to go? Dead center? Or possibly we'll see a hard shift. I'll tell you what. Oh, Jaguar. Real happy that this went south for them.
They might only have 3, but that circle pretty much almost adds a 4th man, maybe even 5th man, as all the teams on the north forced to get ever so closer to each other, and that is just more opportunity for Jaguars to third party from distance, or at least just wait it out and have the other teams soften each other up.
Let's see what the plan is here as Overnight's looking to make their way in. Nate did go down as one of the members from INCO got that perfect angle, catches him off guard. All Glory Gaming, definitely a huge threat here. They're dead center. Everybody's up for them. The real tough part about this, though, is picking up these eliminations, right? They're going to have to be able to find a way to get a little bit more. Diego, wow, picking up another point. That's double-digit eliminations for Intense Game.
What a spot to be in, to find that player. INCO definitely not expecting a player still stuck out there. So INCO will lose 1, down to 2, I believe, for INCO. And if Intense could regroup as 2, that could be actually huge. 2 people in a close-range urban combat environment is a huge difference. All you need to do is get the trade in the midst of all the chaos during close range, and you could get a revive potential too.
Ooh, Rojas got naded. Yeah, he didn't like that. So he's going to be a little bit more careful. Diego is done for. Yup, he had no choice. Just that position he was in. was really tough. Adrian is still up for Intense as one of the members from All Glory Gaming gets knocked, but where everybody else is, they're not in a position to push them at all.
And Hyper's still in this lobby too with one on that western side. And I think we have another solo out of FLAMENGO. 3 solos.
Becker!
2 duos. And it's so hard to even push with these openings, right, Jukes? Because you just have players everywhere looking out their windows. The second you cross into the open, it's a hail of bullets that might come in.
Yeah, nobody wants to leave that building. They just want to stay in there for as long as possible. So I'm not going to be surprised if we see this go all the way to the final circle. Zone 8 now pops. Teams like INCO are going to have to make their way a little bit further south. Jaguar still in this zone. And Hyper GK first. He's been big chilling, so he might be able to get some nice placement points for his team.
Any points is good points, especially for Hyper. All Glory Gaming. I'm looking at this team to take the win at the very least. I'm hoping they get more elimination points before they get that chicken. Jaguar with 3 could be the ones to steal it from underneath them. Shots going back and forth as the circle is starting to close some more.
Jaguar taking the roofs, trying to get those sight lines. Adrian from Intense has to leave his building. Does get pieced up in the process. It's going to be a tough one trying to get into this circle. All Glory Gaming dead center, not having to move a muscle. All eyes are on them, but with that much cover, even if one of them gets knocked, they should be able to get the res up pretty quickly. Trying to cross and get to that place and push them is going to be really difficult.
And at Bete, 5 nades could make something happen here. Oh, INCO, Becker goes down, and that is intense game. Finish out of the lobby. 6 teams left.
Yeah, forced out into the open. Nothing he could really do in that position. Let's see what Overnight can do as they're trying to push inward. Hopping on out of the building now. FLAMENGO. Toiko looking to possibly catch a nade. Oh, and this is what we're talking about. If you're forced out, you can get just shot from so many different directions.
Yep.
And down goes Overnight.
Overnight tried their best with just 2. Now, All Glory Gaming looking in a prime position here. This is the last zone, though. It's going to cut down straight into the middle, and All Glory Gaming have a little distance to cover, and Jaguar on the building tops could have an angle to catch some players of All Glory Gaming off, but the smokes, they have so many smokes. This is going to be huge, and FLAMENGO's still alive, and he's using the smokes of All Glory Gaming against them.
No way they're leaving. Are they actually going to run towards that broken wall? That is so dangerous. Toiko, and you can see him throwing out those nades because he doesn't want to make a sound, but those...
Oh!
Yep. Those little shimmies was enough audio for David to catch him off guard. Let's see what Simple C can do. Dude, All Glory Gaming is on the hunt. Jaguar now forced to be on the defensive.
Surely Jaguar can get at least 1 out of All Glory Gaming. They're just all running over. So much smokes, though, to obscure sightlines. And this nade could be the opening that Jaguar needs, and they do get it.
And the confirm. Does he have another one in his book? He doesn't. The pre-fire is good. Seba with the DBS gets 1. Not able to get the other. All Glory Gaming. Wow. Shutting down Jaguar just like that. INCO still up in this one. They could steal this game away if they're not careful. Don't forget, GK first is still up.
Yeah. And Hyper staying so quiet. Now he decides to strike, steals 1 away. A 2v2v1 situation now. It could go either way for these 3.
Uh-oh, there goes 1 down from All Glory Gaming. This zone is going to go all the way to the middle, guys. It is not going to stop at all. Becker, now All Glory Gaming is in a terrible position.
They're done for.
They're done for, yep. Here we go. GK first on the roof.
Can he hop over the other roof? That would be huge if he makes that play right now.
Oh, he's got the shots. Down goes All Glory Gaming. Now it's just him versus INCO. Oh, no. He doesn't have the right footing. He jumped down. Oh, and Hyper goes down. But INCO Gaming get the dub. And that is Cameron Davis's pick. I mean, how many chicken dinners is this squad going to get here, Zoo?
That was a Very challenging win for INCO Gaming. Keep in mind, they came in from that western side, not even in Yas, and had to fight their way in from the north down into that whole mess. And they didn't even have a full squad by the time they made it to the city, and they still get that win. INCO Gaming just not stoppable.
Man, GK First, I guarantee you, is screaming right now because he was stuck in between that roof. And I've been in that position. You just float all the way down, right? He had no position left, was forced down, and INCO stealing another dub. Can this team be stopped? Let's go ahead and ask the desk.
Well, I have a simple answer for you, gentlemen. Not when Cameron Davis picks them. They cannot be stopped. He gets himself another victory. INCO get themselves another victory. And again, push themselves even further into first place here. You got to be happy about it. Yeah. I'm sure as hell they're even more happy about it.
Listen, my boy is performing well, but I'll be honest, though. That was a Hail Mary for you to pick them because with that much of a city, even when we picked around phase 5 in the zone, you just do not know what is going to happen. Everyone is able to get so close with each other, all the crossfires, all the third parties, and to be completely honest, INCO only won that because of GK First's play on the roof. So they definitely need to give him a little bit of cut of that chicken to GK First for that performance to be able to allow them to get the win. But still, the fact that they were able to keep themselves healthy enough to get into the late game, even with only 2 up, just slowly, piece by piece, bit by bit, moving into Yasnaya under the cover of all the hard cover that they were able to find. That was not an easy job at all.
Yeah, it shows that they're just unstoppable right now. I mean, nobody can stop them. You were like, I might get 1 point here. Because you predicted. I was like, no, I think they're definitely going to survive. But All Glory Gaming being able to come out on top with in regards to total points, there's 16. Going back to NHyper, I am impressed of seeing this out of NHyper because back-to-back games, especially after that Vikendi you've been talking about, Cam, they're being able to get points. And this is actually going to push them up on that overall leaderboard.
I think they probably will be our #1 NA team, actually.
Yeah, they are.
This intense game, though. They're keeping that gap not too wide between them and INCO, right? 11 points for themselves, only fall 4 further behind INCO as they are battling for that first place position. Influence CHEMIN, though, 8 eliminations, 0 placement points. That's a team you and I had 7. Able to put some, again, good elims on the board like we've seen Alpha 7 do, but not able to get the placements under their belts. And as we move on to the second page, well, speaking of Alpha 7, 0 points.
Alpha 7 starting to get up there with what you were saying earlier, that Influence Champion was for you, the pretty much underperforming. That's currently where Alpha 7 sitting for.
Yeah,
I'm so surprised at the way they are playing.
It's weird because Alpha 7 didn't even start off terribly. They were sort of in the mix, right? They were 5th place after 3 rounds, which again, if you don't win a chicken dinner the first 3 rounds, you're going to be a gap below the top spot just because of the percentage of points that comes from that 10 point for winning the whole thing, right? But then they've just been sliding further and further behind, and I honestly don't know why. Like, they're losing form the further in the day we get.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, during like the league stage for them in PMPL Brazil, they also didn't do too well the first couple of days. And then they came back with a vengeance.
Not even their league stage. This is actually something that kind of Alpha 7 used to be known for, that they would start very slow and everybody would start counting them out. And then all of a sudden, the final couple days, they would come in heavy and they would just start passing everybody. They would start getting those chicken dinners back to back and they would start actually playing like how Alpha 7 plays. I'm hoping that's going to be the case. They're going to come in tomorrow and they're actually going to start getting some chicken dinners.
I mean, that's the expectation, right? The Alpha 7 is way too good of a team. The players on it are way too mechanically strong for this to be their consistent norm, performance, right? This is not their norm at all. The only problem is when you're in a lobby that is as stacked as the Americas Finals is, you know, there's an argument that is more stacked than the Brazil. There's an argument that is more stacked than the Brazil League Finals, right? You don't want to give anyone that level of a lead over on you.
Actually, I almost want to take that.
Yeah?
I mean, I was going to say that's fair, but I'm thinking about it. Top 16 Brazilian teams, top 16 NA teams. I almost want to say like the 16th place Brazilian team is going to be better than probably anyone outside like the top 5. If that's
we don't have but we don't have anyone.
You know what I mean?
Like, I think the
the lobbies actually can be easier for them in some essence because they are playing against teams that they technically should be better than in a region-to-region basis.
Yeah.
You know, I know, I can tell you get what I mean.
The thing is, it's really hard to tell though, right? Because that, in the same way, could be balanced out by the fact that they don't know the tendencies of this lobby as much as they know the tendencies of their home lobby.
But are you going to go into an event like this without properly researching the teams coming in?
Research only takes you so far. There's nothing goes up against actually playing it, especially because there's a whole butterfly effect of 16 teams being in one lobby. One team does one thing different and it totally affects the entire lobby as it is. You don't learn this through scrims. Scrims are strictly just for mechanical form. You really can't learn strategy through scrims. My experience working in Battle Royales tells me that never once as a team that's been dominating, like comes out, dominates scrims, oh, they're definitely the best team, 100%. That like rarely ever happens. You have to wait for the live games to really show it, and you need to get those reps in before you understand the tendencies in the way. So like, it's I don't know. I think honestly, it's probably 50-50.
Okay. You know what? I think for me, what Alpha 7 is going to be shocked by is by the way INCO Gaming is, the amount of points that INCO Gaming is currently being able to
exactly.
That gap that they're currently creating too. I think that's what's going to spark them tomorrow to try to get those points, try to get those chicken dinners, because if they don't, I don't see INCO Gaming slowing down at all, especially with the way they're playing right now. I can't see anybody. Maybe FLAMENGO, they can actually come out because they have been improving as well. Yeah. An intense game, they've been improving as well. But Alpha 7 needs to snap out of it tomorrow.
That's the big thing that I was saying, is that Alpha 7, I'm sure that they can get snap back into like world-beating form.
Yeah.
But INCO has the lead, and they don't look like they're gonna regress from that.
Okay, all right. You know, I agree on definitely different accounts there, on different aspects. I think one thing though that all of us will agree on is that the MVP of the day has to be from INCO.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Almost guaranteed has to be.
Not be.
You should take a look at who it's gonna be.
Oh, Squash.
Okay, all right. 15 limbs. I was expecting maybe a little bit higher of an limb count, to be fair, but you know what? The survival time, 24:49. Like, that is insanely long into a match and shows, and is a testament, I guess, to the consistency of INCO of make it to the late stages.
I wonder if he was the player with the actual most ilms. So production, if you're hearing me, if you guys are able to check for us, please let us know who got the most ilms.
Yeah,
those are actually very low ilms.
You mean most ilms on INCO or?
Yeah, on INCO.
I mean, it would have to be, yeah.
On INCO or overall?
I'm talking about overall. But yeah, it would have to be INCO.
Would it?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. It could be.
I mean,
it could be an intense game.
Didn't Diego get like 7 or 8?
Diego was getting like 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be interesting to see. I don't know if.
I mean, MVP obviously doesn't go by most ilms.
Yeah,
it's a whole calculation.
It's damage, limbs, and average survival time. And average survival time, I think, was definitely one of the big factors there, as you saw. I mean, 3,000 damage, that's a lot of damage. But 24, almost 25 minutes, that's... Actually, I'm not going to be toxic. There's something I really want to be toxic there, but I'm not going to say it.
Is that the amount of time that YKG has been sitting in the lobby each round?
Oh, I was going to say, that's the total survival time YKG has across
all 6 rounds? Okay.
Let's take a look at our winners across the day. If you missed out on any of them, why'd you guys make me say that? I'm going to get fired.
I think mine was worse.
The dominance from INCO, by the way.
Yes,
both Erangel matches.
That's true. It's both Erangels.
By the way,
that's actually insane.
Going back to what you were saying too, look how little damage they received in that Erangel. That's ridiculous. Only 341 damage.
Okay, the first Erangel, to be fair, they actually got a lot of circle favors in their direction. They're just sitting in hard cover a lot of the time. So like that one was a similar moment to Intense Games win on Miramar.
Actually, before we come off this, by the way, look at every one of INCO's matches. They are the longest matches of the day. 27.5, 27:46, 29:12. Every match they won was a very long, drawn-out game that came down to basically the zone just closing. The final zone. I wonder if that's actually something that we should keep an eye on. Yeah, because I mean, you saw they had the 3 longest ones.
With the amount of damage that they won that last game too, it was barely like 1.1k.
Wait, didn't Miramar, wasn't that the longest game?
I don't know. I was talking.
No, it was the
about
last one. We just did 29.
The first Miramar.
Oh no.
Okay.
Did I read it wrong? I mean, I don't have my glasses. My dog destroyed
you did.
That screen is really far away from me, to be fair.
I just remember it was the big blue on the I guess survival time.
I'm intrigued.
Can we see that graphic again?
Yeah, pull that one up again.
Now I'm questioning myself to see if we were right or wrong.
I'm gaslighting Jason over here. It's great.
making me like doubt myself. Okay, 29-26, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is a very long
Three
area.
out of like the six matches.
So Sanhok you can't ever count because it's Sanhok. It's a smaller map. It's an entire phase less.
It's my favorite.
And Vikendi is also a smaller map as well. With not a lot of cover. So I think I see what you're saying, that they do have a trend, but I think it's more just the fact that they've
So
won
overall
so many,
standings, we're going to head over to that
so
here
many different
and
maps.
see who's currently in the lead. I'm going to guess it's INCO here with their longest matches played so far in the event. No, INCO's definitely...
Yeah, better be INCO.
Wow, 84 points.
That is, quick math, 17-point gap.
Nice.
Between them and Intense Game. It's pretty good after 6 games. That's close to 3 points a game over second place.
Cam, this is perfect with what we were talking about. Look at Alpha 7 in 7th place, 50 points behind. Like, that's
Alpha
exactly
7
what we're talking about.
Did they get 1 point in 3 rounds? That can't be true. But they've
been stuck there for a minute. I mean, even N-Hyper passed them after the past 2 matches too, and N-Hyper started performing really well on that Vikendi.
Oh, I'm going to have to look back on the rankings after like round 3.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they've tanked.
But Influence CHEMIN as well, 16 points. If we're talking about teams tanking, let's be fair. It's just not Alpha 7. Influence CHEMIN, 16 points. This team has won back-to-back seasons here of America.
I meant tanking like halfway through the day, but no, Influence CHEMIN, they started off terribly. The fact that they got 8 points.
They've been consistent.
Well, no, they were consistent, but like they got 8 points in the last round. They doubled their scoreline in their leaderboard points in 1 round. So like on one hand, that's good that they could recover. On the other hand, the fact that they were in such a hole, that 1 round would double it, and it wasn't even a win, just shows how bad of a start they're putting themselves in.
Good job, you saved your day by 1 game.
Well, yeah. Well,
I mean, if you saw
7.
where they were, it barely saved it. They're just they're in the mix at the bottom of the mix of the middle pack.
YKG as well, they're not last anymore.
7, we are the YKG of the prediction game right now. Let's take a look at the predictions and see how terribly we... Oh my, I was kidding!
Okay, so...
Boy, if you combine both of our points, we have only tied Zoot.
So I just... Because I don't think we've explained the prediction game this time around.
True.
Every round, when it hits phase 5, we predict who is gonna... I guess who's gonna win. We get 3 points if they win the whole thing. We get 1 point if they're top 3. So, like, that's why I have more than, obviously, 6. Because I've hit 3 winners. Thank you, INCO. Thank you very much. But yeah, that's... So, there, the fact that you can win 3 off of a single round means that, in the same way that Influence Chemex was able to double theirs.
CHEMIN and I'm Alpha 7 right now. Tomorrow we'll come back.
Yeah, I'm saying, so, if you can get 3, you can start to rack up those points really quickly if you can predict the winner. But yeah, it's a big lead that I have.
We also need to explain as well for you guys at home that 7 and I specifically actually lose 2 points every match. So the fact that we're positive means we've been doing... No, that's not even... You guys obviously let us know your predictions as well. You can check out all of our social media channels here below us on the screen. There's a Discord server.
Yeah.
I need to join into that, but I'm a little bit scared that people are going to hit me up for UC.
Yeah,
it probably will.
Turn on notifications.
It's going to be 7 every time. Like, hey, can you get me some UC? Hey, can I have some UC?
Send me the code, please.
If anyone messages me, I just forward them to you.
I'm going to start doing that.
Like, man, I'd love to help you out, but my hands are tied. Go message Jason. He's the one that is in charge of all that.
I'm like, oh, I really wish I could help you too, but it's 7 can do it.
Yep.
And then you send it to me, and it's the exact same situation.
Then I'll send it to Sute, and Sute's going to send it to Hot Jukes.
And then Hot Jukes is like,
okay,
sorry, I got a baby, I got a kid I have to look after. I got to give my daughter some UC. There we go. We solved the UC problem. Also, a big shout out here before we end off the show to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. Always lovely to have them, and I cannot wait to... Well, I guess
tied right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not anything. We are tied.
If you guys want any sort of relief, is usually how it goes on any sort of prediction, fantasy, whatever it is. I start off strong, and I just immediately tank. So... I'm sure I'll be last place by the end of this event.
He's making an excuse because he might do bad tomorrow.
I'm just telling you the trends.
Well, Seven, we can't get any worse than we've been today.
We need to
I feel like we definitely need to step it up here and start looking at his picks and choosing it for ourselves. But thank you again, guys, for tuning in. This has only been one day of 4, though, as we still have 3 left to come here to decide who's going to be the Kings of Americas. More importantly, who goes to PMWI and who takes home $25,000, if I can even get my words out, because that's a whole lot of money. It's more than I've ever seen. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time, though, for some more PUBG Mobile action.
He's lying.